What's going on, traders? Who's ready to get right into some live trading action? Guess what? Lord Ryan's back. Zunaid's in the back there. I'm ready to get into the action. Let's see what we can get into today. Of course, there's always some news that we can talk. Looks like China reported its first decline in daily COVID infections. SPY is battling here. Will we get back towards the 400? Will we crack down through the 395s? We'll have to wait and see. Find out right here on Live Trading.
Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Those words have been dancing around my head all night. Oh, it's Vegas lore, that phrase.
All right, traders, let's go ahead. Let's get right towards the action. Let's bring on the boys here. We got Ryan Faloona. We got Zunaid in the house. What's going on, team? How we doing out there?
What is up? Good morning. Oh, let me scoot over. There we go.
There you go. We're getting to it. We're getting right to it. We're going to talk about the stock action that's going on there. Looks like China shaking things up again. Wouldn't you know it? It seems like, I don't know. I mean, it's really hard to trust anything that comes out of China.
I was just thinking while you gave your intro, Mitch, I was like, if you're listening and trading off of what they say in China, man, you might be several steps behind already. It's important to know just what's going on, but man, you cannot.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't say it on pre-market prep, but I won't shy away here. People complain about our government all the time. Things like this is what you really are going to be like, what the hell is going on there, man? I mean, protests in the streets, and then the very next day you're like, oh yeah, COVID's going down, it's okay, guys.
Well,
go back to your house, right?
Remember, Xi, who was elected to an unprecedented third term, ran on zero COVID policy.
Yeah.
Are you aware that the World Cup was really what started all of this? Have you even heard about that? So we have a gentleman in the happy hour who actually lives in Taipei. I'll make this very brief. Who actually lives in Taipei and sees what's going on there. Yeah. And what happened was they started to broadcast the World Cup games. Mm-hmm. The people in China have been told that the way that they're doing it is the right way. The government's keeping you alive. COVID is killing millions of people all over the world. And then they tuned into the World Cup to see all of these people having fun and not wearing masks and being like, what's going on? There started to be a little bit of a groundswell, and one of the next broadcasts, they actually added masks to the people or simply didn't show the crowd. And the citizens were like, are you kidding me? What is going on? So lots of rumors about how this started and why this started and whether they want Xi out of there. So expect to see a lot of these headlines back and forth.
And that just shows me more and more that what do we need to do? Is just be very flexible to the news, because if you're not flexible, you're going to get run over. And it seems like that's definitely what would have happened if you're trading China stocks. So first things first, I'm not even touching a China stock. I know in the chat, they were like, Baba's going crazy. Well, so be it, because I'm not going to touch it. There has to be a time and point when you realize that certain trades just aren't up your alley or have too much risk to go in them. Because even if you do get a reward, is that risk worth that reward? That's what a lot of people, they might tell themselves they understand risk. But truly, normally, we only understand risk when we actually hit it. And so that's the big thing that I think a lot of traders need to kind of learn from this, is understanding what is risk really to them. And do they really have what's called risk acceptance? But let's go ahead. Let's get towards the trading action. Let's go ahead and take a look at what stocks are moving out there. Who wants to take lead today?
I will, since I missed yesterday.
Yeah, baby.
And the other thing is Zunaid's been doing a really good job going into some of these larger cap stocks that have really been tradable recently. I actually don't have a whole lot here, so I'm going to roll through it real quick. Number one, APEN. This is actually one that we've seen before. You'll notice that that's gapping up here. This is getting bought out for $10. Current price is $9.79. So all that's left here are the ARB guys. No trade here, but this is why this is up. Again, we've traded this in the past before. So if somehow you're still holding this for whatever reasons, congratulations. Today is your payday. Next here is going to be ASPI. This is ASP Isotopes. I have no idea what this company does. I've never traded this company, but we do have a catalyst here. Shares are trading higher if the company announced it entered into a 25-year supply agreement valued at $27 million per annum for highly enriched molybdenum, whatever chemical that is. So I'm not actually sure how great this is. A 25-year supply sounds good. We did pop as high as 368, but we've come back quite a bit here. We're actually under 3. We're able to hold that 274 area. Looks like this is going to curl and try to go through 3. I'm not sure this catalyst is going to turn this stock into a rager today, but maybe we will get a trade above 290 and then a move through 3 before finding some resistance here around 325. I actually don't think this 368 is going to be in play today, but stranger things have happened before, so we'll see. Next here is going to be ONCS, and this we have definitely traded quite a bit here. In fact, all I did this morning was draw this line at 325 and the line at 414. All of these other levels above here are still going to be in play. At this point, what we really need to do is hold this 3 level and then cross back through 325. It does look like it wants to curl now, and if it moves through 313, 315, that might be enough for some people. I'm going to be a little bit safer on this name because we've seen this kind of go a little crazy. I'm actually going to wait for this to move through 325. That should line up with the VWAP once the market opens too. So I want to make sure that I'm taking a trade that might keep going here. So we'll see. Next here is going to be Billy. BILI. This is another one that we've traded here before. This actually made a nice little double top in the pre-market here this morning, right at 415. We've actually taken that out now. So I'd like to see this settle. Well, one of the things that you'll notice is that we're a ways away from the VWAP. So I'd like to see especially what that first regression to the mean is going to bring us to in terms of levels. I actually would love it if this came back in towards 380 and then held there, especially if it does so on good volume. That could set up for another move here. We do have a catalyst here. They're trading higher if the company reported better than expected Q3 adjusted EPS and sales results. So that's your move here on Billy. If we take a look at this on the daily chart, we can see that first of all, the stock is down from a pretty huge price, but also it does look like we're going to try to challenge this $17 level again, right? So we've really had some weakness here. We're starting to curl back up. We're getting higher lows here on the way back up. All good stuff. If we can continue to move here, maybe we can attack this $17 level. Looks like there's a bit of a gap right here as well. So maybe 1462, maybe closer to 15 fills that gap. So we'll see if we get going here on Billy today. The next 2 stocks are going to be the China stocks. So I'd really like to reiterate something that Mitch said. Just understand, trading China stocks has not been part of my trading plan because I've taken a bunch of L's doing it. I wanted to believe the story of Alibaba. I wanted to believe a lot of this really good stuff. I used to trade PDD quite a bit. The options were really, really juicy. You get burned enough, you stop doing it. Now, that doesn't mean that these can't work. And frankly, if these are going to be in play, it means you give us levels regularly where the price comes within just a couple of cents of these. So they can definitely, just because some of us don't want to trust the government or the stocks themselves, doesn't mean that these can't be successful trades. Really, what this is going to come down to is how you manage your risk. If you manage your risk well, you can absolutely make some money off of these, especially if these are the stocks that are moving. Now here for BABA, we have it gapped up here. It just says that shares of several Chinese stocks are trading higher amid hopes that protests in China could spark an easing of COVID restrictions. We'll see. They're the masters of propaganda and spin over there. So wouldn't be surprised if that materialized, but that's not how I want to, trade. Those are not the catalysts that I want to use. When hope is being used in the actual catalyst, that's bad news. Hopium is not a trading strategy. Baba is up here though this morning, so we'll keep an eye on it. XPAV, this is going to be one of the EV China plays. Looks like they have a conference call for tomorrow and earnings tomorrow, so keep that in mind. This gapping up here, again, not going to trade this. If this is something that you're looking for, be careful. Just understand that we do have some earnings. This is liable to have some type of volatility tomorrow when we actually get the earnings reports and the conference call. So that's all I got, Zunaid. What do you got on for today?
Awesome. Appreciate that. Let's go ahead and check out. We'll go ahead with Baba. Since you kind of brought that up earlier, let me go ahead and share my charts here. There we go. On Baba, I'm trying to see if 79 is going to be tested. If we kind of look left, you can see that it had resistance. You can see that it had resistance. And of course, there's kind of now a bit of a gap fill, if you will, right? From this 76 all the way up here. But so if we crack the 79 to the downside, maybe we can then come on down. I'm not saying we're going to completely go ahead and close the gap or fill the gap rather. But, maybe we can come on down and take profits at every 50 cents. I appreciate you saying the kind words. I haven't even gotten a haircut in like the past 10 days. You're so sweet. But yeah, if we get a crack of 79, maybe we can go ahead and move on to the downside on ticker BABA. Taking a look at AMD, or let's go there. There we go. There's AMD. Once it went ahead and cracked the 75s yesterday to the downside, we just continued coming on down. So if you're trying to go short, the closer you get it to 75, the better. If you're looking to go to the upside, the break of 75 and then a retest is where you can go ahead and move to the upside. Why is the screen not clear? See if your settings are on 1080p or if they're on 180p. I'm not quite sure. But if anyone else is, if anyone else in the chat is having problems, let us know. Moving on over to Amazon. This one here, you can see that, the 93 bucks has been holding quite strong. So matter of fact, you can go ahead and put a line right there. So if 93 breaks, wait for the retest possibly on this one as well. And then you can go ahead and get some movement to the downside. And then 92s is where you take some profits. And then, of course, 91s, you can see, has a little bit of an area of support right here. Nothing too crazy, right? In terms of it's not as clean. However, you can still see that it's had support, and then it made higher highs here as well. Let's go ahead and take a look at the futures. I went ahead and played the futures last night. Made money on the first leg here. Matter of fact, I can just there we go. Thank you. Okay. Before I went to bed, I went ahead and went short, I believe it was, right? Where'd it go? Where did it go? Yeah, I went short here around this resistance line. And the reason I did that, you know what? This actually made it kind of ugly. Let me move these out. The reason I did that is because I looked left, right? And if you go ahead and look left, right over here. So this is kind of the area where I decided to go ahead and go short right around here. And if you look left, you see that, hey, in the trading session, this is kind of like the area where they went ahead and bounced. So I went short right around here, and then I went to sleep. And unfortunately, you guys know my curse. I went ahead and missed my second take profit by a couple of points, and then I got stopped out here. But the reason I bring this up is because you always want to kind of look left. You can see here, hey, support, then it finally cracked, and to the downside we came. Then in the night session before I went to bed, same kind of area where it's like, hey, they had support, came down, I made my money, but then this candle here is where I got wicked up. And then if you go ahead and look here, the 39.92.25, again, same thing, support, finally cracked, came down. Now you can see that's where you've got a little bit of trouble happening. So we'll see if it wants to get over 39.84 or not on the future side of things. I do expect 39.60s to be another layer of support. So matter of fact, we're about 10 points away. That could be an area where you can go ahead and scalp some, maybe look for 3 to 5 points to the upside with a stop loss of 3 points to the downside, give or take. And then of course you've got 39.50. So you want to make sure you're taking profits as needed if you're going to go short and or long, because you do have 39.50 coming up as well. Taking a look at Tesla here, it finally had a really, really nice move after consolidating the day before. Look at that, just consolidating. Obviously, that was a short half day. But then yesterday, beautiful move, tested VWAP, continued going on up. And you can see how if we look left, right, and these lines, I haven't even drawn them today. This is just from yesterday when I was looking back at charts. You can see it had resistance, came back, broke support, came back, held support, and then went back up. And then when it finally broke, retested, came back down. Now you go ahead and move on to the pre-market here today. You can see the 186.28, same thing, acting as resistance, coming back down. And then the same exact thing where this was resistance and it acted as support. It's acting as support this morning as well. So if you're looking to go short, a break of 184 will be your best friend in terms of risk reward. Or if you want to test it at 186.28, the closer you go short there, the better. And you can get a move to the downside on this one. So interesting stuff happening in Tesla. It's obviously got about a 2 point some change range here in the pre-market. We'll see how that one wants to move along. Not quite sure if I went over Google or not. I believe we played, I'm pretty sure we played Google short here on live trading together. But if not, I definitely played it yesterday in the afternoon session where you can see this trend line break. It finally came down. And then, we'll keep an eye on Google once again if it wants to break this 95.50. I'll keep an eye on it to see if this 96.52 ends up being resistance or not. A part of me wants to kind of play that quick, gamble on it, if you will, but we'll see we'll hold off for now. But if it does break this 95.50, I'd be interested in going short on Google to see if we get a 95 test. And then, of course, to see if we get 94.30, 94.53. As you can see, that's where support was here, and then you had support at 94. So it's kind of like every 50 cents, I want to go ahead and take profits on a ticker like Google. I believe we went over Amazon. I'm not quite sure, but Amazon, I don't really see anything too clean besides the $93 level right over here, which you can see held as support. So if you're trying to go short, you can wait for this break of 93s, and then you can go ahead and get yourself possibly 50 cents to a point. And we did go over because I remember drawing the support area. Well, hopefully I said the same exact thing, because it'd be funny if I went over the ticker twice and had different opinions, because who has trust in what I say anymore? 395, that whole number has been a beauty. You can see yesterday, this line I did draw when I was looking at charts yesterday, but this one went ahead and held as support. So if you're looking to go short, a test of 400 or a break of 395 is where you can go ahead and play this one to the downside. Or if you want to play the range, and if you see that, hey, 395 is basing, you can go ahead and try to take some profits around VWAP, which is about 1.5 points above, and then you can go ahead and start scaling out at 398, and then of course 400s as well. But if you're looking to go short, wait for the crack of 395, and then on the retest, you can go ahead and try to get inside and give yourself about 50 cents or so as your stop loss on that one. ENPH, this one has been kind of on a range for the past couple of days. If it breaks 320, 350s to the upside, or if it breaks 310s to the downside, this could be a nice trade. And then, of course, keep an eye on that $300 bounce in case we get the opportunity to play that one. It hasn't been as clean as you can see here, so be very mindful of that. But let's see what kind of happens with this one. We're about $3 away here on that ticker. And then Target's one that we played yesterday. I don't really have it on my watch list today, but just kind of keeping an eye on it. Yeah, don't really see anything. And again, if we go ahead and look left, you can see this was resistance, acted as support. Yes, it went ahead and breached it for a couple of minutes, but then it came right back up, claimed it, and to the high side it went. Keep in mind, support and resistance is not exactly a number. It's more of an area that we like to take a look at. I don't see much, so we'll just continue.
I got a couple
here.
more things.
What's
I
up?
got a couple more things.
Please.
Fast. Okay, so first of all, love that you mentioned ENPH. This is another stock that we discussed yesterday in the happy hour. So I'm going to bring you a potential trade idea here that's more than a day trade. ENPH actually running into this pretty nice double top resistance area right here on the daily chart. A lot of thought that the next move here is going to be a back test to this 280. So that gives us 32 points, and playing this with options can be quite profitable. So I think a swing to the downside here might be your next move, looking for a 280 target. Depending on your risk and how much money you have to put in a trade like this, I would probably go out of the money on some of these calls, or excuse me, on some of these puts, instead of buying the 315s, for example, or the 310s, or whatever is in the option chain. I might look at something a little closer to 300 and see if you can get that to move here. So there was another one too. I think it was it AMR? AMR, this event at some point, this is going to be a pretty epic short too. And if you take a look at the daily chart here, as early as 2020, this stock was in a two handle. Stock's $168 right now. This was an 80x move in not a long time. This also running into a support area. I would expect this to kind of move back down too. So two potential swing shorts here, one on ENPH, one on AMR. Again, both of these were ideas discussed yesterday. And then the last thing that I wanted to cover is COSM, right? Because we talk all of the time about how I don't trade stocks that are over $1. I filter them out of the movers tool. NAOV is moving today. It's a 50-cent stock or whatever. But I got to give credit where credit is due. COSM Becca was the first one to shout this, as far as I can remember. And we were talking about this when this stock was in like the 20-cent handle or high 20s. We're now looking at 80 81 cents. I saw Crow earlier saying that he's absolutely destroying this huge multi-day trade. So just because I have my own personal filters on things, that doesn't mean that other trades can't work. And COSM is an awesome example of how one of those stocks under $1 ended up producing a whole bunch of trades. We had a bunch of people in the chat here talking about it. So hats off to you guys. I didn't take this one, but this one is moving. And on that thought, NAOV is moving here today. This is another stock that's under $1. We tried to test that dollar. We peeled back 50%. A little wild for me. I'm not going to trade this, but it is worth the mention.
All right. Appreciate that. Let's go ahead. There's Mitch, and there is the bell. And here we go.
Almost like you guys timed that. What a thing.
All right.
Let's
get this going here. I'm looking at SOXS a little bit today. I like that one. It's already pushing here from 36. See if I get a pull back to 36 here. There we go. So quick, man. I was slow there. Let's see if I can get it. I'm trying to get 36. There you go. Just got a little bit there. All right. Let me share my other screen here. Down, bum. Getting some SOXS here to start it off, guys. SOXS, long SOXS. So that's pretty much short on semiconductors. For anybody that doesn't know the stock, it's a leverage play here. Got it at 36, looking for the push back above 36.15 here and for it to start pushing here. Here's 36.12s, 36.10. Now let's see it start pushing through that 36.15 and really push here. Levels to watch. First level to watch is resistance 36.35. We can sell some there, and then 36.50s will be the remaining.
Billy, first move out of the open here, massive hit to the upside. So went as high as 15, actually went higher than 15, 15.22, your high print, pulling back a little bit. No position here on Billy. First move is up.
There's a nice little push there to 36.28 now there for SOXS. Not looking too bad here. SOXS got it at 36. Right on this pullback. Let's see if we can get that to continue going into the 30s. Going to sell some into the 30s, looking for 36.50s here. It's not looking too bad though. All right. Unity has been strong for a while now. Look at this nice little push right out the gates here. This one's not looking too bad. If you're looking for a growth stock that's actually continuing the trend, it's Unity right now. It's an interesting play. There's a hard pullback there for SOXS. We're back underneath 36. I could add here. Looking for 95s.
Just seeing some big calls come into Overstock. Overstock first move out of the open here is up. We're above 25. Overstock, this is another stock that's been pretty beaten down. We were actually at 100. Thank you, Mitch. We were actually at 100 at the end of last year. Currently at 25. Some big calls coming in. This is what I'm looking at, right? These are the ones that expire March 17th of 2023. They bought the 30 calls, so they're looking for another upside move to clear out some of this area here. Traders spent $275,000 on that position. That's an interesting one to watch right here. 1,300 contracts in that sweep.
Adding on this pullback for SOXS here. Got to hold off to 35.75. Just added a little bit there. And I get the fill there, 85s. Average is about 92. About right here.
You've got ticker SI, the $26 call is coming in on the ask, expiring this week, approximately $175,000 worth. So keep an eye on it. If you're looking to go ahead and play this one, the closer you get it to view out, the better. I'm not sure how liquid it is. So just be mindful of that if you're going to trade this ticker.
Basic materials leading us out the gates, energy, and then technology Industrial metals and minerals looking good here. Silver with a bounce back. That must be that the dollar's dropping there a little bit there. Copper getting a little push. Coal, aluminum, steel. So looks like a good basic materials day to start off here. We'll see if it can continue. About to get stopped out in SOX-S if this doesn't recover here.
Market looks like it's trying to bounce here.
Yeah.
We'll see if that can materialize.
Need a recovery here on SOX-S. About to get stopped out. Yeah, out there. Way too fast on the downside there on SOX-S. Getting stopped out. Not a good trade there. It's looking good. It was up there. We were up about 30. Still lost on that name, though. Pushed it too much on the risk side on that one. Starting to recover already, so just putting in a big wick on me. And I was kind of worried about the wick there. It's already recovered there towards the 80s. So, I mean, I'd be off like 1 cent or 2 cents now. So that just shows me that, you know, I got stopped out through the volatility. I need to be able to push a little bit more, get a little bit less size, give myself a little bit more room on that SOX-S trade. It's already back to 36. Look at that. Yeah, just wick.
That's something. I'm glad that you're mentioning like what you're seeing and the emotions
Literally.
when you're in the trade, because that's one of the things that gets me on these ETFs too. I really like playing them, but sometimes I just get shaken out of them, and the trade does materialize.
I mean, I'd be already in the green.
Yep.
Pretty decently. I was in the 92 mark, so right there, it would be looking good for it to now kind of hold the 36 pullback. But that's how it is sometimes, and that's why I like the deeper time frames, team. That's why the 1 minute just ain't killing it right now. Gonna have to start going back towards what my kind of better charts are, right? Which are the 15s and the hourly. Let's go for that for the rest of the day. See how we do.
I'm looking to go short Google at 95.82 if I can get the fill. We're about 12 cents away.
ETU holding that 30 breakout today. Yeah, we'll look for that one to pull back.
Tesla might be at a bounce spot here.
I went ahead and grabbed the $96 puts expiring this week on Google, ticker GOOGL. 147 is my trade entry.
This is a good one on the day. CEIX with a big breakout today. Nice one.
Stop loss for me is going to be 96.13s.
FCX not having a bad day there. X gonna give it to me. It's gonna give it to me.
X is busy right now, bouncing Tesla off that 183 level that I just talked about.
I like X right here. X looking good today, guys. I'm going to be looking for some pullbacks there. If I can get some pullback on some steel. They're already VWAP bounced, so would need a little bit of a pullback, but not looking too bad there. What about Cleveland Cliff? Nice little push there. Nucor is off the VWAP right now. If I wanted to get that one, doesn't look too bad right here on this pullback.
Added some more on Google. Got filled at 137s. And those are the $96 puts expiring this week on ticker GOOGL. And SI continues to move to the upside. We talked about the options on that one coming in. It was just a little too illiquid for me to play.
Spread on Nucor is big, but I like the chart.
Some of these China names, first move was down, but they looks like they're bouncing. PDD anyway.
Baba
PDD
cracked
looks
80.
Like that one's, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Baba cracked 80. Sorry, you mentioned it.
Yep.
All right, ENPH looking to crack this 310.
Dude, that's a nice short. You short that Kramer.
Oh, wait that
what?
Kramer's on this?
Yeah, that's why
Kramer's
I'm so
bullish on
excited.
He's
Yeah,
bullish or
dude.
he's bearish? Oh, okay.
He's bullish on it. Yeah, you short that Kramer. I was thinking about it earlier. I just didn't bring it
Mitch,
up.
why
but
you gotta do
literally,
this to me, bro?
watch.
Why you
I'll
gotta
show
do
you guys.
this?
I'll show you guys what's in my for pre-market
Oh
prep. I didn't bring
no.
this up, but look at this banner here. Kramer calling out Enphase. A buy is scaring me out of solar. How do you feel about solar stocks moving forward?
Well, let's see if it goes out and breaks. I mean, this is good though, because if you take a look at it, you can see how it's holding support, which I like. So that means once
Yeah.
these buyers exhaust, then
Yeah.
we can get a nice little move to the downside. So I like seeing this here.
Yeah. It doesn't look too bad too. I think one of the things to also say is, I mean, First Solar's run so far. I mean, that's probably the leader now. So one thing to watch is if First Solar can go red, that will help you a lot. So I think sometimes you got to like leaders switch place because of momentum. First Solar started taking the lead in solar, and then EMPH is kind of the second stock. But EMPH is the actual leader in capitalization.
Buffalo Bicycle says, I just muted CNBC. I couldn't take it. Yeah, CNBC is perma-mute. Don't worry, though, because pretty soon we have some World Cup starting up, so you'll have something else to put on TV.
Dude, I am excited to watch USA play Iran.
I'm calling it now. I'm calling it now.
What do you call it?
Anytime goal, Pulisic.
Pulisic?
Yes.
Pulisic. So yeah, he's an attacking midfielder. He's really good. The thing, US needs this win today, and Iran is definitely beatable. And with it being a must-win game, I would expect them to be more aggressive than they were in the past. So
it's gonna be 2-0. Calling the score. Let's go.
Yeah, it should be fun. I'll definitely throw some money on USA. Excited to watch. Hopefully we don't be disappointed. Got to figure out where I'm going to go watch.
Unity trying to hold the VWAP now, trying to come back up.
OTIC, I see the chat talking about OTIC. This is just a 16-cent penny play, but it is pushing the highs here, high at 18 cents if it can break above. And Zunaid, yeah, Baba made the same move that PDD did. It looks like all those China names. First move was down, but they ended up catching a bid and right back to those highs.
So now you've got a dollar range, right? By the way, I just went and added a total of 5 more contracts here at the 137 mark on Google, ticker GOOGL, $96 puts. My average after adding all my contracts is 139. 139 is my average. If I get taken out on the equity side here on 96.13s, I will go ahead and get stopped out on the option side as well. And of course, I'll tell you what let me just,
I wanted to scalp Unity here, but I'm going to stay off of scalping. Unity looks nice.
You gonna stop me out? Ooh. Saving us so far. Let's see what the market's doing. Yeah, market's trying to bounce back up. That's obviously helping Google out.
Fade. Let's see if we get a reversal here, or do we get Apple to short?
Baba new highs.
So Baba's in that range. Sorry, Mitch, go ahead.
No, you're good. You're good.
Baba's in that range.
Apple. Just to give you guys
Baba's in this range, or it was in this range before this crack above, where it was kind of like in a dollar, right? So it's just kind of like hanging out here. So if you like this move to the upside, wait for the crack and then wait for the retest of about 80.78 to go ahead and go long. If you're waiting for a crack below, 79.50 has held on as support so far. So you can go ahead and get a 50-cent scalp to 79s and then to the downside. Let's come back to Google. God bless trading, because boy, look how close we were to getting stopped out. Now we're in the money. The options that I purchased at 137, I'm going to go ahead and sell. I bought 5. I'm going to go ahead and sell 3 here for 146. I just went and got filled on the 146, and then we'll wait and see if we can get a little bit more movement to the downside on Google. But of course, we need the market to participate with us.
Back in success. Back in success here, guys. It just has a nice little rule of 3. I'm going back for it. We'll see if we can get it back above 36.25s, holding towards 35.80s. Unity still looks nice too. We'll see what the SPY does today. SPY, I feel like it's going to come down, but I mean, it's battling right now. If it gets back above 396.50s, I'd be worried about a push to the upside. What we want to see it take out is 395.75. If you're a bear here, we'll see what happens on the intraday action. I feel like we could break through 396 and then we can really start leaking, but it's going to have to break this 396.
Keeping an eye on ENPH. Let's see what the options look like in this part of the world. Please be liquid. Please be liquid. Please be liquid. They're not bad, but they're not great. It's like 30 cents wide. Damn it. All right, looks like we're going to crack.
All right, nice little push here for success. Paying myself a good amount here. Boom, just paid myself a little bit there. 36.28. Can we get through the 30s? I'm gonna sell out the rest into this push here. Get us back into the green. That's my goals here.
All right, we went ahead and, according to plan, we went ahead and shorted at 309.37s on ENPH. I'm looking to get more at 309.84s. I looked at the options because that's what I love to play, but unfortunately, they're just a little too spready for me. I just don't know. I could easily lose like $100 just on the spread. But targets for me, I'm gonna honestly, let's go ahead and take a look left. I would probably wait till maybe the 305s if they want to come through. I'm not really in a rush to get out of this trade to the downside in the sense. Let me go ahead and put my stop losses right above right here. So yeah, if I'm going to risk $80 to the upside, I'll okay taking profits to the downside, but I'm going to see if I can get right around, let's say 305.50. So if we're correct, we'll get $100.
Boom.
So far it's moving well.
All out of success, back into the green. That was a battle there. Had to bounce back there. Slightly into the green now. Not enough to say it like it's like a one trade into the green because we risked too much on that first success trade. But enough to say that we're back, above break even into the green side. So now we can just relax. The reason I sold it there was because I just wanted to kind of get that, bounce back. Now I can kind of focus in here. If it could pull back, it can pull back. It's not a big deal. Success was what I was looking at. So I can also take a look to see if AMD short makes sense or NVIDIA makes sense to the short side. Look at NVIDIA breaking down there already. AMD's near VWAP. That one actually looks a little bit better this setup. Micron was breaking down a little while yesterday. And so that showed me also that these stocks wanted to break. Micron's actually in the positive right now. I'm going to look to see if that turns around and starts going back towards the red side too. These tech names, what's going to happen there? Basic materials have been doing really well. Apple kind of faded off the VWAP and then came right back down. Unity's strong, man. I wanted to scalp it through the 70s here in the 60s because the 5-minute and the 15-minute made sense. It was a 5-minute opening range breakout above going towards that nice little push. We'll see if it can continue on the day. Unity's been a strong one. Their success with the pullback. That's what I was a little bit worried about. The SPY here came down fast there towards 395.50s, but bounced. Let me go ahead and give you guys that chart here. SPY getting a little bit of that downside action and bouncing right there. We need to watch to see what happens now. We have that kind of bottoming right around the 395.50s. We can take that out again. Maybe we can actually come down here, but you see that kind of reversal style action. We'll see what happens here. Do we just get some chop or do we keep on the downtrend here?
Couple updates on my end. So Google, saved on the stop and to the downside it came. I went ahead and moved my take profit for a 2-to-1 trade. What I did go ahead and do though is on the option side, I went ahead and sold some more contracts at 155 on the $96 puts expiring this week as we were up more than 10%. I went ahead and locked in some gains. Now you've got 95.50s cracking. Let's go ahead and check out ENPH. So this one was to the 306s almost. What was this? Yeah, 306.62 was your low. But again, I'm waiting for more of a 1-to-1 move. So matter of fact, let's get an exact 1-to-1 here. 306.07 is where I'm going to look to take profits on this one. I would not be surprised if we tested 302s and possibly 300s today. But I want to lock in gains and manage my risk accordingly. We're up $40 on it. I'm not going to do anything. I didn't get any options. They just weren't as liquid as I would have liked. And now you can see the 95.52 is holding strong on Google. So we need that crack and make its way towards the 95.20 area.
Oh, we got, let me just go here real quick. We got GCT. This made a high of 850 here on tremendous volumes. Exactly what we're looking for. Had a nice little pullback. This is one of the things I would have liked to have waited out in this stock, and it looks like we're curling now. So actually caught this here on the curl back. Feel like I'm a little bit late to it, but 850 might be in play here on GCT. And if this breaks 850, I'd expect it to go higher. Here we go on GCT. Boy, that happened fast. that escalated quickly. And now here we are through 850. So sorry, I was a little bit late bringing that to you here, but this trade was absolutely money. This is exactly the type of trade we were looking for. Set that high, came back, held it on support, get volume right through that same spot. Just absolutely awesome. Sorry about being a little late. I'll try and speed that up a little bit. ONCS here, which is one of the ones we had off the list, getting some volume right at the VWAP. It looks like we really need to take out the VWAP and then maybe 344 to confirm. Looks like the highs that we had here were about 370 and this pre-market high was 414. So definitely some room here on ONCS. First thing we're looking for here is a takeout of this VWAP.
All right, starter here on FCX. FCX, starter on FCX. So I'm going on copper here. Got 37.38. Let's see if this can come back here. Support underneath it towards the 23. Looking for it to come back towards the trend and get through 37.50s, then 37.65s. That'd be the outlook here.
One more potential play here. Looking at a daily chart on ALLK, this is a stock that we have traded a number of times off the relative volume scanner. This daily formation, pretty awesome. Move through 8 here as possible. Problem is when I look at the 1 minute chart, when I look at the intraday, it looks totally extended. We're a ways away from the VWAP. It's done nothing but march up. So I'd actually want to wait for a pullback, but just kind of keep in mind what we're dealing with here on a daily. Possible break above 8 here should send it. So getting some good setups here this morning.
1-to-1 trade has been achieved on Google, so feel free to do what you'd like if you're in the trade. I'm waiting for a 2-to-1 because I'm a greedy individual.
All right, now one thing I do want to talk about is, yes, at 10 a.m. we will be getting consumer sentiment data. So if you guys want to keep up with that, of course, Benzinga Pro always has it for you on the economics calendar. And one of the best features that I use every single morning to keep up with all the economic activity that's going on. So if you wanted to catch that, definitely we'll see what happens today when we get that consumer confidence numbers hitting at 10 a.m. We'll see what happens here.
Let's see what we got. All right, so there is Apple trying to move to the downside, making new lows. Let's check out ENPH. That's bouncing. It's all right.
Apple beneath yesterday's low, which is the one thing that's got me worried on Apple there.
What's going on out there, team? How we doing? Hit the like button. I see you guys trading hard today, focused out there. Less talk in the chat. That's how I can tell. You guys are focused.
ENPH here. So what I really like on that 1 minute chart here on ENPH, let me bring this up here. What I'd really like to see, Zunaid, is I'd like to see this roll over and just kind of flush right through there. Notice how we did get some increased selling volume on this move down. I'd like to see another one of those right here. That'd be ideal because we actually might be able to snap this 306 to the downside.
Yeah.
And then maybe 300 would be on deck next year. I like this spot.
Yeah, if I had more shares, which you can see from my screen, I was looking to get 25 more shares at this 309.84s. I would have scaled out here, and then the remainder I would have tried to trail in hopes of like a 301, a 300 type test. But for now, I just want to lock in the $80 if I can get them. We're $50 in the money right now. Let's go back to our Google trade. That's kind of flirting with the 95.50s. We're looking to take profit there at 95.20 on our covers. As long as the market doesn't turn around, or around 9:59, maybe I'll go ahead and cover some since the 10 a.m. data can go ahead and finagle with the markets here.
All right. We'll see if FCX can get that push now towards 37.42. Looking for it to start pushing now. We'll see if it gets that nice lift. 5 minutes looking good. 15 minutes I like also. We'll see if that can get that lift. The SPY is sideways right now. There is that reversal style trade right now, so just be careful. There is still, it's in a bearish pattern, but there is that 395 like 50 area or 40 area right below it. Seems like it's holding right now. Be careful. We will get data in about 7 minutes.
And There goes EMPH moving to the downside. Zunaid, it's going to be bank time. Going to be ringing that register time.
Well, let's go ahead
NVAX,
and
big
pull it
bounce
up.
off 1640. Bounced an entire point here on NVAX.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. Come on. 70 more cents. That's nothing for you on ENPH.
A day where we needed the Jim Cramer ETF, man. When's that thing coming out?
Wait, when's what coming out? Sorry. What?
The inverse.
Oh, yeah, I have no idea.
That would have been a good one.
I haven't looked at that at all.
I mean, there's an ETF for Coinbase. I totally expect there to be an inverse Cramer
Yeah, dude.
ETF. Oh man.
Come on, just crack. Oh, man, if you don't stop and just come on down. All right. Anyway, let's just focus on Google.
Apple
That's
new
kind of
lows.
bouncing here. Oh, you got Apple making new lows. Yeah.
Yeah, the markets, man, they're just dragging. That's why I wanted to get short on Apple today. Missed the VWAP fade. Lovely trade there on Apple off the VWAP today. Twice did you get your opportunity to VWAP fade it today. So you might get one more opportunity, but it's definitely starting to break there, as Apple was a stock that we still were looking at short on pre-market prep this morning and yesterday. Not a bad area. EMPH, boom.
There we go.
And like Tom is saying, ENPH, I think that was a typo, right, Tom? ENPH can drop a ton. We had that trade outlined pretty well here. I actually think that looks like a good swing short opportunity, maybe not just a day trade.
I'm going to go ahead and swing over to the options side, not the options, the future side, because I did go ahead and get filled on a cute little play that I'm trying on the futures. So you can see the bounce yesterday. I'm trying to play that here today. I tried to get 5 contracts filled total. Looks like only one of them went ahead and got filled. So that's not really fun. We'll see how this one plays out for now.
ONCS really kind of holding around this 325 level. This one an interesting one. The longer we hold here, the better this is for a day trade opportunity. I think as long as we hold here, if we see any type of expanding volume to move us up towards this 344, maybe take profit there on a 325 entry. But a break above, we're likely going to test this pre-market spot here of 369. We shall see.
I want for a solar short here, but the only problem is the spread. So you got to be careful with a spread like that. It's about 33 cents here. Look to see if I can get filled in between or somewhere in between there on a little pullback. But looking at First Solar for the short side, we'll see what happens. See the news there as it hits the tape in a second.
On my futures trade, I'm looking to take profits. It'll be a 2-to-1 trade. I'm looking to take profits at 39.67, stop loss 39.58. At this point, I'm not even sure if I want these other 2 to get filled or not, but we got 4 contracts pending.
First Solar just hitting the bids there. I can't get in there. It wouldn't fill me. Now it's already down to 165.50.
Lucid,
56.
new 52-week low.
Wow.
Love the carb. The stock leaves a lot to be desired.
I wonder who was talking about Lucid from around 20s.
You? Is that the whole lucid dreamer thing that we went on?
You know what the best part is, Ryan? I called this stock up and I called it down. That's how you fucking do it.
I had one of those at the end of last year. I had ATVI. I had ATVI to the upside, and then I had ATVI to the downside. Rarely do I trade the same ticker to the upside and downside for a profit, but sure enough, I was able to hit that.
Now I think Lucid's getting to that oversold, so be careful with that one too. But what's up, Zunaid? What do you see?
On Google here, our short, we're up about $50 on 100 shares. Let's go ahead and check in on the contracts. We're up about 21% on the contract side of things. So I'm going to go ahead and sell. What am I? Yeah, close enough. I'm going to go ahead and sell a couple more. Now I've only got 1 contract left. So just 1 contract left on Google. The $96 puts that we purchased for approximately $1.47, then averaged in and things like that. We went ahead and sold them here at $1.72. And then, of course, we're looking to take profits here at 62, at 95.20s. Part of me just wants to go ahead and take the gains here, but a part of me also knows I need to pay for lunch. So I don't know if that $11 is going to come into play or not. You know what I mean? Gets a little tricky in life.
Yes, it does, my friend. Yes, it does. Dun, 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 dun.
Oh man. All right, you know what? We're gonna close this puppy out. Oh wait, it's almost taking us out anyway. Yeah, it's $3 away. I can pay for taxes myself. We're fine. All right, went ahead and closed out Google on the equity side. So locked in gains there. And then on E-Trade, still have one contract remaining. I'll probably let that one just kind of be. But we do have the numbers coming up. So I am taking a risk with 20% gains on Google, but I only have one contract. So I'm not really tripping.
I see a number of people talking about shop here. Let's take a look at shop. So I can understand why this is appealing, right? We're in this channel down here, and it looks like we are trying to curl up and break out of the upside of that channel. Upside I have at 41.17 or thereabouts. Let's just call it 41. I can understand why you want to trade this. Keep this in mind though, Tom. Spot on here. Shop is very, very expensive. I think this is like a 200 plus price to earnings ratio on shop. My thing is with some of these, what are they actually worth? If I don't know, I can't necessarily justify holding them for any type of swing trade. I agree with Tom. I think this is very expensive. I might try it for a day trade at some point. I don't necessarily think we're there. I'd like to see us break out of this channel, but I can understand why this is appealing. Just keep in mind, very, very expensive. Good shot,
All right.
Tom.
The bounce play that we wanted on the futures went ahead and worked out to a beauty. So I'm out of everything. Unfortunately, I did not get the 5 contracts that I wanted. I only got 1. But again, the reason I took the trade, you just look left and you see that's where they found support. So that's exactly where I expected them to come in. And I went ahead and had a stop loss of 3 to 4 points and had gains of 7 to 8. And that's exactly what we got, right? So we're good. This one's green. We're doing well today. ENPH bouncing a little bit. So great job taking profits there. Google went ahead and bounced right back. So great job taking profits there as well. What's interesting is that it went ahead. So look, we often talk about this. You had support, finally cracked, and now it's coming back to retest it. Can it regain momentum to the upside or not? We will see, but we're all out of the equity side. We only have 1 contract remaining. I don't really care what it does, but obviously I'd like it to come back to the downside, and now it's rejecting one more time.
I thought you were going to break into song right there.
Yeah, right.
I thought
that's why I had to
Like
laugh.
it was Glee.
I couldn't help myself.
Like we're at Glee.
I was like, should you do it? And I'm like, no, Ryan, you should definitely not do it. What you should do is wait and see if Zunaid does it. And I was just kind of waiting, but we didn't get it.
Oh, yeah, Sydney, I got both eyes open. We're trading well today.
There you go.
Yeah,
the
when
short
you see the
side.
candles, it represents an extreme advantage for trading. So 2 eyes open seems like a good move, Zunaid.
Yes, I 100% agree. 100% agree. And there's the rejection off of Google.
Zunaid, just so you're aware, every time you talk about opening up a futures trade and then going to sleep, I get a bit triggered just because, like, I can't imagine doing that. How do you put on a new position and then just be like, I'm going to go to bed?
Well, so thankfully I'm trading micros, so
it's myself out of that position several times before I actually go to sleep.
So 2 things, like, thankfully it's just a micro trade, and it's one of those where it's like worst case scenario. Say if we get $100 move, I'll probably lose. I don't even know what the math on that is, but like, let's just say $500 to $1,000. So it's like, is it catastrophic? Yes, but is it like, I'll probably be like, hey guys, I'm taking a year off. You know what I mean?
I was
nothing
say,
too
I
crazy.
think what you mean is, would it suck? Yes, but would it be catastrophic? No.
True. Well, I just didn't want to be.
It's not going to put you out. It's not going to. Not be able to.
You're 100% right. I just wanted to be sensitive to anyone else who would be whatever. Yeah. Anyway, but I will say I have had dreams in the past where I have had positions open, and I am dreaming of my stop or my limit being hit. And I believe that it is true, but then I'm like, wait, no, it's not. Then I have an opposite dream where it's like, oh, nope, you actually got stopped out. Then I get annoyed. And then I wake up and I'm like, bro, it's still trading. You know what I mean?
I've had a dream where I've woken up in a cold sweat and been like, oh my God, what am I going to do? And then I realized I didn't have a position on, went back to bed. So I've been there. By the way, ALK, which we talked about just a little bit ago, great chart. I wanted it to pull back. No chill in ALK. We did not get that pullback. Let me go ahead and bring this chart up real fast. Here we go. All right. So ALK, this thing just an absolute rager. And if you take a look at the daily, this is one of the things that I was looking at here. This daily formation, I love this. And I love when these things get taken out. In fact, we actually had something very similar right here, right? ALK pushed up here, came back in, took that out. Now it's the next leg up. Looks like we had something very similar here as well. So just this is a really nice formation. ALK, not huge volume today, and we're getting this nice straight up move. This is one I'm going to throw on the back burner. I feel like I'm chasing here. I feel like it's extended, but I'm definitely going to put this on the back burner, wait for this to come in and give me an opportunity. This one's been great. We've traded this before, making some really nice formations here on the daily chart.
Guys,
Well,
I'm
hey, while
cracking
you're
up
on,
here because hold on a sec. I think this is
What's up?
important. I'm trying to get these consumer confidence numbers,
right?
and the site is like overloaded. Like it won't give the numbers out. Like I can't even get the numbers. So be careful here. Some people might have the numbers. Some people might not have the numbers. So I just
When you
want to
say
put that.
site, what site you're referring to?
I threw it up there right now. You got a conference board org
Okay,
site
so like the
for
actual
consumer
site.
confidence. Yeah, the actual site that puts it out. It says this request service is temporary unavailable. It's either overloaded or under maintenance. Try again later. So be careful there. I am Westing. You got it for us, 102?
Yeah, I was gonna say that's the number that I'm seeing it, but I didn't know what the situation here was. But
Yeah, I couldn't
anyway,
get it right now. We just got it now. Prior was 102.5. All right, so you're going down on the consumer confidence. We'll see if that drags the SPY to the downside here.
yeah, I'm still personally waiting for a crack of 395s to the downside on SPY. So I'm kind of holding off for now. Someone else. Have you had a dream that a company was going to rip upwards and bought it pre-market? No. I have not been that fortunate.
Unfortunately, the stars haven't aligned, I would say to that one. Elon has not told me which planet to look at night for that answer yet.
The secret there is to look at all of them. Look at all of them.
I like it. All right. And I also like FCX here. Can we finally get the move now? Starting to get a little bit of an uptake here. Willing to take my shot here and add one more time if I can get a little bit of a pullback. There it is. One more cent down. I don't want it to ruin my average. SPY's jumping there, though. Be careful, team. Do see the SPY jumping towards the upside. 396.30s. Let's see if this is just a big wick that it's going to put in here. The real upside pressure would come probably through the 396.50s, but that definitely traps a little bit of some shorts right now. I'm thinking that was a big candle. Let's put on the SPY to the right-hand side here. Are those bigger stocks reacting? Zunaid, do you see them jumping or something?
Yeah, you've got a movement here from the bottom on Apple. ENPH is even making a move to the upside now, testing VWAP. I am not going to get back into the well here. Maybe if it wants to come back to 309.50s, I'd be interested in donating some money back. Google coming right back up here to test levels as well. So yes, things are popping. Things are bouncing. Even on the futures, you can see that it's testing VWAP. And boy, we got that nice move, but clearly I sold a little bit too early. Story of my life. We'll see if it gets over VWAP and then gets going, because right now you've got resistance right around this 39.75 area. So it's got to clear that if you want to try to get some more headwinds to the upside.
Sydney saying Ryan is on a spacewalk. Sydney, I wish. I would love to go to space at some point, and a spacewalk would probably be one of like the most thrilling things ever. Unfortunately, what I was doing is checking out the Twitter streets to see if I could bring us any more plays that I can't find off the scanner or anything like that.
Tesla on VWAP.
Just keeping an eye out for stuff. Sorry about that.
Tesla on VWAP, if you like that one. It's right near VWAP now. There's FCX. I didn't get the ad there, but I'm just going to ride with what I got. There's 47. Now let's see if it can really get this pushing through the 37.50 area. That's where we can actually start seeing the lift in the volume. One thing to note, I was looking at like the RSI, starting to get a nice little uptick. Want the volume to break through on the 37.50. See if the SPY pushes through 396.50 area. That's where it can start getting through those highs to the left. Is this just a big trick here on the SPY? We'll have to wait and see. Let's turn it to a 5-minute. That's going to help us take a better outlook into what's going on right now, right? We can even do it into a 15. And so the 15 shows that bearish pattern that we broke, and now we're coming back towards these kind of trends here. So you can see here how we're kind of in this longer 15-minute flag now to the downside. It could stop right there at 396.40s, come right back down towards 395.50s, 60s. We'll see what happens there. That's why I like maybe potentially shorting Tesla, but it's a hard one because we know how quickly that moves.
Someone
Reason I
said
like-
Moen. Let's see. That's that under a
Moen?
quarter. Hey, bro, that's under. That's 2 dimes. All right.
All right, let's see if we can get that lift there. Come on. Come on, FCX. You're not doing stuff. You're not doing anything for me here. I'm also looking at SCCO, which is kind of like another copper player. You guys can be watching. It's off the 59s.
Daddy Backstrap, I think you were asking for the consumer confidence data. I went ahead and posted that in the chat for you. Let me know if that's
There
the
you go.
data that you were talking about or not.
Yeah, that's what he was talking about. There you go. Boom. So it came in expected and was down from the prior. I wouldn't say it's too off of that expected when it's 0.2, you know. That reading's a little bit more of a unit reading. Like if you saw 99s, that would be a bigger difference there. U says W. U's been strong, man.
Manchester United popping to the high.
Man, you.
Flirting with yesterday's intraday high, which we had at 22, currently at 21.72.
Remember, guys, when I played this into from the 17s into kind of like that 1750 area? Oh, it's one of those that you're like, man, I wish I still got a piece, but I don't know. That Man U trade, that's a tough one to keep trying to trade.
It is a tough one. I've looked at this one. I've looked at this one in the past too. It's never easy.
Yeah. The VWAP was nice, though. I'll tell you today on the trade, the VWAP was nice. It did a VWAP bounce there. It touched the VWAP 3 different times. That shows you a nice little VWAP bounce. You got it at 948, 951, 957, all touching there at 2111s, 2110s, and 2109s. So that shows me algorithmic volume. When it's that clean on menu, and I'll show you guys that. SPY looks like it's starting to do that dump move. We'll see if it gets the dump move here. Be careful. That's why I like Tesla maybe to the short side, because if it does dump there, it's a nice little VWAP rejection. Tesla. Wonder if we can get that rejection. So you can see this kind of action right here. You'd have to risk off above 184. See what happens. I'm still focusing on this one.
NAOB just rolling over to the lows here. This is one, this is one of those pennies that we talked about. Actually, shout out to Wissing, because I believe earlier this morning he said, watch out for this with the offering. And it's just this not strong at all. Not strong at all.
Not being able to hold the trend here in FCX. Still holding the green on the 15, so still in it, but it's a battle. It's just slowing down. The volume's gotten dead. It's not doing much for me either. Might look for some other trade here. SPY still coming to the downside? Yeah, it's still coming down fast. Tesla off VWAP already hit the VWAP, so.
Google went ahead and rejected the 95.50s and made new lows, so that's awesome to see. Our contracts,
Amazon new lows.
Our contracts are up 27%. Do with that what you will. That's a nice crispy $40 per contract as it continues to the downside.
Yeah. Apple did give you that third chance for the VWAP fade. It's completing the pattern now, so we'll see if it does actually break down. But nice little VWAP fades off Apple today. You guys were able to catch that. Pretty good move.
Oh, man.
Wow.
What's up?
I'm seeing I'm just looking at the unusual options here, and I see ticker RFP, which is Resolute Forest Products. Never heard of this stock before. 2,250 contracts. The $15 call that expires January 20th of 2023. Traders spent 1.4 million on that.
Let me see.
I don't know what to make of this because it just have no edge on it, but it definitely stood out there. Bank of America, 1,814 calls going out there. They're the cheapies though, 37 cents a piece. Those are the 37 calls that expire December 2nd, which is this week.
I wonder if I see what you're seeing.
Yeah.
But I think it might be a part of like a multi-leg.
That's what I'm thinking too. I'm thinking maybe it might have been closed, right? Because we just had this huge move up. Let me review that again. This is the thing with not having any type of familiarity with the stock. I'm trying to put a bunch of pieces together in real time. Yeah. Not the easiest thing to do here. Looks like they had on November 3rd, they reported some good earnings. Is that this spike? No, that's back in July. I'm wondering if these were, calls that were being held that are now, being sold as part of a leg, like you were suggesting, because the stock has put in a huge move. I don't know the answer.
Yeah. ENPH, by the way, coming up to test the 310s one more time.
I just like playing games with us now. Look how big that range is on kind of the 3 or the 5 minute. You're getting that move to the downside, you got the move to the upside. So it hasn't broken the range here. Just playing games with us a little bit. Be careful on the SPY team. The chop continues, and that's how it's going to be, I feel like, for a long time. So be careful out there, especially trading within that chop.
Looks like this was bought by Domtar in a $2.7 billion deal. So it looks like this is probably the closing then of some of those longer contracts. Crow says Resolute Forest is a Canadian company. We got lots of trees. Well, there you go. I'm not sure there's any action off this particular. We pieced it together. I think that's trees, probably a close, or as Zunaid, like you said, maybe a second leg or a final leg of one of those split up trades. So
SPY
it just jumped off the page there at me.
Yeah,
5,000 contracts on Peloton. They're the real cheapies, 13 cents. The $8 calls that expire December 16th, 5,000 of them. Oh, Peloton. Oh, the puts. Excuse me. $8 puts. $8 puts. Excuse me. I think I said calls there.
You did, but it's all good.
He sounds like a game show host. Peloton.
I'm going to go ahead and go short here on the futures. 2 contracts, 39.70.25. Stop loss, 39.77.25. Looking to take profits, 39.67.25. It's a 1-to-1 trade if I get filled.
You guys are saying OTIC is gone. That's one of those penny plays. What did OTIC do? Moving to the highs here in OTIC. Now, what do we closed yesterday at 11 cents, almost up 100%.
Oh man. Excuse me.
All right, I'm taking a little bit more FCX just because I've been in here holding on. We'll see if we get that next little push through the 3740s. Want to see it get pushed through 3740s, not cut through the VWAP anymore. So 3730s here on the risk can tighten down. So the risk is really tiny. Looking for the push. We'll see if we get it or not. Right towards my risk here. Just going to have it right on the trigger, ready to go if I need to get out. SPY pulling back here. Played games, went up there to 396.47. So didn't get through that 396.50 area. Rejected that move. We'll see if it eventually gets through there. FCX about to cut me out. Just trying to put a recovery in here.
Yeah, Chris, I agree. It's been a tight range. Thankfully, we made our money, and now we're just trying to make some more. But so far, it's been a solid day.
Bitcoin coming down today. I haven't taken a look at the coin.
Bitcoin is, well, I guess we were up earlier, 16,400, back down to 16,100.
Interesting. All right, I'm out of FCX. It's not wanting to hold. It's been too long. I'm out of it. It's a really small little loss there. Gave myself the chance for it if it pushed, but nothing really happening on there. Market kind of slowing down. I'm going to look for the next ramp up here. Will we get the move to the upside or the downside? That's the hard part to determine. The SPY's is so choppy here that's why we're not getting the kind of the range breakouts or the range breakdowns. So we'll see what happens.
Nice job on SED-G here. That's, of course, Solar Edge. I think LIV. This has been actually a really good trade since that earnings, right? It's given us multiple moves, staying above a lot of those moving averages here. Even today, we take a look at this today. It looks like we came in towards a pivot at 287 and then bounced from there. Got a 10-point bounce on Solar Edge intraday here today. Wondering if you were just trading intraday, LIV, or is this a longer hold? Just an absolutely huge bounce. 10-point bounce here in a matter of what? 10 o'clock to what? 20 minutes. 20 minutes, 10-point bounce. Great shout out there. And here, just so you can get an idea of what we're trading here, or what LIV is trading here, or what they're looking at. Yeah, intraday. Nice job. Nice job, L.
All right, SPY now trying to wick through there. Will it get through the 396.50s? It just hit to 396.60s and then pulled back. We'll see if we get that continued push or not. Best Buy and Foot Locker is so strong. That's interesting.
Fubo at highs, interesting. This is this stock has, this is like a battle stock, right? There are some people that love this stock, others that hate it. I don't really see a good business here. It's just a trading vehicle here, but nice, having a nice day today. Take a look at the daily chart and see. Oh, yuck. Maybe we hold this bottom here and turn back up, but man, that's a rough looking daily.
We talked about Baba being in that range, and it's continued to be in that range, just in this little box of about $1 to the upside, $1 to the downside, or excuse me, $1 range total around 850 or so to 79.50 is just kind of within this range. It's come back in our futures trade. We should be red on it. We are red on it. Let's go ahead and check out the SPY. I believe that tried to make intraday highs. It did not, but it has made higher highs.
DBGI unhalted. Currently at 740. We had the high here of 761. Crow, were you in this? Can't remember if this was one that you were actually trading or not. Jay Rice shouting out Crocs. Crocs, that's actually, I don't like, we've talked about this one before. I don't like Crocs, like the actual product. I think that they're ugly. I don't necessarily see a purpose. My own personal opinion, not a reflection of Benzinga as a company. So if you're a Crocs fan, you can get mad at me. Don't get mad at the company. However, if we take a look here at the daily chart, although I dislike the product, Zunaid, just simmer down up there, Zunaid. I don't like the product at all. I do actually like this chart, right? We pushed into a new area. Sure. Jay was saying $100 magnet. It sure looks like this wants to test 100 and maybe even pop above it here. 120 might be our next spot. Maybe a little break there at 112.
All right, team. It looks like we're in that battle now between the Bulls and the Bears. It doesn't seem like anyone has control here, but the Bulls could take it if they get it above that 396.60s. We'll see what happens right now. Your boss likes Crocs. Yeah. He has kids.
Yep.
When you have kids, shoes with holes in them, probably a good thing, because then when they get more holes in them, you're not too mad, right?
Wouldn't know, but that sounds about right. I'll take your word for it. Real quick.
There's the push on the spy. Can it just hold? Every time it pushes, you see a wick.
Becca's watching MMAT. Becca, you've had a sharp eye recently. You've been on fire. This level right here, this $2 level, has acted as both resistance and support. This to me is for sure the next test. Again, a decent formation here on the daily. I like that we've actually kind of pulled down and now we're starting to bounce. You see that the last several times we've done that, we've actually set new highs. So maybe 240 on deck here with this next move. We'll see. As far as the intraday chart goes, that 191 spot definitely served as resistance, and we took that out here. So 191. We'll see if we back test that. Nice eye there, Becca. Though you've been on fire recently. Ryan, thoughts on you? So Unity, Mitch talked a lot about this. My thoughts are very similar to Mitch's. This is a stock that has been extremely beaten down. I don't think I have any familiarity with the product itself, but if we take a look at the chart here, extremely beaten down. And one of the things that we've noticed is that in this situation, when these stocks have good news or when something good happens, they tend to move pretty well. And this daily formation, we've talked about a number of stocks here today, and this is an example of the daily formation that I said I like, except this is completed. Right? If we take a look at some of these other formations, the stock is just starting to curl back up to the top. We take a look at you, not only did it curl back all the way to the high that it set, but it actually broke through that here. To me, next spot here on Unity looks to be about 42, about $5 away from where we're at now. So I'm not in this. I've really had trouble trading some of these software names given what we saw here this year. But the last couple of weeks here, there's no denying it. This has been a great one. Great little formation that's played out here. This is the formation that I'm hoping that plays out on some of the other stocks that we've talked about. So good shout here on Unity. I wouldn't take a new trade here, W, but if you have it, great job. This one definitely will.
Market continues to move to the upside here. Our SPY trade, or excuse me, our futures trade, let's kind of lock back into this one. It's been kind of whipsawing back and forth. We're green, we're red, we're green, we're red. We haven't been stopped out just yet. 30, 39, 77, 25 is our stop out area. And I did go ahead and go short just about 15 shares or so on ENPH simply because I want to give back the gains if I went back to 25 shares or even 50 shares.
Tom. Oh, Tom. Tom says, been popping today. Rumors that a new product line being released based on cardboard. Oh, that's funny.
All right, looks like I did go ahead and get stopped out on my futures trade, so I did go ahead and take an L of $50 there.
Crow, it's okay when it's not the CEO. It's okay when it's the CFO.
I was going to say, wasn't it the CFO who did the nose bite?
Yeah. When you're just trying to take a chunk out of your cost, you know?
Yeah, Justin, I do.
What's going on out there, team? Looks like it is 10:28. We still got about 20-30 minutes here, so we're going to keep it going. Like always, smash the like button. We appreciate you guys hitting that like button. It shows us that you guys appreciate what we do here. I haven't been sharing the forum too much here, but I'm going to try to share the forum in a little bit and keep us going on some feedback. If you guys got any feedback for live trading crew, throw it in there.
Yeah, when you get a
Apple,
second, can you
nice
share that
bounce
form
here.
with me?
Tesla,
Yeah.
huge bounce, by the way.
Looking for BTU to take off. Took a little bit of METC here. So BTU has been a really strong name. We were looking for it to get above the 30s. Today, it already gave that breakout. It's done a couple of VWAP bounces. So definitely could be a name that I'm telling you, if I didn't trade probably here every single day, like I'd probably just, if I wanted to day trade a name like this one name, I love the BTU moves.
Yeah, you've been on that too, Mitch. It's been doing
It's just
a
so
lot of-
pattern. It's so pattern like, but I mean, I don't think you guys would tune in if I just traded BTU every single day here. It's like, yeah, just watch me trade one stock. But I try my best to like mix it up sometimes. But BTU, the pattern
what,
on
though,
that
Mitch?
one is beautiful.
You bring up a really good point, because if you're familiar with the stock, you're likely going to trade that better. And I mean, there are plenty of really good traders out there that do nothing but trade like Tesla or the SPY. That's
Yeah.
just how it is, because they're able to actually make their money there. So
Mhm.
I'm with you though, as far as like sharing and idea generation. That's why I like the scanner setup that I have so much, is that
Yeah.
every day we're constantly getting new ideas, and some of them are going to work and some of them aren't, but we can recognize patterns. It's also gets us practiced on reviewing news items to see
Yep.
what catalysts are going to be more impactful for multi-day moves. And the other thing is that it's worked in a market that really hasn't been all that great, right? We've been a bear tape pretty much since last year. We're still in a bear tape with a couple of bounces in between there, and we're able to find some plays out of it. So I'm with you there. I'm not a huge fan of trading the same stock, but frankly, if that's what works for you, don't be ashamed. Just do it. Do whatever makes you the profit. That's the best advice I can give you.
Just do it.
Do it. Do it. I actually have that's Starsky and Hutch with Ben Stiller, right? I actually have that meme saved somewhere.
All right, we'll see what's going on in the day. I'm going to give you guys a little bit of some sector rundown here. We'll see what's going on, but definitely a little bit of a slowdown. Basic materials leading the day. So, of course, silver, coal, those are the type of names that you guys can see there. And so what else is pushing today? Energy bouncing back today. So if you're looking at those names, oil stocks bouncing back, they don't want to give up. Even when they cut down to the support, seems like they bounce off the support plenty of times. We'll see how those oil stocks continue. They're definitely setting up some good trend lines out there. Like one of the ones that I'll give you guys on the radar, I'll put up here, COP, ConocoPhillips. Look at this one on the daily chart. If you like energy to continue, I mean, I'd keep this one on watch. Also, if you like energy to break down, you can keep it on watch, right? That's the fun part. There's two sides of the market always. We'll see if it comes back. Looks like it has multiple layers of support underneath it. It has this layer and then another layer right underneath it. That's where it caught the last time of the reversal. We'll see if it comes back up through kind of that 130 area and really starts pushing towards the 140. It's not a bad one to keep on watch. It's really been on an uptrend lately, and it's definitely a chart that keeps holding on there. All right, other areas to watch today, real estate bouncing back, of course. Consumer cyclical with some nice setups there. Let's look at industries that are doing well there. Auto and truck dealerships. We've talked about Tesla today, but you guys can take a look at maybe a different stock. CarMax even getting a little bit of a bounce back today. That's KMX. CarMax, you guys can see that on the daily chart, just getting a little bit of a bounce back action today. Intraday action, 15 minutes straight to the upside. That shows relative strength to me. Let's keep going. Leisure also having a good day today. Footwork and accessories. We talked about Nike, Foot Locker. Nike's setup looks good on the daily chart. Let's go to that one, and then we'll go to the intraday of it. Intraday, you can see the 15-minute pushing strong there. Let's go to the daily chart. Look at the daily chart on this one. Nike looking nice with a nice little setup here. You can see the trend line pull back. You can see here kind of this kind of angle that you're going right into. Now the question really, can you get back above these highs? I would be looking for that first type of push day to get it back through that high. It can close up here towards that 108.50 area. You're going to be looking really good. We'll see what happens there in Nike. 15 minutes, have it pushing strong. It went right towards that kind of resistance. We'll see if it kind of holds the 106 pullbacks now and continues on the day. And I also saw Crocs mentioned. We've been talking about that one, right? That one looks like it's going to continue going. Let's go to the daily chart of that one really quickly. You guys can see a similar kind of trend line. It pulled back, held support multiple times here around the 94. Maybe Crocs gets that retail kind of push here. We'll see what happens. Longer term time frame looks like an inverse head and shoulders off this kind of bottoming action through the 80s. The only question is, how far can that continue the push? We'll see. It's holding the pullbacks right now. That's Crocs. Financial services also doing well today.
Crocs was off its highs intraday, but otherwise still looking pretty good. Wissing, you're talking about IRNT. We did have a news item here. IRNT, IronNet partners with AWS Marketplace to provide complimentary access to Iron Radar technology. Should probably go through this and see if there's anything of note here. I don't see any numbers, any type of financials or anything like that. So that'd be something to parse, but that's going to account for your spike here. This is a 50-cent stock. We really just kind of moved 8 or 9 cents off that piece of news. So that's what's going on here on IRNT. So this is one of those meme stocks, though. We used to I think we traded this back when it was in a $4 or a $5 handle, I want to say. Yeah, right around here earlier this year. Yep, right during these spikes. This is when we were trading it. And you could see it's just done nothing but really kind of leak since then. You know, I saw figs on this. This is just kind of an idea here, not in this, but just kind of looking around. I had figs pop up on my relative volume scanner here and making a really nice move here today. When I popped out to the daily, it actually looks pretty interesting, right? Sure looks like we want to take out this $7 level. And I would imagine maybe 760 or 8 is going to be your next stop here if this holds. So figs looking interesting. That's FIGS. Nice little move here today. Not in it, but something we'll watch for maybe a swing long.
Not a bad stock there. That's that health retail, right? Clothing.
Figs? Yeah, Figs is a healthcare apparel company. Offers
so it's
more
like
fitted scrubs for men and women made of its proprietary fabric Fionx, Fionx, which provides 4-way stretch and has anti-odor, anti-wrinkle, and moisture-wicking properties. Boy, that sounds like a really awesome trifecta there for scrubs. You'd want the movement, you'd want the anti-odor, anti-wrinkle, and moisture-wicking. That all sounds good.
I went ahead and went long on, what is this? DBGI at 705 is my average price. Yeah, we'll see if we can get a move to 738 for profits or 672 for losses. But I'm in. I was patient. I went ahead and got my entry near VWAP. That's what I wanted. First hurdle is going to be 720, which is a previous close, and then 750s, but I'm trying to get out before then anyway.
Chris saying I sounded like a commercial. Not my intention, but I guess there's worse things to promote. Nice to
better
see
figs than SIGs.
That's smooth. That's smooth voice. Oh man,
better figs than SIGs. I like that one.
Actually, that's a really good one. Definitely better figs than SIGs.
All right, Crow. Don't write a complaint if you lose money now, all right? But yeah, I just like the risk reward, man. Since it came to VWAP, and look, you can see this was resistance, right? If you look left to $7, it popped through. Now it's coming to test it again. Let's see if we can get a little bit of move. I am hoping that I'll be pissed off, but it's because I sold too early and not because I took an L. But let's see, 738. That's where I'm looking to go ahead and lock in some gains.
Chris, while you're here, you got any thoughts on World Cup bets today? Do you have the U.S. winning? Do you have any parlays lined up? Are you watching the Netherlands right now?
I'm going to have to call the Bahamas.
Uh-oh.
I'm going to get some grapes. I'll be right back.
I'm going to have to call FTX in the Bahamas to put a little bet on for me.
I wouldn't call FTX if I were you.
Maybe he can borrow some Bitcoin.
Just a thought.
Man, this market got so dull. Who hit the dull button on the market?
You know what? We talked about this in happy hour. The World Cup really does have an effect on market volumes. And I think that being around some of the holidays had an exaggerated effect. I think you might still be seeing that.
It's just so slow. These stocks are doing well today. BHP and Rio. Don't talk about those too often. Metals and minerals stocks doing well today. Valet doing well today. Why am I not looking at the Valet Dragon? I think someone was talking to me about Valet. Let's take a look. All right, there's the 1 minute here for Valet. You can see it kind of pulled back, held that pullback, that aggressive pullback, now starting to come back, got back above the 16s. We'll look to see if it can continue running. On the hourly, it's pushing right towards that resistance above at 616. From there, we're going to start going back into old time frames, so you can pull out the dailies for that. Look to see if you can keep going up here and pushing. Next stop for me is like a nice push to 17. I mean, there's some daily highs in between there, but I think you can really start looking for a potential longer push here. But it gapped up big today, so be careful on that if it eventually comes back down. Valet. All right, what Chris Ketchy put up there? Still like Argentina or Brazil to win, but Spain and France have looked pretty good in early games.
Yep. I was thinking Brazil and Spain before it started. I'm going to stick with that.
I don't know about Spain was looking too good. I mean, not to even make my team not sound that good, but Germany kept up with them. So I don't know, but France looks good. Brazil's my pick probably to win. That's my pick. I would say Brazil wins it, not Argentina.
What happened with Neymar? What happened with the Neymar injury?
That's going to definitely affect there. If Neymar's hurt there, but we'll see what happens. I've been doing decent in that so rare thing. So if you guys have been competing in that so rare, let me know. Denmark and Belgium were my sleepers, and they've struggled. Yeah, they've struggled for sure. Belgium was one that it was my sleeper too, Chris. They have not been doing good. Neymar out a couple of games. I mean, they need him and they don't, right? I mean, he's that good of a player, but at the same time, I think Brazil has backups that can still put up there. Qatar. I'm rooting for Switzerland. The Swiss. I need to go to Switzerland.
Yeah, I've heard
so
good things
about the Swiss Alps. Like, I've seen the Rockies now. Now we need to go see the Swiss Alps. I'm about those real mountains. I know Ryan loves the mountains life.
Oh man, I can't
They're
wait.
calling them.
They're calling them. Someday I will live amongst them.
Yes,
someday.
You'll have them in your backyard, my friend.
And
in
out
the
my
backyard.
office window. Just being able to glance out my office window and see a mountain range.
Oh, I miss those. I miss those days. I'm not gonna lie. I miss those days, Ryan. Sometimes I'm like, I should go back to Colorado, but who knows? Colorado's is expensive, but maybe, who knows? Maybe a little Montana life.
When I get out there, Mitch, you'll have to come out. We'll have some fun, and you can test drive it, if you will.
I love bonfires over there in Montana. They're just beautiful with the backgrounds. I watch anything that they build. Crow is talking about shows where they build cabins from scratch. I love all those shows. I started to get like an old man, started watching those HGTV ones. Yeah, Chris saw the mountains in Colorado when he visited me. Chris got out there. We had a good time, that's for sure. Oh, the mountains in South China. I've heard about those. See, those are something else, man. Those are something else. I've seen them being climbed. They're pretty tough. What was that movie that I watched? I gotta look it up. It was a good one. It's about the guy that like climbed like all like the major mountains and like I think it was like some crazy thing, like 60 days.
I'm not familiar with that one.
Oh, it's so good. You gotta watch it, Ryan. I'll find it.
I thought you were going to start talking about Free Solo.
No, Free Solo was a good one, but I think this one was even better. I gotta tell you. If you liked Free Solo, you would like this one.
I did. That stuff trips me out, man. I get way too nervous for the dudes.
Right? Thoughts on CPG? I got you, Ray. Things are a little slow here. You guys let me know.
And man, GRWG, Grow Generation, really been one of the better pot stock names. Real quick here, Mitch, let me just cover this.
Yeah,
real
go
fast.
for Grow.
This is, again, one of those daily formations that we really, really like, right? So we came up on GRWG, set a high of about 685, pulled back. Now it looks like we're bouncing to try and take this high out. Let's see if we can do that, right? If we take this out, I would imagine 8 is going to be on deck. Really nice formation here. Grow Generation, been one of the stronger names from this cannabis sector on this move.
Yeah, you can look for maybe some cannabis sympathy plays, Tilray right off the VWAP or just slightly above, but there's not much to give there on the reward side. That's why I wouldn't really be looking at them. But yeah, that grow stock wasn't too bad. CGC also off the VWAP. See what happens. What's up, Zunaid? Think that flows, right?
Yeah, just taking a look at Google. I went ahead and entered the options on the put side. I did go ahead and get stopped out. And let's see. It looks like our limits on, let's see what happened. It looks like we got stopped out on DBGI. And I blame the crow for this one. But unfortunately, that moved to the downside. So we did go ahead and manage our risk. And then we went ahead and got stopped out. So we're out of that one. Yeah, see, Crow, I came right back in. Came right back in, and then I got stopped out. I am short on ENPH, much smaller size here, just because I don't want to give up gains, which I am doing on other stocks. But let's see if the market wants to continue ripping higher or what. Let's go ahead and delete this little trend line here. For me, I'm not going short until I would go short if we break VWAP, but then I would really add if we go ahead and break the 395s. But till then, I'm just kind of hanging, not really doing much.
I got the movie, Ryan. You got to watch it. You guys have it. This is the one to watch. 14 Peaks. Nothing is impossible. It's on Netflix. If you like, you'll like this one, Zunaid. Check it out. 14 Peaks. Nothing is impossible. I'm telling you, it's a good one. There's not many Netflix ones that I'd be like, yeah, this is a good one. But don't tell my wife. She loves Netflix.
All right.
This one was good. It's inspiring. It makes you think, could I climb those mountains? Could I even climb one of those mountains?
Dude, I could barely climb out of bed.
I mean, I've climbed like a pretty tall mountain, but
that was so good, Zunaid.
This is a whole nother level.
You know what I'm saying, bro?
Limitless on Nat Geo. I like it. I'll check it out when I get Disney Plus this month. Got to get Disney Plus. Oh, man. It's the holiday time, right? Get ready, guys. December's my favorite month. I got my birthday, Christmas. I mean, it's just, we're going hard.
It's a good month.
We need to do something for Hanukkah. Like something for Benzinga and Hanukkah. What do you guys think? Because we always talk about Christmas, right? We need to do something about, like, maybe it's like the 7 day, the 7 candles learning lesson. We'll do like a learning lesson every day, and we'll kind of give a little reward or something. I don't know. We'll think of something. There's CGC trying to get a little pop. Spy, just hanging out here, hanging out.
Stopped out on. Oh, I didn't even know. Oh, well, there's a trade that worked out. I didn't know I was in it. Well,
I need the Christmas tree, man.
I want it so bad. I keep waiting.
You know what, Ryan? I'm just gonna have to write it off. I'm just gonna have to tell Benzinga that we need Christmas trees.
That should go over well. Let me know.
Yeah,
how that
can you
works.
CC us on that email, please?
I got
actually looked for. I got
approval last time.
Christmas tree every year that I put on my balcony. They didn't have them this year, so I'm still looking for one.
Yeah, I like the little ones. I have my real one already in the living room, but you guys know You know how I do Christmas. I normally had one in my office too. I want to put one in my office, right? Because we need one right there, right? We need a Christmas tree. I'm gonna reach out. Chat, throw the one up if you guys think I need a Christmas tree. Shout out to you guys.
I did go short. Let me go ahead and put my.
I'm gonna take all these ones and I'm gonna put them in an email and be like, well, sorry guys, the trees are calling.
I went short
you
PDD
Clark
here.
Griswold that tree, says Jerry. I love it.
I went short PDD here because you can see how $80 just kept hitting a wall, hitting a wall, hitting a wall. So I finally said, all right, cool. I'm going to go short here. So I went 50 shares short at 79.67, went ahead and covered here at 79.13. So made some money on that one. I am about to go ahead, however, and get stopped out of this ENPH. I'm just going to stop out here. There's no reason for me to give up the $50. Go ahead and give up $30 here. So ENPH, unfortunately, that one beautiful trade. Now I'm just getting chopped up and screwed, as you can tell. Here between, but here's the range that we're in now, right? This is a range that we're kind of trading in on ENPH. Just a heads up for those of you at home. But speaking of ranges, let's see what's going on with Baba. Did it break the range? No, it continues in that range. When's it going to break up or down? I do not know, but we talked about this range at around 9:45, 9:50 or so, and now we're about an hour later, still within that range.
All right, folks, I'm going to jump for the day, get back to my daily duties. Sorry I wasn't back yesterday. We should be good for the rest of the week here. Have a good one, and we will see you tomorrow.
All
Deuces.
right. Getting Ryan out of here. Ryan's
See you, pal.
on the bounce. All right, Ryan's out of here. He'll be back tomorrow. Like always, guys, smash the like. We still got a couple of minutes left, and then we'll get towards some education today. Got to go ahead and cue something up, but smash the like button. Let's go. Justin, mine's the 18th. I'll give you the insight there, asking about my birthday there. It's 1 week before Christmas, and I think that was always a bonus for me. Some people see that as a negative. I saw that as a bonus. As a kid, I was always like, well, my birthday is coming up and Christmas is coming up also. So does that mean I can stack up and get a bigger present? You gotta get what you can get. The 7th, gotta take it. That's the life of the December birthdays. Definitely get those extra gifts. Then you look at them real mad when they don't give you 2 gifts. Like, it's my birthday too.
Let's see, where is, I'm kind of interested in going short Tesla. Yeah, I'm going to do that because F it. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to grab some, I'm going to grab some puts. I went ahead and grabbed the 185 puts expiring this week on Tesla, ticker TSLA, got filled at 465. And the reason I did that is because if you go back and look left, you got resistance, 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 and please, for the love of God, come on back down to the 185s. That's what I'm hoping for. 185s. I got 2 contracts only. I look to sell one of them here at $5. If I can go ahead and get a crispy $35, that'd be solid. And then the next one will be take profits at VWAP. But for now, we're up a splendid, a whopping 1%.
Whopping. Whopper.
Oh, I could use a burger right now.
Who has a Whopper?
I could use a burger right now. Look at that. Now we're up a whopping 3%, almost as good as what Capital One gives you.
All right, I'm looking for a little pullback on NVIDIA to get short on NVIDIA. Might just get a starter right now. A little pullback. Come on. Little pullback. Just flushing on me. Oh, I get annoyed when stocks do that, man. I always like to get short into strength and get long into weakness. Look at this. This is those annoying charts. You see this NVIDIA? You see? I was starting to look at it right here. And it went to right here, 75. I was like, just come back up to 80 on the support. I'll get short. And then it drops down to 50. It just
drops, bro.
And then it drops to 30. It's like, God dang it.
Too slow.
Yeah, too slow, man. Snooze, you lose, man. Snooze, you lose. But I'm looking to see if we can get this kind of on the 5-minute. You see it here. How it's really kind of trendy up towards the upside. And look at this. See how that kind of looks like a rejection here from that prior support?
Yeah.
That looks like a rejection there. It looks clean to come back down towards 157. But yeah, it's how it is. Late in the day, I don't trade too much at this time, but doesn't look too bad there. NVIDIA. Crow, thinking about moving to Miami. I mean, if you're young and you want to party, yeah, by all means, go for it, bro. You enjoy it. If you like that life, like being out every night, oh, you got it in Miami. No doubt. Beaches are nice. But, you know, that's if you can get close enough, too. That's the hard part, too. And in Miami now, so expensive. You got to have guap. Got to be making that crow money, you know?
Yeah. You've got Tesla, what's in the money by about 5%, but I want 10% gains kind of if we can go to get there.
I like the Meta short. Let me get a little bounce on Meta. A little bounce on Meta. I don't think anybody's picking up Meta and being like, yeah, I want this stock for the long term. Meta.
I hate money, so I went ahead and went short ENPH again.
Tell us why you really did it.
Because I'm a degenerate.
You need that dopamine.
Because I am a degenerate.
No worries. It's just the life I live. 305 till I die. All right. Have a good one, Richard. Take care, man.
All right. I'm going to bounce out of here too, pal. Always a pleasure. What's tomorrow? Wednesday? Are we doing something tomorrow? I don't know what the deal is.
We're always doing something.
All right. Yeah, we'll see y'all tomorrow.
Yeah, we got you, man. Have a good one, Zunaid. See you.
Oh, actually, no, you won't, because I've got a meeting at 9 a.m. So I'll be late tomorrow. I know.
What?
Surprisingly, I do shit outside of trading for Benzinga. But yeah, I'll be late tomorrow, 9 o'clock. It's because this person that I'm meeting with is overseas, and his calendar invite went from 2 a.m. to 9 a.m. And I was like, well, I'm not going to have a call with you at 3 a.m. So, but anyway, I'll be late tomorrow, but I'll see you guys. Bye.
Hey, later, man. Take it easy. Have a good one.
See ya.
All right, team. I'm going to keep it going here. Take a look to see. I like the Meta. Like the Meta trade there. NVIDIA started coming down fast there. SPY just kind of still playing games too. So you got to be careful there with the SPY. It's like pulling back, but really not going anywhere today. Look for maybe a crack towards 109 on Meta. Looks interesting on the 15-minute towards the downside. It's rejecting that like kind of 110 area multiple times. But I'm going to leave the trading action alone here. Going to go ahead and start up some educational content here for us as we keep going and bring you guys to Benzinga Live. So I'm going to go ahead and pull something up here. I want to bring something good for you guys. So just give me a quick second as I cue something up. Play you guys a little promo action here. Why not, right? Let's play a little promo action. We'll be right back.
Breaking news. U.S. Treasuries. In the case of nuclear or radiological fallout, people living around potential threats.
RTW retail wins hitting a high of 45 cents. Seeing some chat room mention on RTW retail wins. Coming up at 2 p.m. Eastern Time today, the federal budget balance for January. Earnings after the close today from EFX, Equifax, MGM Resorts, NTAP NetApp, and U.S. Nu Skin. TS Pluralsight, TRIP, TripAdvisor reporting after the close.
And bring up some options trading action. And I'm thinking about, who should I bring in today? I did see even my man Neil Hamilton included in here. So let me see if I can find my man Neil Hamilton doing some teaching also. Ooh, maybe some Tim Quas. What stock traders must know about monthly operation expirations. Those are definitely important to not miss there. Or even Peter Tuchman and David Green. I like that one. That seems like the one we're going to go with today. You guys in the chat, let me know what you guys wanted to see, if you guys heard me there. But let's keep going. We'll take a look at what else is going on. Zim, look at Mitch. Look at Zim for a swing. I like that. I'll take a look there. The market ripping. It's not really ripping. I mean, it's not doing much right now, OP. We'll see what happens there. You can see there. Looks like it's starting to come down, but not really breaking down here and kind of rejecting this kind of breakthrough here. So we'll see what happens. We're still kind of battling here. Will we get back down here, right? That's the important area to kind of keep an eye out. We'll see what happens there. And that's going to be an important level to watch. If we can break back through that 395.50s, we'll get continued downside. One way to watch also, look at some of your leadership, right? Apple, right? Apple came back, starting to reject. If it comes back down and breaks that 143, we'll probably get that continued downside action here. Amazon's been really weak also. So take a look at this. Continued downside action in Amazon, making new lows on the day as we speak. So that shows me that our leadership doesn't want to bounce back right now. Google's been pretty weak. Did get a little bit of a bounce there. Look to see if it takes out that 95.25 area. Doesn't look good there. All right, let me get this set up here. Gonna go ahead and pull up David Green. I think that would be definitely a good one for you day traders out there. All right, let's find my guys, David Green. Oh, I see Money Mitch. You guys already know. There they are. All right, let's bring on Peter Tuchman, David Green, and they're going to give you guys a lesson on today's action. That's going to be about here day trading and money management from Peter Tuchman and David Green. So I'll go ahead and I'll throw this up here. This is a replay from our boot camps, and I think this is really important to check because you can definitely learn from these even still to this day. So we're going to go ahead and set this up here, the little banner here. Going to put this up, and like always, team, stick around. We got a lot more for you. We also got Benzinga Live that will be coming up after this. All right, stop share. Let's get this up here. Boom, boom. All right, let's put it up. Let's get it started here.
Who I've known for 35 years. We started working on the floor of the exchange in 1985
Check
around
this
the same
out.
time.
These
Our
guys
attorneys have met a number of times.
Wait. Who started first? I think it was the same year, 85.
I started on May 23rd, 1985. I basically think
All right, David.
What day, Pete?
Other.
What day was it?
May 23rd, 85.
I started on May 22nd, 1985. I was
There
there
we go.
long.
All right, so we got the more experienced of the two. Okay, keep going.
Exactly. Anyway, guys, so we've been friends for 35 years. We worked on the floor together. We got our start down there, and that is truly where we really got we cut our teeth, because the floor of the exchange, as many of you know, if you watch me at all, I try and give everybody a little bit of historic love. And
Pete, remember, we only have 45 minutes.
Gotcha, buddy. Thanks. And so our lives have interacted over the years, and we decided to come together at around in March. Once again, we've been friends the whole time, but we decided to come together and sort of, take advantage of what went on from February 12th, 2020 to March 23rd, 2020. We decided to put together and curate. We represent a company. We're partners in a company called Wall Street Global Trading Academy, which is a course that we've curated. We'll talk about it more as we go along in the call. Teaching technical analysis, language of the stock market, technical analysis, trades, how to set up your charts, risk management, money management, and all that. but we're here to motivate and inspire you. David Green is on Benzinga every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday morning, trading the markets live. That's where we've seen the greatest conversion of people actually seeing David enter the market, walking you through these trades. We're here to motivate you, inspire you, and then coach and hold your hand going forward. Whether you're new in this market, never done it before, we don't know a stock from a stock, whether you're a mid-range trader who have gotten battered around by the meme phenomenon or this volatility around the virus and the vaccine, or you could be an institutional trader who has been using fundamental analysis going forward. And we believe that this is not your grandfather's stock market. We're firm believers that at this point, the best defense against these volatile, wild, crazy markets from a trader's point of view, not a long-term investor's point of view, is technical analysis. So that's what we've got. I'm going to pass to David to do a little more of an introduction on his side, and then we're going to sort of intermingle, dance together, and tell you what we've got, how we can share our experience and strength and hope about this market and how excited we are to be here.
What, are we done? Are we out of time?
Thanks for having us, guys. See you later.
Yeah. Thanks, guys. 2 more minutes. Any questions?
Go, Dave.
Thank you, guys. First of all, I want to thank Benzinga for having us. And my focus is on day trading, short-term day trading, swing trading, and options trading. And I just have to say, before we get started with anything else, I couldn't do what I do without having Benzinga and Benzinga Pro as a news service. Boom chakalaka. Here comes all my boom chakalaka. So yeah, Benzinga is, let's all get on the Benzinga. You get a 2-week free trial with them. It doesn't cost anything. So let's all get involved in that. So as Peter said, we met 35 years ago. I worked on the Florida, New York Stock Exchange from 1985. And I retired at the end of 2000 when I was 38 years old, when my firm was bought by Goldman Sachs for a couple of banana skins. I took a few years off, and basically the last 10 years I have been trading on my own for my own account and teaching people how to trade. So a few things I want to talk about today, and I want you guys to be interactive with us, okay? So let's start out with this. How many people are actively trading out there? How many people are actively trading? Let's see those ones. In some capacity, whether you're day trading, swing trading. What up, Luke?
And I was just going to say, we have like a 30-second delay, just as a heads up. So guys,
really?
One, if you're active, and we'll just stall for a little bit while we wait for those to come in. There they go.
Cool beans. Excellent. So a lot of us are actively trading. That's great. All right, let's do this one, Luke, and we'll wait 30 seconds. How many people are either struggling to get this down pat or have got caught in some of these meme stocks that has not worked out very well for them? Because what I have noticed with people who are coming to us and taking our course and the people who come into my room is that a lot of people have got caught in some of these meme stocks at much, much higher levels. And the only reason they got involved in these things was because somebody else told them to. And Pete can tell you stories
those
about
ones
this.
flying. There's a lot of ones flying for that one too.
For the ones who are struggling a little bit, right? Yes. I see a lot of you guys also that I see every single day, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, who are with me. Yeah. Look, day trading is a different animal. I lost 30K. All right, Jan, if I have people in my room who are stuck in some of these stocks that have lost a lot more money than that. And we're going to talk, I lost 50K. I'm down 40K. Yeah. One of the things that me and Peter do is we're going to teach you how to use money management, which is the most important part of trading. But the first thing that you have to do when you've been struggling is stop losing money. That's the first thing you have to do. Don't worry about trying to make money, but you have to stop losing money at first. And what that all comes down to is money management. So I want to talk about that for a few minutes. You know, everybody says that 9 out of 10 people who try to trade fail. It's probably true, but the biggest reason for that is money management. So I can tell you this, guys. We're going to talk about something for about 15, 20 minutes, and Pete will go back and forth. And if you heed everything that we're going to talk about right now, you'll have a 50% better chance of succeeding as a trader in about 15 or 20 minutes. Most traders do not fail because they can't pick where to buy and sell stocks. All right? That's not what it's about. Can we have a Bitcoin analysis? And we can talk about individual stocks if we have time a little bit later. But I could fill this room with 1,000 people who can pick the exact spot to buy and sell a stock, okay? And 999 of them go broke because they have no idea what to do when they get into a stock. So we have a lot of things I want to cover. Let's talk about money management first. And again, Write this down, okay? The biggest thing that I teach anybody is money management. Because if you can't get this down pat, you have no chance of becoming a successful trader. And even if you're doing long-term trading, all right, it's very important to decide how you get in your longer-term trading and to do it the right way. Anytime you're in an investment even, right? And I have owned Apple for 35 years. I have owned a lot of other stocks for a long, long time. It doesn't mean you don't sell them at certain points because you have to take profits. And as a trader, one of the biggest things we ever teach is to take profits and put money in a bank. All right. Professional bag holder. I love that. Yeah, there's a lot of them out there. Okay. All right. When we are short-term trading.
Wait, really quick. My favorite one is when your trade turns into a long-term holding.
Yeah, I mean, please. That's what.
It was a day trade. Now it's a core part of my long-term investment portfolio.
That's right. That's
money.
right.
Losing money in it.
Yep.
I didn't get out last night for a 30-cent loss, and now half my account is in one stock.
Yeah, that's like who's the guy who did, what was it, Sears? God, who was the CEO of Sears? Eddie Lampert.
Oh, Eddie Lampert.
It started as a trade and turned into a full-time job.
Yeah, exactly right. So as traders, guys, we're not interested in doing that, okay? So number one rule, anytime you get into a short-term trade, is have a plan. Once you make that trade, have a plan before you get in it. So what's my plan, especially with short-term trading? The first thing I'm going to worry about is how much money I'm going to lose. In that vein, put a stop order in every single trade that you do. It depends on the price of the stock. For us as day traders, if I'm wrong in a stock by 50 cents or $1, I'm wrong. I'm getting out of that trade. I'm moving on to the next trade. Okay? So how many of you are not using stop orders when they trade? Because if you are not, it is a recipe for disaster. And how many of you have turned a little trade where you bought a little bit of stock, then bought more when it went down, bought even more when it went down, kept going down, you couldn't take the pain anymore, you got out of it for a major loss, and then the stock only just turned around and went back, and you would have made all your money back, right? We have all done that. Number one rule. Chris, we don't use mental stops. And I'll tell you why. Because a lot of people don't trust themselves. And especially when you're beginning trading. There's no such thing as a mental stop. Put it in.
The market is too volatile for mental stops. Guys, these stocks are moving 10, 20% intraday, intra-hour. Why would you do that? You've got to be able to, we're talking, I'm going to start to interrupt you, David, but I've got to tell people that what David is going to teach is from his experience. He's going to talk to you about the things he uses for technical analysis. Why does he use those things? Because they work. He's going to teach you about stopping your bad habits and taking on good habits. And what we're going to try and get you to understand is you can't use some of your bad habits and a couple of David's good habits. We're kind of going to we want you to scrape this thing down to the ground and start afresh. If you're successful and you're doing great, Gesundheit, we love you. Have a great day. But if you're somebody who's on this call, who's struggling, who's turning winning trades into losing trades, who's turning short-term trades into long-term bad investments, then you're in the right place. This isn't rocket science, guys. This is really, we're trying to simplify being able to hit singles and doubles, make a little bit of money every day. At the end of the week, you've accumulated a bunch of money and you're going on to becoming financially independent and successful in day trading. We don't want you to get into trades, watch it go up, never put in a stop order. It reverses. When you held it too long, you're now down and you spend 3-4 weeks trying to get back to even. I speak to thousands of people on a daily basis who are trading these meme stocks, who are long stocks $20, $30 ago that went up after they bought them. They could have taken a 10, 20% profit. Instead, they're sitting there holding the line, holding the bag, and they spend a month of incredible moves in the market that could have made you money every day trying to get back to even. That's insanity, guys. It's insanity. So that's what we're going to try and teach you. Never turn a winning trade into a losing trade. Never turn a winning day into a losing day. Okay? When you're in there and you're taking a profit, you have a plan. The minute you buy or short stock, you have a stop order in. That's what David means by money management and risk management. You are never going to lose a lot of money using the David Green strategy. And on the way up, when you're making money, you're going to take profits. Nobody went broke taking profits. I pass to you.
Yeah, I can tell you this, ladies and gentlemen, okay? Nobody that has ever traded with me, okay, has blown up a trading account if they followed our rules and the proper money management, and then apply our technical analysis to that. You know, our technical analysis, once you get the money management part of this down, we make on more trades than we lose. We have not had a losing month in my room in the last 2 years. I think we had 2 break-even months, but we have not had a losing month in my room in the last 2 years. We are very patient. We are very disciplined. We are waiting for our trades to set up based on our technical analysis. But if you don't have the part of it we're talking about down pat right now, you got no chance. You might as well just donate your money and do something else.
Charity.
Because, no, it's the truth. It's the truth. Okay? So have a stop order in every single trade that we do. Great. Do never, ever, 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 ever average into a day trade. What do I mean by that? That means green is going to put me back in the green. By the way, guys, we had a phenomenal last 2 weeks of trading, both live on Benzinga and in the room.
Yep.
Never average into a trade, especially a day trade. What do I mean by that? If I'm looking to buy a stock here, I'll put up any stock just as an example. Okay, we'll put up here Roku. All right, and if I'm looking to buy Roku when it gets down to $413, I'm going to buy it with a limit order. I'm going to have a stop order. First thing I worry about first, I'll lose $1, and then I'll put my profits out to make money. What I will not do is buy a stock and then buy it again, and then buy it again, and then buy it again. Okay? So never, ever, ever average into a day trade. It is a recipe for disaster. How many people in this room can pinpoint 1 or 2 trades that just crush their trading account? 1 or 2 trades. Because I remember every single bad trade that I've ever had that cost me a lot of money, right? And then you're in a bag. First of all, it just puts you in a mindset that you want to run back in and get that all of that money back. Now you're chasing.
Revenge trading.
Yes, it's the worst thing you could ever do, okay? But the only way that's ever going to happen, guys and gals, is if you keep buying something or keep selling something, right? The market and a stock can keep going against you longer than we can stay solvent, all right? That's the bottom line. And the market does not give a shit about your 200 shares that you have in a stock, whether you lose 10 points, 20 points, or 30 points on it, right? They don't care. The market's bigger than all of us, okay? So don't average into a stock. Number 3, and we have a lot of talk about, so I'm going a little quickly, okay? There are going to be days when we have a bad day. Anyone who tells you differently is full of crap. We have losing trades, and we have losing days. Net, it all works out okay. But you're going to have bad days where no matter what you do, okay? No matter what you do, it doesn't work for whatever reasons. Our technical analysis just didn't work that day. Fine. What I tell all my traders is if we have 3 maximum loss trades in one day, so let's say you're trading 100 shares and our stop is 50 cents on those trades, and we lose $50, and we lose $50, and we lose $50. Okay? I'm done trading for the day. It was a bad day. I'll come back from a bad day. I'll come back from 2 bad days in a row. We've never had 3 bad days in a row in my room. It just, we don't have enough losing trades for that to happen. Yeah, Tesla and AMC, full loss. We're going to talk about meme stops in a couple of minutes. I got a lot I want to talk about. Okay? We just don't have enough losing trades where it's going to blow up a trading account. It's not. But
you lose that much money on each trade because you have
Correct.
stops in, guys.
Correct. But what I'm not going to do also is if I hit that 3 max trades in one day, all right, it was a bad day, I'm leaving, okay? I'm done. Don't just keep chasing because I guarantee the 4th trade is going to be a loser, and the 5th trade and the 6th trade, because you're going to start doing things that you would not normally do to get that money back.
Psychology of trading.
That's right. 100%. It's going to happen, okay? If you follow your proper money management skills and your technical analysis that works for you, you're going to be okay. All right. Last thing about money management, and this is just as important as knowing when to stop when you're losing money, and this is a big problem for everybody, is knowing when to stop when you're making money. How many people in this room at 10:30 or 11 o'clock or 10 o'clock look at their P&L and they're up $500 or $1,000 or $2,000, whatever it is that's a good day for you, and they make one bad trade and they say, all right, no big deal. Let me just trade and get that money back, and then I'll stop. And they end up giving all the money back. How many people have done that? Give me some ones. You're having a really good day. You keep trading. You give all the money back. And at the end of the day, you feel like killing yourself. You do that on a Friday, it ruins your entire weekend, right? Look at all those ones.
There they
Ruins
come.
Yeah. It's just a little delayed. Yeah, no, all right. There was 500 once. There you go,
Yep.
right? We have all done that. Every single one of us. And it's the worst feeling in the world. It is not easy to make money doing this. We all know that. The last thing I want to do is give back the money that I made. Okay? And we have a very simple plan for this. Let's do one other thing. Those of you who are actively trading, and be realistic. What is a good day for you on average? And I don't want anyone putting $1 million in there. Okay? If you're having
At
a
least
good day,
2 million. At least 2 million is what David's saying.
if you're having a good day, okay, what is a good day for you? Is it $50? Is it $100? Is it $200? All right, let me wait and get some up there. So this my world, $1,000 is a good day. Excellent. 1,150. Okay. I have people that we've taught to trade that if they make $50 a day, it's a good day for them, right? You do that, you're averaging $1,000 a month. It pays some of their bills. They're having fun. They're having a good time, right? And I have some people in my room, about half the people that we have taught are doing this for a living and day trading for a living. So I have people that trade 10 shares and I have people that trade 5,000 shares every time they do a trade. Let's take somebody who says $100 is a good day for them. All right, good. Now it's 10:30 or 11 o'clock and you're up $100. What do you do now? You leave. There's no questions asked. You get out of here and you go home. If you hit your goal or come close to hitting your goal, you're gone. Pete, what's the best thing about trading and what is the one commodity in life we're never getting back?
Time to be with your family or whatever. That's what this gives you the availability to do. And it can also give you the availability to not do it because you're going to sit there and you're going to be angry. You're going to turn a winning day into a losing day and you're going to be walking around one miserable MF.
That's right. And look, there are so many great people who are talking here today. There are, and it's spectacular. But what me and Peter are talking to you about right now is the difference between able to successfully figure out how to do this and not.
Correct.
Okay? And the money management rules are black and white. There's no learning curve, right? When I teach people how to do this, I don't want anyone coming back to me even a day later and say, Dave, I don't understand the money management rules. It's black and white. This is like Moses walking down Mount Sinai with the 10 Commandments. That's what this is. And that's how you have to be involved and on top of your game all day, every single day. So here's what we do. Number one, if you get close to your goal, just leave. Go hang out with your family, right? You can do this trading stocks, options, whatever is comfortable for you trading, okay?
Have a plan. Pick how much. One of the guys, I'm going to say, David, look, the guys who come on and work with us and take our course, these are the things. David has rules. There's particular criteria that need to be fulfilled to get into every trade. And there's certain rules about money management and how you contain yourself, how you deal with the psychology of trading. Because look, guys, I'll tell you one quick story. There are going to be people who go to Vegas with $1,000 in their pocket. They're going to play and play and play. They're going to be up $3,000, right? And then by the end, they're going to be down $8,000. They're going to have been at the ATM 5 times, and their wives or their partners are calling them going, what the heck are you doing? And then there's going to be a disciplined person who makes a plan when he goes. He's got $1,000. If he's up $3,000, he's going to close the table down, say goodbye, good luck, give the dealer $100 and go to the bar and have a drink. Those are the two different kinds of people. People who are disciplined and there are undisciplined people. To be a day trader, I'm not talking about investing. We're talking about something very specific here that I'm sharing my experience being in the market 35 years. And David is one of the great educators. I can tell you guys, you probably all know who I am. I go to David when I'm confused about what to do in a trade or where I'm looking for support resistance in a stock, or Dave, I'm at the end of my rope. What do I do? And he'll say, just shut it down and move on. There are rules. There are criteria. Please, guys, just listen to us, right? We have no axe to grind. We have no motive. We're not telling you about individual stocks because we have positions in them and we want you to go buy them and pump and dump and do that. We have decided at this point in our lives to take time to inspire, motivate people, and educate people, because there's nothing more. We have our course every Thursday. We have 66 now people every Thursday that we coach and mentor who have taken the course. And there is nothing better for us when I get a DM, I don't even know what they're called, in the middle of the day. And a guy says to me, Pete, you know what? You've changed our lives. I now make $150 a day. I'm able to actually have some fun time, disposable income, and it's unbelievable. I did nothing but lose before. I was a miserable human being. This didn't work for me, and I just couldn't get it, didn't get it, and I didn't have the sensibility to walk away from it. Look, it's an addiction. Trading is an addiction. Work is an addiction. Trying to make money is an addiction. So please, guys, just if there's nothing more than you hang out with us for an hour and listen, let it flow over you like a beautiful wave, and just listen to David's experience and my beating you over the head with this stuff, that the risk management, the money management, the stop orders, the rules and the criteria will make you a good day trader. Having a plan every time you get into a stock. Go, Dave.
Yeah, so let me talk about a couple of things just to do that. Someone posted a question, how do I avoid listening to all the noise that is out there?
Turn it off.
Yeah, number one, turn it off. But the way to do that is to learn how to do it yourself, right? Why I have never taken a tip from anybody in my 40 years of trading, ever. And I can tell you, when me and Pete were on the floor, every day someone came up to us with the greatest new thing since sliced bread. Every day, give me 10 grand, it's going to turn into 50 in a month. Every single day someone had that, right? Every single day. I don't listen to anybody but me, okay? We're going to teach you a method that if you learn and you're able to put this into play, you're on your own. You're going to learn how to do this on your own, okay? Let me just get back to money management for a couple minutes. Number one, so somebody asked, okay, how much money can I expect to make depending on how many shares I'm trading? So let's use this as a general rule, right? If you're a 100-share trader, your target should be $100. If you're a 200-share trader, your target should be $200, so on and so forth, okay? But here's how you're going to stop, guys. Oh, please, there's so many. Listen, AJ and Point Blank, you're getting me into a thing that I love to talk about. There is more shit out there on the internet than about 1% of what's out on the internet, or people who are trying to teach you how to do this are for real, okay? So just skip right over all that nonsense. Don't even go. Anyone who tells you all they do is make money and you're going to make $1 million in the next 6 months, or, ooh, look at this account, which is total BS. They're not real. I made $600,000. I turned $100 into $400,000, right? They're all out there, okay? Just stay away. Stay away from all that stuff. All right. The last thing I want to talk about money management, and then we can start going through some charts. I want to talk about some meme stocks and stuff and how you guys can avoid all that nonsense. So here's what you have to do. Number one, just leave if you ever hit your goal. I think 2 or 3 times last week, by 10:30, half the people in my room were gone. Thanks, Dave. I hit my goal. I'm out of here. Thanks, Dave. I hit my goal. I'm out of here. If you're going to stay and start and keep trading, which, all right, sometimes people do. They love it. They want to be there. Good. If at any point during the trading day, you give back 20% of your profits, this is what we call the 20% rule. You give back 20% of your profits, you got to go. So if you're up $100 and it's down to 80, shut off your machine and leave. If you're up 500 and it's down to 400, shut off your machine and leave. And I'm not saying any of this is easy to do, right? It's not. We know that. We're human beings, okay? And trading's emotional. It really is. Trading's emotional. But I can tell you this, when you get good at trading, it's not and it shouldn't be. 2 things are going to happen when we get into a trade. We're either going to make money or we're going to lose a little money. We're going to teach you how to get more money out of your winning trades and less out of your losing trades. That's also money management, okay? But haven't had a good day yet. All right, Ramon, you'll get there.
Join us, Ramon.
So, guys, when you hit your goal, leave. If you give back 20% of it, just stop trading for the day.
I want to ask this one too. I know this is your guys' segment, but I want to ask this question. Put a 1 in the chat if you've blown up an account. I've absolutely been guilty of that. It took me 3 times. I blew up 3 accounts in my first 3 years where I was trying trading on my own. It took me 3 accounts I had to blow up, but I'm curious. If you've blown up an account, drop the 1 in the
Well, I can tell you this, Luke. I've never done anything else besides trading. It's the only thing I've ever done my whole life, right? And after I left the Florida, New York Stock Exchange, I took a little time off, and now I'm going to trade. I don't know how to do anything else. It's the only thing I know how to do. But when I was a specialist broker on the Florida, New York Stock Exchange, and I made markets and stocks, the buyers would give me their buy orders, and the sellers would give me their sell orders. And you really didn't have to be too smart to make money as a specialist broker on the Florida Stock Exchange. I'm sorry to say. You had all the order flow in your hands, right? I never used technical analysis in my life on the Florida Exchange. Matter of fact, there was only one guy I ever remember, and you remember Bobby Brooks, Pete?
Bobby Brooks.
Walked around with a little chart book. Nobody used charts back then because we didn't have to. So when I first started trading, in 3 months, I lost $300,000 because I knew everything about trading. I had no idea what technical analysis was. And I would buy a stock until I couldn't take it anymore, and I felt like I was going to throw up, and then I would sell it. And I can tell you this right now, guys, I don't want anyone to ever be in that position. But if you're in something really bad and you feel like puking, it's probably time to double or triple up in that stock, because we always end up getting out at the absolute worst price when that happens. So, again, I don't want anyone to ever be in that position. But it took me about 2.5 years to get that money back. And it took me a long time to figure out the technical analysis that we use now, right? Is there a link for our website? Yeah, we'll get to that 1 to 3 before we get out of here, okay? So a lot of people have blown up trading accounts. That is not out of the ordinary in any way, shape, or form. You know, it's almost like going to Alcoholics Anonymous. It really is. At some point, you're going to get to a position where you feel helpless, and no matter what you do is wrong. And there were even times when I was doing this, right, where I said to myself, you know what? Nothing I'm doing is working. I'm going to do the opposite. When I'm thinking about buying a stock, I'm going to short it. And then that didn't work either. So it's like there's got to be a point where you give it up to the higher power and you say, okay, I'm ready. And when you're ready, you have to really start how to learn doing this the right way. And what we just talked about right now is the most important part of it. Again, you can't put anything, I don't care if you don't have money management down part of it, forget about trading in any way whatsoever. All right. Does anybody in this room get caught in some of these meme stocks lately? Because I want to start showing you guys some charts. And
all
right, team. I'm going to go ahead and jump in there. Get the guys off here. Let's go ahead. Pulling the guys off here. We're going to take a look at up next. We got Benzinga Live coming up. I hope that you guys enjoyed that replay. That was from our boot camps that you guys don't want to miss out on. Big reason also why we're playing these is so you guys can see how valuable these interviews are and these kind of webinars that we do, the boot camps. You don't want to be missing these. There's tons of value in these, and it's chapter by chapter. You guys are just seeing one chapter here. Just imagine all the chapters and all the education you can be getting for free right here on Benzinga. So definitely smash the like if you guys enjoyed that. Smash the subscribe if by any means you're new to the show. And we're going to go ahead and bring you now to Benzinga Live. It's going to be coming up next. So, of course, to do that, I'm going to go ahead and play a little bit of a promo here for our crypto event. I don't want you guys to miss out. It's the last week before it. You don't want to miss it. It's going to be in New York City. I myself am even trying to get out there. We'll see if I'm able to make it out there. Who else is going to be in New York City? Let me know in the chat. Who's going to the Future of the Crypto event? And I will give you guys a discount if you guys haven't gotten your tickets already. Money Mitch 20. Check it out, team. I'm going to go ahead and play the promo and bring you guys to Benzinga Live with AB coming up next.
What is up, everybody? Welcome back to Benzinga Live. It's Tuesday. I just got my friend just sent me something. I'm kind of surprised by this. So yesterday, I don't know if you guys saw this, but on Twitter, so Dave Portnoy, not CEO, but founder of Barstool, basically announced a new watch venture, right? And there were some people doing some sleuthing on the internet, found that this new brand of watches by Barstool, Brick Watches, was reselling watches made by a different company, which really isn't that weird or a big deal, right? That this company was using kind of a wholesaler of watches to resell these watches. I'll pull up the tweet here, but anyway. We wanted to cover it. We wanted to write about it here at Benzinga and figure out, okay, what's going on with these Barstool watches or Dave Portnoy's watches. Here we go. Let me find this real quick. All right, so this guy on Twitter, I'm going to share my screen here in a second. So this guy, Derek Guy, I guess he's like a watch guy. Basically, he put out this whole thread saying he found where the tweets or the watches were coming from. There we go. So selling a $42 watch for $2,400 is shameful. Basically, this American watch company sells wholesale watches that you're able to put your logo on, and that's what Portnoy did. Is he started buying these watches from American watch companies, slapped his logo on it, started selling them. Now Derek Guy is insinuating that specifically Portnoy is buying this $42 watch from American watch company. I don't know. Either way, Dave Portnoy is like a big figure. He's kind of a friend of the program. We wanted to cover it. I wanted to make sure everything was factual and right. So I reached out to Brick Watch Company, Dave Portnoy's watch company, and basically just said, hey, I saw a tweet saying there's a $42 watch out there. Is that true? If it's not true, how much are you getting them for? Is this the brand that is making them? Is American Watch Company making your things? Never got a response from Portnoy or Brick Watch Company, but my buddy just sent me this video.
Emergency press conference on Brick Watch. There's 38 Classic. Go buy some. Just date comment guy. And it's getting a little out of hand. Like this guy. Waking up today. Derek Guy. I watch it. What the?
So he calls out the guy. This is the thread that I initially saw. But then wait for this. Hold on.
$40 watch. People think I'm that desperate for fucking money, buddy. I got $100 million in the bank. I like being an entrepreneur. I like trying new things. You think I woke up, I'm like, I'm going to fucking try to scam people? Are you out of your fucking mind? And I guess people will show how much they are. I'm not showing the exact amount. No watch company did that. I spent months trying to find out what markers are, how much they cost, all that shit. $40. You're not even in the ballpark. You're not even in the same country. It's not even remotely, it's so stupid, I almost didn't want to address it. But then I get a reporter from Benzinga, a financial thing, being like,
So, he doxed, well, actually, he didn't dox me. He blocked out my email. All right, so thanks, Portnoy. All right, but here's the thing, is he makes this whole 8-minute video, and he's like putting this up like he's mad that I asked him this question. But he never answers the question. He makes this whole video say, no, of course I'm not selling $42 watches for $2,000. But he doesn't say how much, like they are. How much, or are those same ones that they're selling? No, he never says. And he tries to say that they're, so he just put this video out. Let's see. He just put this video out 29 minutes ago. This watch guy who initially put the thread out there already responded to the video. To claim that a quartz watch with no finishing would cost $10,000 if it had the name Rolex on it is absurd. The most honest thing about this video is Dave admitting he's not a watch guy. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it seems like so here's the thing is I think Portnoy is mad, I guess, that people have figured out that he's buying these kind of cheap watches from American Watch Company and reselling them. I personally didn't even think it was the same $42 watch because I was going to write an article about it. I was researching, and the $42 watch didn't look like the ones that Portnoy was selling. So I wanted to figure out which ones they were. I wanted to figure out how much they are, ballpark. And if he can't say, oh no, they're more in the $500 to $600 range, and we're selling them for $2,000. All right, fine. But yeah, I mean, like anyone can look at these watches and tell you that they're not, made by a watch. Actually, I mean, these ones don't look terrible, to be honest. But I mean, that's the thing is, like, why would you buy the watches from here knowing full well exactly where they're coming from? They're just coming from a different company. You can just buy them from that other company if you wanted to. I don't know. I mean, I think if you're a watch guy, right, there are probably 100 other watches you'd go out and buy before a brick watch thing. But like Dave said, I mean, he's an entrepreneur. He wants to try his thing. Watches, people have been trying to do watches for a very, very long time. I don't know. What do you guys think I'd do? Like, he never answered. I never got an email back from them. That's the only response I've gotten is just having my screenshot in the thing. And I thought I did ask when I reached out, kind of ballpark what range they were buying the watches for. But the fact that, I mean, he made this whole video just deflecting, to me, is kind of a red flag. It's like, all right, they weren't $42. They were how much? He said he had 100 million in the bank. I don't know. I mean, that might have been pre-Penn. That might have been when Penn was back at, $100 a share. Whatever. How's Penn doing, by the way? $33. Penn's actually holding up. That's actually a good segue, because casino stocks in general today have been doing pretty well. Let's go ahead and check those out real quick. Let's pull up our Benzinga Pro. So yeah, guys, let me know in the chat if you've got any suggestions, or we can make it a little like play a long game. Should I reach back out to the brick watch company and just say like, hey, I saw Portnoy's video, but no answer. Would you like to clarify? All right, Kyle, basically, long story short, I reached out to Portnoy's watch company to try to clarify a rumor that I saw on Twitter. And he posted a screenshot of my question on there without asking it. So I don't know. I mean, we'll figure it out. So yeah, go. You should go straight at him with a direct question. He shared your name, so he really owes you an explanation. Yeah, can you call him? I don't think I can call him. I don't think Jason will probably be happy that now Portnoy's mad at us. I literally didn't even, like, what I asked him wasn't bad. I was just like, hey, like, is this true? And he could have said, like, no, it's not true. Here's a quote to use in your article. No, but it's Portnoy. You should have expected this exact reaction. Should I just start tweeting at him and, like, trying to, like, egg him on? Like, you gotta cover your ass here or something. What'd you say? You gotta do something to come back at him. No, they're not. People aren't coming after me. At least, probably because if Portnoy is going to actually go after anyone in this situation, it's going to be on that guy that posted the initial thread. You should use this though to like accelerate like an article of yours. Or yeah, we can make a TikTok about it for sure. All right. Let's get back on track. We said casino stocks were doing well today. LVS, Las Vegas Sands, up about 1.5%. 1.5%. We'll go over to Wynn. What are the best performing casino stocks today? Wynn, up 2.63%. Penn, we were just talking about, up about 0.3%. MGM, up about 1.5%. So yeah, I think this is coming off of Macau, China, kind of potentially easing some COVID restrictions. You see BABA up over 5% today. And I don't know. I mean, like, to be honest, the situation in China, right? I'm not going to claim to be a Chinese geopolitical argument, or sorry, I was reading Kyle's comment while I was talking. A geopolitical expert of China. I think that it takes a lot of legwork to understand the situations that are going on there. From my perspective, just looking in on the outside, especially as an investor, your job is always, as an investor, to weigh risk versus potential return. Now, with China, there are a few things that make it a potentially more attractive investment than other areas. Bigger population, growing economy. The economy has been growing in India or in China faster than in the United States over the last 20 years. Obviously, COVID kind of put a huge wrench in that. But there are obvious upsides. Now, the downsides are very much very obvious as well. You have regulatory risks in China. You have geopolitical risks. If the U.S. and China get into some sort of tiff, if China goes after Taiwan, all these things. But what we're seeing right now in China, I think, is I don't think the CCP, the Communist Party of China is just going to roll over and basically, bend the knee to these protesters and say, okay, we're done. But I do think China's leaders understand that it's at an inflection point in terms of a global perspective, right? You have people now around the world talking about the zero COVID lockdowns. You have all these things. And I think China, at the end of the day, is going to factor in the economic impact of these policies and say, hey, if we want to continue to be a economic powerhouse of the world, maybe not even necessarily the economic powerhouse of the world, but if we want to be, a major player, we can't have the majority of our population locked under these stringent lockdowns. And honestly, you'll see a lot of stuff out there on Twitter. You'll see people speculating this and that and whatever. But the market is already kind of pricing in some sort of COVID reversal policy here. And I think you're kind of starting to see that here, that the Invesco China Technology ETF up about 5% today. So we're going to look at some more trade ideas. But the China situation to me is looking like one where the market is might be moving faster than you'll actually see the headlines, which, hey, that happens. Netflix's chart is looking kind of interesting here. I think I actually like playing this to the downside, back down to this 245 level. It looks just kind of double toppy up here. Unless we're able to get back up here and clear kind of the 300 level, I'm bearish on Netflix in the short term. The long term, I think this is kind of an upward trend to stay. I mean, look at this nasty downtrend. I mean, this is from last November. This is a full year. I mean, guys, clap it up. We've made it a full year since kind of a lot of this market downturn has started, right? If you look at Bitcoin, we might be wait, I might be doing this accidentally. I honestly don't know. It might be the exact day. Oh no, it was earlier in November last year. It was before Thanksgiving last year. I mean, we've been in a bear market now for a year. Well, I guess it depends on your definition of a bear market. You might say, oh, Aaron, the bear market didn't technically start till we were down 20%. I would say, okay, well, the bear market started when we started going down. But we've been in a bear market now for a year. How does it feel? I mean, we're still standing. We're still here, right? All right, granted, there's probably a couple hundred fewer of you than we were here this time last year when Bitcoin was at 60,000. But for the most part, we're still here. I don't know, really, at this point, where if you're actively trading, is it time to start getting bullish? Because if you're just a passive long-term investor, which I am, on top of other things, you're just continuously adding to your positions, continuously adding to your retirement accounts as the markets come down. And over time, you build up those assets. It's actually been a great time to do so over the past 6 months to a year for me. Loading up in my Roth, loading up in the 401k through Benzinga here. All these things you can do to try to kind of offset some of the pain. But yeah, I mean, it's not fun. No one wants to be in a bear market. No one wants to deal with this. But I really do think the worst is behind us. I think even from an economic standpoint, even if things start looking bad in the first and second quarter of next year in terms of the economy, right? If GDP goes negative, like these things, the market may have already priced all that in, and you'll see that, people say that the market's kind of 6 months ahead or whatever. So if the economy and the Fed is talking about a recession in Q1 of 2023, then people would say that the market's already been pricing that in 6 months ago. Topher saying no way, worst over. I'm saying I think even if there's more pain, or even if there's more bad news to come out in terms of actual econ data and things like that the market itself, there's a chance could have been priced in. I don't know. I mean, trust me, it all depends on the severity of this downturn if we get one, right? If there's a super mild recession, right? Like we had this whole debate a few months ago, when we had a slight negative GDP 2 quarters in a row, but then we were also adding jobs. So there was this whole, discussion. Is this a recession? Is this not a recession? So if we have another thing like that where it's just two very slightly red GDPs. And no, I don't think the market, I don't think that means the SPY drops 40 points from 394 back down to 355 automatically. No, I really don't, because I think, again, like, you got to think about timing wise. If things are looking not great the first quarter of 2023, and then again not great the second quarter, that gets the Fed even closer to having to cut rates. And every bull or every bear market, eventually, like, investors get interested and they start coming back in, and that is the perfect time that I think a lot of investors would really start deploying cash if the Fed starts having to cut around Q1, Q2, 2023. So I think these are things we're just going to have to watch. Again, my position here, my point is essentially that I think the market has priced in a lot of these things that we're worried about with the economy. And this is not, anything earth shattering. Why do I always go in here and when AB is very optimistic? I don't know. I think, like, things are just not as bad as a lot of people out there seem to think they are right now. I guess I've been saying that, and I don't know. I mean, I guess you could say I've been wrong, or I guess you could say I've been right. I don't really know. But my point is just essentially that I think a lot of these things we're worried about from an econ standpoint has already started to get priced in by the markets. And again, this is not like earth-shattering or I'm making some huge revelation here, but it will depend on the severity of those economic impacts. Like, if it's worse than expected, then yeah, we might make new lows. But that's what I'm saying is I think, like, the bar's been set pretty low. I think, like, you look around the board, the consensus is a recession in the first and second quarter of 2023. And basically, I'm in the camp of just saying, like, yeah, there might be. I don't think just because there's, some sort of slowdown or economic downturn or recession or whatever you want to call it, that means that necessarily means we're going to see a 08 type stock market crash, that the market has to go back and make new lows. Obviously, look, I reserve my right to change my mind and to change my opinion. And yeah, like Topher just said, inflation is the biggest thing probably. And we've been trending in the right direction in inflation. And if that changes, if we start ticking back up, then yeah, that would be a sign to me that, okay, now the Fed is going to have to keep rates higher than longer. My prediction right now is that we are going to get a 50 basis point hike in December. We will get another 50 basis point hike at the next meeting after that. We will get a... Oh, man, what's going on? Why is this going... It's kind of going down, the odds for a 50. So even if we get 75 here, I think so best case scenario, we slow down the pace of the rates, and what I mean by that is just going 50 as opposed to 75 basis points. So going a little bit smaller December. I don't even know when the next Fed meeting after that is. It January, February, not sure. But then you'll do one more 50 after that, and then you start cutting. Or you go data dependent and you start looking, because I don't know. I mean, let's go to the AAA gas prices. It really seems like that's not AAA gas prices, but this is actually maybe we should go to this page more on the show. This is a free plug. I mean, obviously Benzinga is the place to be. If you guys want to do me a favor, I've been trying to get Benzinga listed on Real Clear Markets as a news source for a while. They've not taken us. They haven't even responded to me. So if you just want to shoot them an email, figure out how to do that. Just say, hey, throw Benzinga on here. I like your site, but I'd like to see Benzinga. But Real Clear Markets, I mean, I do like this site. There's real clear politics. There's real clear, investigations. Basically tries really hard to have a plethora of sources and remain kind of unbiased or center, or however you want to say it. But I don't know. I think it's hard. Not hard. It's really easy to get locked up into different echo chambers and be reading news from the same sources, whatever. And I like coming to Real Clear Markets because I think it is important to sometimes get, I'll get the conservative take on this. Oh, I'll get the liberal take. I'll get the progressive take. I'll get the alt-right take. And just figure out which one, when doing a future is good, right? If the future is already priced in, what's the point of volatility? Well, I don't necessarily understand that. basically, obviously the markets aren't completely efficient. Otherwise, there would be no trades to made and there'd be no movement. I think basically my point is that where the SPY's at right now, where everything's at right now, part of that is reflective of a fear of a recession coming in Q1, Q2. And not just simply put recession, right? I mean, it's more than that. It's a lot of more details that are, like inflation is expected to remain above 6% for the next X months of next year. Like all these things are priced in. So if it is true that the economy has a downturn and that inflation remains high, but all these things are already priced in, then what is the market impact of that? Well, I'm not sure. I don't have a crystal ball. And if I did, that would be great. And I wouldn't be here. I'd be on a beach somewhere or playing golf. Gas prices continuing to fall. You do love to see that. So we're currently down to a national average of $3.52, down a couple cents from yesterday, down about 11 cents from a week ago, down 24 cents from a month ago. And really, I mean, when you're looking at year over year, from 339 to 352, that's not that big of an increase. Is it what's the percent change calculator there? And again, we talked about this on the show before, but it seems like every month there's a different thing coming in that's kind of driving the CPI higher. Of course, a few months ago, gas was like the biggest driver of wait, why won't it let me? All right, what was it? 3394. 3394 to 3521. 3521. All right, so gas right now, and of course, I mean, gas is the most like volatile thing price-wise ever. So I'm not saying this is a reflection of inflation or anything like that. But considering that gas was one of the main drivers of inflation a few months ago, and now we're seeing this, it is good news. So the percent change from gas a year ago to gas today is now 3.74%. And if this trend continues where gas gets a couple cents cheaper a day, we could be looking at a day next week where gas is cheaper on a year-over-year basis. Again, I'm not trying to extrapolate this to the whole inflation. Okay, we're good, we're out of the woods. But oil, fuel prices, gas prices have a ripple effect on commodities throughout the economy. It makes sense, right? And FedEx has got to fill up. And I know this isn't diesel, and diesel obviously remains super, super expensive compared to. Look, that just shows you right there. We just did the percent change from regular, and it was about 3%, but you can still see how much more diesel is today, about $5.20, when a year ago it was $3.64. But yeah, I mean, think about it. If FedEx has to pay a certain amount of diesel to ship goods, that's how much the shipping's going to cost, or it's going to be a part of it. Wait, hold on. I want to see. Someone said, well said, John, but I didn't see what John said. John Smith, the average bear market without a recession lasts for 9 months. We haven't been in a recession. There's no evidence that one is coming. So it's reasonable that the bear market is over. Yeah, and I don't disagree. I think I think there is, and John, my point is that I think they're actually, and to your point, I think part of where the market's sitting at right now is starting to kind of price in, at least not a recession, but a lot of uncertainty. And so to your point, like if you're looking at data that's showing that there isn't a sign of a recession coming, and I mean, to be fair, like it's not that cut and dry, right? There was some, was it Bank of America or Moynihan? Someone came out a few days or whatever and was basically just like, what was basically just like a recession's coming or whatever. But there are a lot of indicators out there that contradict that. I mean, we just saw Black Friday have its most sales like ever. Kyle, I'm not really bowled up. I'm more just like, I'm pretty neutral, I would say. I think I'm just kind of like, I don't think things are, I don't think it's fair to say that a recession is imminent in like Q1 or Q2 of 2023. I think that's the fear out there. And to your earlier comment, like where SPY is at now, yes, where SPY is at now. Where SPY is at now, let's see, let me do some quick math here. SPY price, with SPY, where SPY is at now, down about 17% from its highs still of 480 in January of 2022. So when you're looking at some of these companies' earnings and you're looking at the overall economy and you're looking at the GDP, you're looking at Black Friday breaking number sales, you're looking at travel finally getting back to like pre-COVID levels, you're looking at a lot of like really good signs that the economy is recovering really well. And not only like just from domestic standards, really doing well in terms of relative to countries around the world, which could have obvious benefits if global investors see that the U.S. is in a better position than, say, a lot of European countries, etc. The fact that this is still trading at a discount to its previous price is indicative to me that there is like fear, about the economy next year. And I think, my point is just that I don't think it's as cut and dry, black and white. All right, recession's coming, we're making new lows. It's not that easy. It's never that easy. It's not going to be that. If investing was that easy to say, okay, the Fed, has interest rates high, there's going to be a recession, then go buy puts. Like, I don't know what I'm not saying that I'm right and you're wrong. You could be, I'm saying I don't know. But if you're bearish and if you're very convicted that there is a recession coming in Q1 or Q2 of 2023, and as a result, the stock market is going to crash further than it already has, then go play it. Go put some money on it. Like, I don't know. Like, my point is I just don't think it's that simple. I think there's a lot of indicators, no matter what you want to look at, that shows the economy is I don't even know how to like describe it. Like, even economists right now are debating the strength of the economy. Is it like good or bad that we're adding jobs? Well, it's bad because it keeps inflation high. Well, it's good because we're showing that a soft landing is possible. There's a big. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, I don't really understand that. So I've gone to this site a bunch here because I like getting a good gauge of where the retail mindset is at. And so this is the AAII, the American Association of Individual Investors survey. Basically, once a week, they just ask people, hey, how you feeling? How you feeling? Bullish, bearish, neutral? Last week, you had most people bearish. You had more neutral than bullish. So, I think that's pretty expected. I think you had some downturn or down days and some more people got... Look, so you had the same exact amount of bears week over week. You really just had more people flow from bullish to neutral. So really, if you're just looking at the trend from a week over week basis, people got more bearish last week. I guess to be more factual, they got less bullish, more neutral, and stayed the same amount of bearish. But I don't understand how this fear and greed thing is calculated, Kyle. But I was surprised that at the height of the 1 year bearish high, this was almost 2 months ago exactly, it was still showing the markets in greed mode. I didn't really understand that, right? Because I don't know, you would think with 60.9% of people bearish, that the market would be in fear mode, but it was still showing greed mode, and I don't really know. If the job cuts, rates, etc. hurt earnings more than expected, then we will see some new lows if they are in line with expectation. I think that's a reasonable take, Kyle. I think okay, so here's from what I've read from different investment banks and the big banks and stuff. I showed a report on it. I think it was from Jeffries on here the other day, but basically just saying markets rarely bottom in earnings, right? They're usually bottom before earnings, and I don't know, something about the whole idea of and I don't think too many people understand the fear and greed. To be honest with you, I don't either. I don't know how it's calculated. I don't know. See, here's just what I don't understand. It says 3 months ago, the market was being dominated by greed. But look at where the market was 3 months ago. Oh my God. SPY price. I'm doxing myself now. Look at where the market was 3 months ago. I mean, what's it? November, so August. Oh, okay. I guess it actually makes sense. No, kind of, I guess. I mean, August was when we did get that big rally. That was fun. That was a fun little rally. People were so mad during that rally, and it was like, I don't know. I mean, it was probably a little too early, too premature, but it looked like a soft landing was possible. It looked like inflation was really starting to come down, and then CPI went back up. Rarely bottom without capitulation. Also need VIX 50. Yeah, I think, you know, I don't know. And so, well, okay, yeah. And here's the thing, back to the earnings front. It's just like the past 2 earnings cycles, we've had people out there basically be like, all right, we've seen the multiples get crushed because of Fed interest rates, which makes sense, right? If a company's trading at a 25 PE or a 30 PE, a higher multiple, you can basically a higher multiple is more acceptable when rates are lower. As rates start to creep up, those multiples drop. So basically, that that like Apple going from a 25 PE trading at 150, okay, now it's going to go down to a 20 PE trading at 120. All right, that's fair with the Fed interest rates. That all makes sense. And then people are saying, okay, we've seen the valuation, or we've seen the multiple get crushed. Now wait for the earnings crush, and that's what's really going to like hurt the valuation of the company. Because first you just get the multiples, and that's what we've seen. But now you're about to see the earnings come down, and I've seen that take so many times. And it just hasn't been true. I'm not saying it's not going to be true this time, but I'm saying I've seen that take the past 2 times. And I think I don't know anyone that would disagree with this, that earnings have actually exceeded expectations the past 2 earnings cycles, when everyone kind of thought, all right, this is where we make the new low. This is where Apple, gives its big warning and all these things. And there were companies that certainly did give really bad warnings, right? We saw Target report and drop down 25% a day, and that's for a company like Target, like a massive company that has a good balance sheet and pretty strong cash flow. It's not like it's Meta saying, okay, our user base didn't grow for the first time ever. So you did have companies like that, but across the board, for the most part, and I forget who it was. Who was FactSet, maybe? FactSet, we were tracking with them about, just the majority of companies beat expectations last earnings cycle. Again, I'm not saying that's going to happen this upcoming one, but if you don't think, you also had a lot of people last earnings cycle saying this is when we're going to make our new our new low, and that the earnings is going to be the. So I don't know. I mean, I do think the next earnings cycle will be pivotal in the sense that if the companies can show that they're still hanging out there. Check your earnings, AB. I saw that Q3 was coming in low. I think is that the account it was called? Let's see, Fact. Yeah, FactSet. You know what I don't understand about Twitter? Twitter has a search button on the iPhone, but not on a search button or a search bar for someone's specific account. Sorry, guys. Give me 1 second. Here, I gotta. Okay, so, but Jay, I was, okay. So, Jay, you're saying the most recent quarter, like the earnings we were getting the past, like 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, coming in low overall. I honestly, that could be, and if so, I apologize, and I'll do a better job of trying to, but I think even if they were lower than maybe like quote unquote expectations, they weren't the nail in the coffin for the market like some people expect. I mean, if anything, it was the opposite, right? A lot of companies kind of like outperform, or a lot of the big companies at least. But certainly the quarter before that, people were real worried. Where's Mike? Who's fighting in the Benzinga office? I don't know. Charlie BL. Oh yeah, Charlie does do a really good job of putting that stuff out there. Here, I'm gonna try to find Q3 earnings. Okay, so I think this is the distinction. So with 97 companies report the S&P 500 Q3 GAAP earnings are down 10% year over year, the second quarter in a row of negative year over year growth. Based on guidance and estimates, we're likely to see negative year over year earnings growth again in Q4. So that's not good. I'm not going to try and defend that or anything. But I was talking about compared to the percentage of companies that beat or missed based on expectations. So there's a big clarification there. So I forget what the exact numbers were, but if there were, so if Apple, we'll make it really easy, right? If Apple a year ago, estimated 100 million. And this year in revenue, and this year they're estimating 90 million. All right, that gets you're down 10% year over year. But then say Apple reports, or say they estimated 89, all right, and then they report 90. So they're still down 10% year over year, which is not good at all, but they beat. And that's what I'm talking about essentially, is that the bar has already been set lower for a lot of these companies. It's not like, 2 quarters ago, the companies, Apple's, Amazon's were breaking their previous quarters and making their new best quarters ever, but they were beating the lowered expectations. So go AT, throw hands. Shelly, why are you talking about people in the office fighting? Are there people fighting? Let's go back to our Benzinga Pro. I am excited for this. USA soccer game today at 2 p.m. I don't know if you guys are going to play. Oh, AT, can we get that on the TV at 2 p.m.? Oh, Shelly said you can hear background noise. Is maybe one of those mics on over on... All right, guys. What stocks do you want to check out? I saw someone ask for Zim in the comments earlier. Honestly, I don't know. We've talked like way more about this stock on the show than probably necessary for a, let's see, actually it's a $2.5 billion company, not chump change. Basically, Zim's a shipping company, I believe, focused on the maritime shipping. So, actually, no. Offers tailored services including land transportation, logistical service, transportation of out-of-gauge cargo, refrigerated cargo. What's the one I'm thinking of? What's the maritime one I'm thinking of? There's not Zim. Oh, I'm thinking of Grin. Anyway, back to Zim. I don't know. I mean, the price of ship. This is the shipping freight index, MSCI freight index. Like, has been one of my This freight index, basically showing the price of like how much it costs to ship something, has been one of my gauges of inflation, because I mean, again, like it's the same thing with diesel fuel. It makes sense, right? If the cost to ship something, if you're shipping apples to me up in Detroit and it costs you a bunch more money to ship those apples, you're gonna have to charge me more apples. I'm gonna charge the customer more apples. So the transportation costs really have huge impacts in terms of the prices we pay at the registers. And that has been one of my the things I've gone to. What is the shipping price index? I'm trying to find it right now. What it's called? Oh, the freight rate index from Freightos data. I don't know enough. Whoever was asking about Zim, I don't really know enough about what's going on here. I mean, all right. So look. So right now, last September, it cost $11,000 to ship something. I don't know what unit this is. I don't know how much of something to ship. I don't know how far to ship it, but it cost $11,000 to ship something. Could have been a little postal. It could have been a postal stamp to your mom. I don't know. It was $11,000. But as time gone on, and this was basically like the peak, I think peak inflation, like a year ago, really. Because a lot of the other inflation that we've seen like spike up since then has been in like really volatile assets. But anyway, neither here nor there. Or maybe this is like peak inflation, like right here, like March 2022. Anyway, the price of shipping something has just fallen off a cliff the past 6 months or so. Drop. Now, a lot of things going into this, right? Is it a drop in global demand? Is it higher interest rates from central banks, not here just in the U.S., but around the world? Is it, all these different things? Bottom line, I don't know, and I don't know if it matters. I can see that this thing is in a downtrend, and I don't know if I have any reason to believe that this thing isn't going to keep going down. I mean, look at the price to ship something. Again, I don't know the unit, I don't know how far, but it costs around, we'll call it $1,300 on average. 13, all right, now you're back up to 15, now you're back down to 13, now you went to 12, now you're at 13. We'll call it $1,300 average for like 3 years before COVID hit, and then you spiked up to 10,000. Did anyone think it was going to stay up there? Did anyone think the price for this service was going to stay 9 times higher than it had been for years before that? No, of course not. So now you're still currently sitting at like 3,000. Still more than double really what you were pre-COVID and what the average is. So, will the shipping remain more expensive than $1,300 in the short term? Yeah, probably. Over time, do I expect this to continue to normalize back down toward these levels? Yeah, I do. Do I think they'll get all the way back down to 1,300? Probably not. You probably have some baked in inflation. Maybe 1,600's new going rate to ship something. I know, but Seekin, so here's the problem: is like you can't get stuck into a value trap when when you're looking at a lot of these of the valuations and the multiples and the PE and these things. They're going off of the numbers the company was making the previous quarters, last year, the last 2 quarters, whatever it was. Company ain't making that anymore. Look at the graph. They aren't able to charge what they were able to charge. I would just be wary of a what is that called? Value crush, of a value crush kind of death spiral in Zim for that reason. I would watch, if you want to trade Zim, it is cheap. It does pay a dividend. I mean, look, like this shows you how fucked up something is. Dividend yield 138%. Yeah, sign me up. So I don't know. I think you would need to. I think for me to get long Zim, I would need to like do research on the supply chain industry, on the shipping industry, and figure out like, all right, do I think there is a reason, or do I think shipping will remain, higher for longer? If so, then yeah, buy some, because you're right, it is cheap and it does pay a good divvy. But if I think it's going to continue to drop and normalize, then I'm staying away from it. Aaron, you ever mess around with the the St. Louis Fed data? I don't know. Okay, so I'm from St. Louis. I've always wondered why it's called the Fred. to be completely honest. I don't know. There's a lot of data on here. A lot of it's you're right. All of it's amazing. I should probably freaking like live on this website. But I like what I like is I like when smart people go through these things for me and then make me a little a pretty little infographic. What's that one website? Is it Visual Capitalist? I wonder, does the Visual Capitalist have a if you guys haven't been on this site before, I'll give you a free plug for that too. Because I mean, I don't think every little thing is the most amazing thing on this website. I'm not really saying that, but sometimes they'll have some posts that can really help with investing. Honestly, like I really do think so. Like I don't know if this one. Well, I'm just clicking on like random ones. We can go through some of them together. EV models will double by 2024. So you're looking at, how many models Tesla sold here. Okay, wow, Nissan Leaf. That was a throwback. See, that's what's like it's so shitty that Nissan put out an electric car like so early, but they just like they made it like the Prius type thing, like kind of hatchback. Like, it was just ugly. Like literally put out like a decent looking electric car. I'm sure maybe they were too early. I don't know if we were ready for. I don't know if we were ready for that. But like yeah, like look at some of the most anticipated EV launches include the Chevy Silverado, right? Like, and you can see here, okay, the Chevy has actually a higher range than. I don't know. I mean, you can find some takeaways from some stuff on this website. Sometimes I don't know. Whoops. Let's go back here. Give us something. Give us should you invest in disruptive materials? There you go. Countries with the I don't know average home size. Where does our food come from? Best countries to retire in. All of the world's money and markets in one visualization. All right, you guys ready for this one? Oh, all right. 1 square equals 100 bill. All right. Oh man, did Similar Web Yeah, so Similar Web is actually building out its own kind of like platform for investors. I think Similar Web, it's interesting because Similar Web has always been a tool like for basically if you're unfamiliar, Similar Web is probably the leader. It's actually a public company too, a stock. We'll get them on the show actually. It's a leader in website traffic data and stuff like that. And it's always been, like we use it here at Benzinga, like not for investing purposes, for like, we want to see, all right, who's sending us the most traffic? Where are we sending the most traffic? Which of our competitors is trending up? Which of our competitors are trending down? Where are our competitors getting traffic from? Like all these things we can find through Similar Web. But I think over time, Similar Web realized like, oh yeah, those things are all great in our core business, but all of our findings, when it comes to what people are Googling and what people are searching, like that, those can be good investment insights too. And so it's a whole like billion dollar industry of alternative data, and people will sell these feeds to hedge funds and stuff. So I'm not shocked that they kind of cut you out, Seekin, and delayed that feed of data. But that is sad. And honestly, like right now, I don't even think we have a Similar Web Pro account here at Benzinga, so there's nothing I can do either. But all right, let's go through this graphic. So each square is $1 billion. So I guess Bankman-Fried's, he's got 1/4 of a square. So he has 25 billion. Sports teams. So this is all the sports teams in the world, 325 billion. That doesn't seem. All right, November 2021 peak for crypto. I'm going to go full screen here too so we can really see this. Yeah, Yeah, it was tough. We actually had them on the show before. It was last November before Netflix's earnings, and we were talking about Netflix, and he was really interesting stuff over there at SimilarWeb. We got to get them back on the show. I've kind of dropped the ball on that. I'm sorry about that. But I will do some digging on this to see if, since SimilarWeb cut us out, if there's a better way to do it. All right, cryptocurrency. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 600, 700, $775 billion. So never quite got to $1 trillion, I don't think, right? If we're going off one square is 100 billion. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 775 billion. Russia versus Ukraine GDP. Wow. I did not realize there was that big of a disparity. I mean, shit. Shows how well Ukraine's been able to hang in it, even with such a smaller GDP. Holy shit. I mean, you always see those stats about how much the U.S. spends on defense, and it's always mind-boggling. I think I don't know if it's still true. It was a true fact like 5 years ago that if you ranked every country by defense spending, the United States spends more than the next 30 countries combined. It's insane. Maybe if you take out China, maybe you have to take out China for that situation. I don't know. Currency. You can see U.S. dollar makes up the most of that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. So that's 2 trillion. We'll call it a little bit more than 2 trillion. Holy shit. There is that much gold out there. So this is all the fiat money out there, and there's that much more gold? Why do people think gold is valuable? There's really more gold than there is money out there. That's shocking. That's a lot of gold jewelry. Wait, this is billion? You're telling me I gotta fact check this. 100 billion, one square is 100 billion. You're telling me there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 55. I can't even do that. I literally can't even comprehend that math. What is that? Yeah, Shelly, I think they had a press conference. I think it was basically we don't mess around. Who are you talking about? Oh, the U.S. defense. Yeah, and I mean, granted, like when you boil it down with fiat money and the U.S. dollar's only worth it because the government says it, and the only power that really we have to back it is the the dollar is. I don't know. It's like a complicated relationship. Basically, without the strongest military in the world, we don't have the power of the dollar. I don't know. It's all fugazi kind of. Sorry. What? There's that much wealth. All right, wait, hold on. I'm gonna put this in perspective. So here are the sports teams. So okay, wait. You're telling me there's this much wealth held by less than 3,000 billion. So these 3,000 billionaires could have gotten together and just bought up literally all the sports teams or all the cryptocurrency or both 3 times over. That's insane. Central banks balance sheets. Oh my god. Holy cow. Look at Apple. S&P 500. Global debt. Non-financial corporate. What does that even mean? Governments? Financial site. Oh my god. Why are we... Look how much debt there is out there. I don't know. I honestly don't know. It seems like a problem, but I don't... Oh my god. This is kind of mind-boggling. Is this a good exercise or is this boring to you guys? I don't know. You're right, Bill S. But I don't know. I mean, I don't think all the sports teams are only owned by a billion. There's the whole thing right now with I have to figure out I was reading about it the other day, but essentially there's like a rule where like some people that could inherit a sports teams, some of them don't have enough money to pay the tax bill associated with that inheritance. So like Mark Davis of the Los Vegas Raiders, like say he's only worth I'm putting that in quotes. You can't see me right now. Here, let me pop myself back up. He's only worth like $300 million. But if his mom, whoever technically owns the Raiders, like passes and he tries to inherit it, he doesn't have enough money to like pay a tax bill or something that could bankrupt him. So like, I don't know. There's this whole thing with sports teams and how that works. But Shelly, I think they announced some sort of like they didn't announce an end to the zero COVID policy, but they were talking about kind of like a framework. Like we need to start. What does this even mean? Derivatives, market value, notional value. I mean, sources: World Bank, Credit Suisse, TradingView, World Globe. All right, I trust it. Listed at sources, it's got to be right? What is derivatives, market value? Oh, so that's like options. There's that. Well, there's got to be other stuff besides options, right? There's no way the options market's that big. Please, tell me that's true. Just makes me want one square. I don't even want one square. I want like a tenth of a square. I'll take a tenth of a square. What is it? They said a square is 100 billion, so a tenth of a square would be 10 billion. I'd be so set. I would definitely buy. The first thing I would buy would be a sports team. St. Louis Cardinals, mine. Bring the Rams back to St. Louis, number 2. Wait, I just realized I'm trying to figure out this. What's the follow up Portnoy? I just realized I never. All right, let's go back to Benzinga Pro. Take a look at some charts. We've got about half an hour left of the show. You have to buy oil in the U.S. dollar. That's what. Yeah, I mean the U.S. dollar remaining as a global like currency reserve, 100%. My point was essentially that like when you boil it down, and it almost like it's almost like I don't know if hard to think about is like the right word, but it's a kind of like a mind fuck in a way. Like it's like if you think about like fiat money. Right, like, and this honestly like was something that like look that gold bugs and that like crypto people like talk about a lot. There's really once the U.S. went off the gold standard in 1980 or whenever that is, there's really no underlying value to the U.S. dollar. The dollar's a dollar because the U.S. government says it's a dollar, right? And basically my point is that's the backing of the dollar, right? The U.S. government says it's a dollar. But what's backing the U.S., it's not like the U.S. is sitting on, X amount of gold. Like the U.S. is in debt. What's protecting that is the fact that our military, like no one can, if it came down to it, we have the most, advanced military in the world. Without that, because it's perception based, right? So if people are looking at the U.S. from the outside and said, okay, they have X amount of debt. They say their dollar's worth $1, but they keep printing more and it's not worth it, right? Like you can maintain the value of the dollar through, I don't know, I'm not doing a good job articulating that argument right now. I'll admit that, so. It's just like a hard. There at the end of the day, there's basically nothing underlying backing the dollar besides the U.S. government, and the military allows us to do so in a lot of ways. We can talk about the Apple. Let's talk about the Apple Twitter situation a second. So basically, if you guys didn't see, so yesterday Elon Musk started. I forget who it was. I think it's from the Financial Times. There's one like guy who really laid out the connection between the U.S. military and the U.S. dollar, and I'll freshen up on that. We can talk about it a little bit tomorrow. But let's go over to Apple and Twitter. So yesterday, Elon Musk starts going after Apple, basically mad about this 30% fee from app stores. Allegedly, Apple has warned Twitter that it could get kicked off the App Store, and we don't really know a lot about this situation. I don't think Apple's put out a statement. We really only know what Elon Musk has said so far. We can go through some of his tweets. Basically, my prediction, what I can assume has happened or that has already happened, is essentially that so the App Store has certain rules, right? The App Store took off Parler because it didn't, meet the App Store standards, whatever. Bottom line, personally, if you were like dying to know my opinion, I don't think, Apple. I don't know. It's tough because like if you let Parler on there, Parler, whatever. I think there should be some sort of legislation, like a repeal of the Section 130 or Section 230, whatever that helps protect like a company like Apple from essentially being liable for an outside party like Parler hosting an app on its thing. I would support that. Essentially to give Apple the freedom to say like, yeah, we'll let Parler on, but then if no one can come after us, because if something happens with Parler, like whether it's a terrorist attack, whatever it is, Apple doesn't want to be held liable for that. Either way, bottom line, Apple has its rules. I don't think Apple like reached out to Twitter and was like, "Oh, Elon, we don't like you, or we're going to take off our App Store." I think Apple probably like reached out to Twitter and was like, "Oh, while you guys are rebuilding, while you're rebuilding our while you guys are rebuilding, while you're redoing our content moderation rules, here's a reminder of our policies if you'd like to stay on the App Store. You're going to revamp all your policies, that's fine. Here are our policies. Just a reminder if you'd like to follow them and stay on the App Store. Or just basically a reminder if you change your content moderation policies and they don't apply, you will not be able to stay on the App Store. Whether you like it or not, Apple has the legal right to do that. I don't think, again, I think Apple should be able to have, Parler, whoever, without having to worry about it. But obviously that's not the case right now. I don't know. I mean, Elon can go up in a war against Tim Cook and Apple if he wants. Elon said he'd be willing to build his own phone, all these things. Look, more power to you, Elon. Whatever you want to do, you want to build your own phone, go for it. You want to take on Apple, sure. But let's remember what happened with Apple and Fortnite, right? Fortnite, at the time that Fortnite and Apple were battling against each other, let's put this into perspective. Fortnite had more monthly active users, so not total users, but monthly active users, players, than Twitter has total users, not active users, total Twitter accounts. Fortnite had more, and that was at the height of Fortnite, granted, probably not the case anymore. So, look, if Musk really wants to go down this road, then, I don't know. I mean, I don't know if Twitter survives being taken off the App Store. I don't think it's going to come down to that. I don't think it's going to come down to Apple getting taken off the App Store, or Twitter taking off the App Store, but we shall see. Apple has threatened to withhold Twitter from its App Store, but won't tell us why. This was actually pretty funny too. So This person replied to the rabbit hole. 97.5% of Apple's donations are to the Democratic Party. Twitter allowing free speech is against party interests, so Apple must play the role of enforcer. First of all, I think these like graphics, or at least the way rabbit hole plays this off, is a little misleading, just in the sense that when you say Apple's donations, I think it's coming from the actual company. That's not the case. These are individual employees. So basically, say Apple has 100 employees. They all have freedom of speech. They can all donate to whatever party they want to. 97 of them happen to donate Democrat. Of course, like, you're going to have other factors in there that aren't going to make it 50-50, right? The fact of a location, right? You're in California where people tend to lean left. You're in, tech, where there's probably a lot of left-leaning people. All these things, whatever. Bottom line, Musk responds to it, wow, they don't sound biased at all. I don't know if he just doesn't care, didn't open the graphic, but literally, Tesla's right here. Below, you have Apple, Stripe, Lyft, Google, Salesforce, Facebook, Tesla. So if you're saying Apple doesn't sound biased at all, facetiously, sarcastically, you got to say that about Tesla too. And again, those same, not biases, those same, qualifications apply to Tesla, right? In Austin or in California, probably going to be more left leaning. I don't know, like, how that happens, how there's that big of a discrepancy, really, honestly. And a company like Oracle, like also in California, surprising that it's so high. Maybe there's like one person I really don't know. That is an interesting like phenomenon. Like, I have no clue why. I don't think it's part of the. Could be like, I don't know. I really don't know. Like, I don't think it's part of the hiring process. They're like, who do you vote for? And if you say Trump or Republicans, they say, well, you're not going to get a job. Clearly, that's not the case. Ooh. Would have been 10 times the amount, though. Ape is running. Wait, no, it's not. Shelly, you lying to me? Are you lying to me again, Shelly? I don't like it when you do that. Do not like it when you lie to me. Musk fitting because Apple pulled ads from Twitter just like every other big. I don't know. I mean, Apple, I don't know why, honestly, like, so far. Here's what basically, like, is frustrating. There's this whole culture war going on there that Elon, like, thinks has appointed himself to be the leader of. He's saying that companies are, taking their ad spending off Twitter because they don't like that he's promoting more free speech. They don't like him, like all these things. So to me, like, it's less about the freedom of speech. It's more about the fact that, like, Elon has embraced, I guess, being super polarizing on Twitter. Seems to have, like, taken a clear stance, right? It's us against them, whatever. And I think a lot of companies just don't want to be associated with that, right? Beforehand, you never really had, like, Jack Dorsey going out here saying, I'm voting for this party, or I'm doing this, or I'm doing that. And once you make that decision to kind of go out of, like, a business leader, entrepreneur, I'm a benevolent, it's like Michael Jordan. He said, hey, I don't comment on political stuff because everybody buys sneakers. Republicans buy sneakers too. And instead of Elon Musk being like, oh, Democrats buy Teslas too, or Democrats use Twitter too, he's basically saying, to hell with that. I am championing myself as leader of this culture war. It's us against them. It's all this stuff. And I think a lot of companies already in 2022, with rising interest rates and pressure from investors and profits coming down, are looking for places to cut ad spending. Joel doesn't buy shoes. Yeah, the Tesla... The Tesla donation thing is so funny. Like, he literally thinks he's like dunking on Apple, and his company's right under it. Like, is he just? And that's why I'm like, I'm okay with saying it right now. I literally do not. I just don't think. Look, I'm not gonna say Elon's like a dumb guy. He's clearly not as smart as people give him credit for. He didn't even start Tesla, and we've been through this before. He didn't build a Tesla car. Someone else did. He came in after. He put it in the contract when he bought Tesla that he had to be referred to as a founder, and that the founders of Tesla couldn't refer to themselves as a founder. Brilliant investor. Brilliant investor. I actually even think Twitter is a decent investment. Not the price he bought it for, but it's with that much capital. Like, yeah, I think fine. Like, and SpaceX, incredible. But it's clear, and I'm not saying in just that like he's tweeting this like it's us versus them type stuff, but his like he obviously endorsed Republicans ahead of the midterms. He went out and was basically like tweeting out against like AOC, then while tweeting like buddy with guys like Ian Chong and these kind of like more like alt-righty figures. David Sachs has clearly been who's like long time been David Sachs. Back in like David Sachs is a he's like an originator of the culture war type shit, of the culture war type stuff. He was at Stanford in the 90s and was like a big they weren't calling it woke culture back then, but in the 90s David Sachs was like writing about multiculturalism and diversity, and basically saying like this is bullshit that there's so many not white people here on Stanford, whatever. It's like David Sachs, who now Elon Musk is like I'm going to Elon tweets, his most recent reply is to a David Sachs tweet. That's who he's being buddy with. As long as tech MAGA, Microsoft, Apple, Google, Amazon have unlimited power to engage in bundling and act as gatekeepers, they could not be. See, I don't disagree with that at all. And I actually, again, I've been very outspoken on this show that I am a proponent of like reform and big tech to help, give more free speech, give less power to these companies to really act as a monopoly. Congress has ruled that these companies together do have monopoly power. The problem is that Apple on its own does not have monopoly power. Apple can outlaw Twitter and say, okay, you can still go to Google, you can still go to Amazon, and people can download your apps, people can still go to your browser. But, what's happened in the past is it hasn't been just one of the companies doing something, right? If you think about when Twitter took Trump off, Facebook took Trump off, YouTube took Trump off, all at the same time. And that's the problem. That's the fair problem that I think that a lot of people have, is that in a lot of senses, these companies act as like one big company. And granted, one big company that kind of runs the country for better or worse. Like these four companies probably put more money into, politics and lobbying and stuff than, I mean, there probably are some other, oil and gas or whatever, but like 4 of the top 10, if not the top 4. And so again, I am, more receptive to a lot of these ideas. I think my point is just that I think it's clear why advertisers have started to flee, and Elon Musk saying it's because they don't like free speech is bullshit. Elon Musk could have made this whole thing about free speech and never once said anything about, endorsing Republicans or going after AOC or in the replies buddy with like Ian Chong and all these things, right? Free speech is not, doesn't have to be a partisan issue. In fact, how I got indoctrinated on like the Section 230, or I always forget if it's 230 or 130. It's one of those two. And all that stuff out there about free speech and about how like fucked up like the Trump shit was all shit from the left. It was like leftists being like, this is a problem. This is like a problem. And so the fact that, Elon has decidedly made himself a like political figure taking a stand on one side, it's not shocking to me to see companies wanting to leave. And if you want to talk about free speech, that is those companies' free speech rights to do so. And, you know, you are free to do what you want if you're Elon Musk, but actions have consequences. And if you're going to put yourself out there and put yourself and make yourself this polarizing figure and basically say, okay, I'm going to make it like a goal of mine to own the libs or whatever, Apple might say, okay, we're not in that business. A lot of libs buy our iPhones and we don't want to piss them off. And at the end of the day, like, Apple's going to do what Apple's going to do. And at the end of the day, look, Apple's got more power in this situation. Honestly, what Tim Cook should do is he should buy a lot of these debt notes that are trading at a discount on Twitter. Someone laid this out there. It's not my original idea, but someone laid this out there on Twitter the other day that if Tim Cook buys up like $1 billion worth of these like banknotes or whatever, like Apple's got trillions of dollars. Apple can do whatever it wants. It's a win-win. Either Elon turns the ship around and you make a bunch of money on the corporate debt, or Elon doesn't turn it around and you get to take the company over and you can just roll it into an Apple product. I don't know. Oh, they will not. Elon is not. Why? If you think that Elon can build and put out a like smartphone to compete with an iPhone right now, you've been drinking too much of Elon's Kool-Aid, and you clearly haven't learned anything from the past few months. Microsoft. Freaking Microsoft. What is Microsoft's market cap? Off the top of your head. I literally don't even know. Almost a $2 trillion company. Didn't Microsoft try to put out a phone? Microsoft phone timeline. Let's see what happened there. Because I don't think... I get it, right? Elon has a knack for like inventing things, doing some big things, whatever. He's got big vision, and there probably should be a better close competitor to iPhone. But if a $2 trillion Microsoft that has been pretty much invented the operating system industry can't put out a phone to compete with iPhones, then I really don't know, what Elon... Oh, I'll be the first to admit. I mean, hey, look, hand up. If Elon wants to, if Elon puts out a phone and he's able to do it and it's able to successfully compete with an iPhone, I don't know how we'll say that. We'll say a million sales or 500,000. I'll cut that in half. If Elon sells 500,000, I'll bet someone right now, A, that it never happens. B, that if it does happen, it'll be a complete failure. I actually think some of these Windows phones weren't too bad. I think it's just all about, I think it's just all a marketing thing. Like, this is not a terrible looking phone. I'm sure they worked well. AT, you ever have a Microsoft phone? AT. Aaron Thomas isn't listening to me. You ever have one of these Microsoft phones? Windows Phone rip. In 2017, Microsoft corporate vice president Joe Belfour confirmed that due to low market share and lack of third-party development, Microsoft will no longer sell or manufacture new Windows 10 mobile devices. So here's the other huge problem. Right now, basically are Samsung Galaxies still big? Basically, you got Samsung Galaxies, you've got Google phones somewhere. You've seen more and more commercials for Google phones. They're actually pretty good looking. And then you have iPhones. Basically, a three-party thing. Probably we can just say Samsung and Apple. If you're an app developer, or if say you just start a new company or whatever, and you got to develop apps, that costs money. Who do you think is going to spend money developing an app for Elon phone when there aren't any users of it, right? Like, that was one of the big problems with Windows, is that all these apps that people want, right? Like, I want to be able to download my DraftKings Sportsbook app, and then my weather app, and then my chess.com app, and then my, all these apps. And if on day one those things aren't available on Elon's phone, I'm out. And they aren't going to be. Even Windows couldn't get third-party builders to build apps on their app store. And Windows, again, is a $2 trillion company. Granted, it wasn't in 2017. It was probably only a $1 trillion company. But either way, literally had more money than God and tried to just muscle its way into the phone market industry saying, hey, we know what we're doing with operating systems. We can put out a phone and compete with an iPhone. And I'm sure, by the way, in a lot of ways, I'm sure it did compete with the iPhone in certain tech aspects or whatever. But it doesn't matter how much you want to compete with Apple in terms of tech aspects. You got to compete with Apple in sales. At the end of the day, AB wants to look at man chest all day. Is that a joke? It's because my shirt's a little unbuttoned. You want me to button up a little bit more? Full self-call-in Elon phones. I had a BlackBerry. It was awesome. BlackBerries were there's a few companies that really dropped the ball. BlackBerry probably being one of them, just in terms of like where BlackBerry was in market share before smartphones really got big and had a huge advantage and kind of just let that go. Emily H saying Musk is a man who cannot control his mouth. He cannot make any phone without stealing. Yeah, actually buying Nokia probably would be his best route to You said you wanted chess. Oh, my chess.com app. Yeah. I have been playing more chess. I actually really like it. If anyone wants to play chess, let me know. I'm not good at it yet, but I've been progressively getting better. Tell him to act like Tesla's leader who wants to toss out a proxy vote to remove him. Again, I don't think he's going to be CEO at Tesla much longer. I think the more he distracts himself with little side quests at Twitter or building your own phone or whatever, like you're literally throwing away a $1 trillion company that you had with Tesla. But hey, what do I know? I'm just a guy sitting here talking to you guys. How's Tesla stock doing, by the way? Tesla's down to a $572 billion market cap. Actually, it's probably the most reasonable valuation you've gotten from Tesla in a long time. And I think from a fundamental standpoint, I think a lot of these fears about, Twitter and how Elon is financing the Twitter deal, I do think that's weighing down the stock, and maybe even to a point where it's getting kind of not unfair, but getting to a point where the stock might actually not yet, but soon be trading below its and this is that's all assuming things. What I'd be really worried about right now as a Tesla shareholder, which by the way, full disclosure, I'll be honest with you guys. I made this whole stink with my financial advisor about having Tesla. I was like, I don't know why this is in my portfolio. Like, there are a lot of other ways we can get exposure to growth. I don't know why we were buying it up here. Like, it's overvalued, like in this environment. And he was like, all right, it's your money. Like, and that was hard for me to do because like he's my financial advisor. Like, that's his job. Like, I would never try to tell him I know more than him. I was just saying like, hey, look, if it's up to me, I'd rather not have this in my portfolio. He said, fine, sold all of it. I think a month later, bought a few more shares. I don't think it was like intentional. I think it was just one of those things where his office or whatever was probably like adding just to some of the positions they liked, whatever. So I am a shareholder technically, although I did sell the majority of my Tesla position. But as a Tesla shareholder, I am really worried going forward about kind of the public sentiment, not just of Elon Musk, but of the Tesla cars themselves. Like, if I've noticed on Twitter, I don't know, like I'll just go. I saw a post yesterday about someone who got like a Tesla delivered that had all these like problems with it, but basically that I think people are starting to talk more and more about certain problems with the Tesla cars, in addition to the fact that you have more and more competition coming in. Just here, Jason Raznick's had a Tesla for years, and he got the new Mercedes electric one instead of the Tesla. And part of it, I talked to him about it, was because he's like, Tesla hasn't changed anything up really in the past few years. Mercedes is new and sexy. Tesla isn't going to be new and sexy anymore. All these other electric vehicles coming out are going to be. Yeah, Shelly. Sorry. So they basically announced a pathway too easy. Basically saying we're going to try to get booster shots. We're going to try and Chinese health officials defend zero COVID policy, but pledge to rectify some measures amid protests. So basically, like, again, I kind of made this point earlier. I probably didn't do a good job articulating and finishing the point, Shelly. I don't think the CCP is going to bend the knee in terms of saying, like, all right, yeah, you guys are right, protesting, we're done with the zero COVID. They don't want to do that. They want to show that they're still in charge. But they are going to say, what did they, I don't even know exactly what they said, but they basically just said that they were going to try to get, like, more vaccines out there so they can try to, like, get back to normal life quick. I think, like, almost like a Fed situation, they didn't, like, pivot, but they didn't maybe sound as hawkish as they did or that some people were expecting. And as a result, you know, you're seeing BABA stock up still 5.5%. Look how flat BABA's been all day. That's pretty boring for BABA. You know, go to the CQQQ, KWeb, whatever you want. You're up across the board. Again, that's my takeaway from it. They weren't as hawkish COVID-wise as anticipated or as maybe feared. Again, that doesn't mean they pivoted or that they're dovish. I mean, wait, what? I give Musk a lot of credit for SpaceX. Tesla, not as much, because again, like if you read up on it, dude didn't really start Tesla, but he made it what it is. Almost like the Steve Jobs to Apple, right? Like if you want to say Wozniak really created the first, Macintosh, but then Steve Jobs made it what it is. Kind of that one of those situations. I don't know. I honestly really don't know anything about Tim Cook other than that, from what I can tell from the outside looking in, from my portfolio perspective, he's done a good job with Apple. Tim Cook has, if anything, maybe more conservative than I would like. Like I think Apple just kind of does its thing, and I don't really understand why, like what it's planning on doing with all its cash on its balance sheet. Either give it now or just take out the tanks. I don't know. Again, Shelly, I don't know enough about the China situation to really speak on it, but I think like, I'm not saying I don't think Tim Cook is smarter than Elon Musk. I've never said that. I think he's more he's probably a better CEO in terms of that he's you can't even say better CEO. He's a less stressful CEO as an investor. Like you don't got to worry about Tim Cook going on any tweet storms or going on SNL or doing any of these stuffs. Elon did not create Tesla. Yeah, he did not. Kyle, Aaron, haven't been here in the show for a while. Thanks for providing some good info, news, sites, and conversation around it all. Yeah, no problem. I apologize today. We had a last-minute cancellation on our guest. We usually have guests, and today it was just kind of me talking for an hour and a half, but I'm glad you guys still had a good time. They have a lot less cash. I don't know, Jay Rice. Basically, my point, I'm not saying that Elon Musk is incapable of making a smartphone. Basically, my point was that if he does decide to pursue that, it will not go well. And if he proves me wrong, then he proves me wrong. And I'll admit that I was wrong and say, hey, I was wrong about Elon. I was wrong about his ability to build and promote a popular smartphone. That's it. I'm gonna I'll stick with my prediction there. I'll stick with my guns and say that. Consumer Reports lists Tesla as the second most unreliable brand on the market, just ahead of Lincoln. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. As I've seen more and more, like the sentiment around Tesla cars themselves has seemed to start to shift. I got to find the exact post, but someone posted a thing yesterday. They were like putting their pinky through the door jamb on one side of the car, and then on the other side it was flush, and they were like, it was just uneven, gaps, all these things. But the guy was like still like stoked about it. He was like, oh my God, I love this freaking car. And he's like, there's a few things, and everyone else was like kind of ragging him on the comments, like, bro, your car is literally uneven. Why are you like saying you love it? And then there was another tweet a few months ago. I'm sure you can just find it by like searching keywords. But there was one person who tweeted the other day that was like, imagine if your printer was your car. That's what owning a Tesla is like. Because people always have problems with their printers. I don't know. It just seems like, again, people are talking about like kind of some shoddy workmanship on Tesla cars more than I've seen in the past. So we'll see. I appreciate it, Emily. I try to be fair. I try to understand my own biases too, and I think that's important. And I try to really look at it, like looking at opposing viewpoints and seeing where, hey, look, I'll admit where I've been wrong. I was wrong about inflation for a while. Hand up. I thought inflation had topped like last like May. I was open about that. I was like, yep, I was wrong. Like I was bullish, like going into a CPI report, like thinking, oh yeah, like inflation topped. Here's why. Gas price has been going down. Boom, nope. And CPI went up. But because I was like okay with admitting I was wrong, I like didn't even end up losing that much money because I was like, oh yeah, I was like wrong on that. Time to get bearish again. I wasn't like, oh, I'm right, the market's wrong, whatever. All right, guys, it is 1:03 p.m., so enough of me rambling. Money Mitch coming up. I'm just going to pull Mitch on. Mitch, how you doing?
What's up? How we doing, my friend? Not a bad show. I enjoyed that.
I appreciate it, man. I was feeling. I think the Starbucks lady pumped an extra shot by my espresso into my coffee this morning. I was feeling it. Yeah, we're feeling it.
Hey, and nothing like good old caffeine to keep us
going. And also,
though.
literally a minute before I hopped on the show, my buddy like texted me and called me, and I saw that Portnoy tweeted my name in a thing, and I was like, oh god, like this is a. So I was trying to figure that out too.
Hey. That's how it is. And I do agree with you. I think you brought up some really interesting points with Tesla. And I also included the little fact, on the first, they got the semi-truck event. Let's keep watch on that.
Yeah.
See if maybe somehow the story turns around. Because like you said, they've been getting hit. And it really hasn't been Tesla news. It's more Elon news.
Exactly, yeah. And I do think, to be like to my point, as kind of like bearish or whatever as I am on Tesla, the semis could be a freaking huge play for that company. I mean, if you like a huge, and so I know they've got to deal with Pepsi. We'll see how that rolls out. But one of my biggest problems with Tesla overall has been its history and Elon's history of kind of like over promising and under delivering. Yeah. So I'm not. Like, I'm not super bullish that we're going to be seeing Tesla semis down the highway a year from now. Like it'll probably continue to be some sort of like pilot program and figure it out from there.
Yeah, I mean, I hear so many struggles with like the Ford Lightning, the truck, let alone a semi truck with these battery charges, right? 500 miles sounds good, but let's pack it completely with those maybe some of those Celsius drinks, those energy drinks in the semi truck, and let's see how good it really runs, right? I think
100%
important.
All right, Mitch, I'm gonna leave it over to you. I don't know if you've got that promo up for the FinTech event. If not, I'll just go ahead and leave it up to you. I gotta go grab some lunch, man.
No stress. I'll play it after my show. We'll get you out of here, my friend. It was a good one today. I'll see you tomorrow.
Peace.
Take care. All right, let's get right towards, of course, stock market movers. Let's get right to it. We got a good show for you today. We got two great guests that will be joining us. We got Thomas Hayes, chairman and managing member of Great Hill Capital. They'll be joining us at 1:15. We got Louis Navellier, right? We got chairman and founder Navellier Associates. Excited to get into that. Stay tuned. We got a great show for you guys today. We'll also be talking, of course, what's going on in China. It looks like we're getting a lot of noise coming out of there. What is happening today in the stock market? Why are we going down? Let's look into the markets. Let's look underneath the hood, see what headlines are out there, and of course, get to the expert opinions. That's what this show is all about. Let's get right to stock market movers. There are three ways to make a living in this business. Be first, be smarter, or cheat. I can't help you cheat, but I can give you the informational edge to help you succeed in the markets. Welcome to Stock Market Movers. All the market moving headlines and expert opinions every day. They say money is the oxygen of capitalism, and I want to breathe more than any man alive. All right, team, let's get right towards the action. Let's take a look at this overall market, where we're trading at right now. Let's go towards it. You guys can see here, this is a daily outlook. Talked about this on pre-market prep this morning. Would we be going towards this kind of trend line? A lot of people consider trend lines 3 touches, right, on the points. And you can see there from that kind of bottoming on the SPY, We got a couple of touches here on November 9th. You got the touch here on November 4th. And that's what I've been looking to see is if we're going to run right back into it. So that puts us back in towards around 391s, 392s. So that's where I could see us getting into some kind of sideways range here. Of course, if we flush through that range of the 390s, well, look out below. But right now, I think we could be sideways between this kind of 390s, 404, maybe even make eventually a move to the 200 moving average, but kind of stuck in this sideways trend right now. We'll wait and see what happens. Right now, the 15-minute, you guys can see we came down there after we started breaking down after 11 a.m. We'll see if we're able to recover back towards 397. That's kind of the resistance that we were looking at this morning. Yesterday, we broke through that low, so we'll see if that starts acting as resistance around 395, 11s. Got to keep watch on the overall market. We'll see what happens there. There's a lot to talk about, so let's get right towards the market action and see what we're getting today. Of course, Fed Chair Jerome Powell is scheduled to speak on Wednesday, so keep eyes open for that. We'll see what happens with Jerome Powell. I'll be also asking my guests coming up some questions on the Fed, and we got to see. I don't expect to get any kind of dovish news from him. I completely expect to see him still in that hawkish stage, but we'll have to wait and see what we hear from the Hutchinson Center. Now, mainland China, of course, put out today that their first decline in daily COVID infections in more than a week, and it seemed like that got us going again in China stocks. Of course, this could be a lot of noise. I'm not going to be here to say if it's true or not true. But one thing that I do want to point to is that we're getting a lot of these overnight catalysts and what we called on pre-market prep, thanks to Tom Lackey, tape bombs. It seems like we've been getting them lately. Regardless of the fact of where you're trading, it seems like every now and then we get a catalyst and boom, you get hit hard overnight, which is hard to deal with, especially as more of an investor or swing trader. Maybe as a day trader, you've been able to get around this, but it's tough markets to deal with overnight catalysts like this. All right, let's go towards one stock that did have earnings today. Let's go to Hibbett Sports as we take a look into the sporting goods store. And I was thinking, was this going to be a stock that was having the lift, right? In retail, some stocks were getting the lift, some stocks weren't. Of course, sporting goods are usually higher cost. And in the wintertime, there's not many sports really being active. So I think that kind of played a factor into Hibbett a little bit. It was already getting a nice little run from October into kind of right into that Thanksgiving time. Monday was when we started turning around, and then this earnings report knocked us right back towards support. Let's go to the 15-minute today. As you guys can see, they kind of bought the dip, brought it back there towards 64.11. Now it's just kind of basing around here at the 60s. We'll see if Hibbett's able to actually balance out here. They missed here big time on the EPS, $1.94, missing the $2.47 estimate. Sales at 433.2 million, missed the 445.73 million estimate, and full year EPS of $9.75 versus the $9.60 estimate. High end, they see it at $10.50. So at least that full year 23 EPS outlook wasn't a bad one. They're definitely raising it. So we'll see if this one can catch the bounce. I was seeing other tech stocks getting some nice lift here today. Best Buy continuing the push. So that just goes to show us that some retailers are still doing great in this environment. Some are not. So we got to keep in watch. Best Buy continuing the push today. Push through that 82, 81. We'll take a look at this stock more when we get into what was hot and what was not. All right, getting out of Hibbett Sports, we can take a look at Billy. Billy, of course, was on the radar today, and we were taking a look at it, and it continued into the market. This is kind of more of the stocks that don't expect to see this, but China stocks getting a nice little lift here. Adjusted EPS at a loss of 63 cents, beat the loss of 65 cents. Sales of 814.5 million, beat the 797.03 million. Getting a nice little lift into the intraday market. Look at the 5 minutes. Continued the strength there. We'll see if it can get through kind of 1567. Close up towards 16 would be a really nice day here. As you see, you'll be running into kind of the resistance soon enough as you get into the 16s. This one looks like it's trying to get back there at least towards resistance and run into Looks like we got 16, and then after that, about 1630s. Can it get to the 17s? Keep this one on watch. Electronic gaming and multimedia. We'll take a look deeper into this industry when we get into what was hot and what was not. All right, we got one more to talk about today. We had a kind of a pre-announcement, right? That was United Health Group. Let's talk a little bit about that one. UNH, right? You guys can take a look at the stock. Let's take a look at the 15-minute. As you can see, it pulled back in the pre-market after hours when this was kind of announced there. And then, of course, into the open, it actually washed through that level around the 527 level, then started using that kind of as resistance on pullbacks. We'll see if this continues to decline. One area that I would watch is certain ones that are strong in this area, like CI, Cigna. I'd keep my eye on stock like that. But let's give what their UNH kind of guidance was here. They did see full year 22 revenues at 324 billion versus 323. The revenue outlook here was not looking too bad, as full year 23 revenues of 357 billion, a high end of 360 billion versus 352.39 billion estimate. Now, where there are a slight off is, of course, when you look at the EPS. The EPS is slightly off there. If you take a look at it, the high end would get it over the estimates, but the low end would keep it underneath the estimates there. So that's just one thing to keep in mind there with United Health. We'll see what happens in this group. Can it continue? Healthcare plans have been getting a big pullback lately, started pushing back, now starting to pull back again here with that guidance from United Health. All right, getting out of United Health, we can talk all day about the markets, but there's nothing like going towards, of course, the experts. So coming up, Thomas Hayes, chairman and managing member of Great Hill Capital. And I want to give you guys a little bit of some insight that you guys can check out and learn from my man, Thomas. I appreciate when he always comes on. And one of the things that he has this great site that you guys can check out, hedgefundtips.com. Let's go ahead and bring Thomas on. All right, how we doing, Tom? It's good to have you back on the show. Welcome back.
Doing great, Mitch. Great to be with you. I remember the last time I was on was under much different conditions. It was October 13th. The S&P was at 34.91. And you kind of cornered me at the end of the interview and you said, Tom, where are we going to be by the end of the year? And it was, I think the Dow was down like 500 or 700 points that day. I said, Mitch, that's not my game, but I'll give you a range. I think we're going to be at 4,100 to 4,250 by the end of the year. So we're getting close, and I stand behind that, and things are moving in the right direction. But it wasn't an easy call back then.
Yeah, it never is easy, right? I always say when we're looking out in time, I mean, it's just going to be more perspective on the macro headwinds. Are those going to be affecting us, right? And always, it's just a good perspective just to have. And then, like always, we got to look towards the price action. It looks like we've had that kind of rally. Looks like some of the bulls started getting control. We got some good supporting economic data. Now, it needs to continue. Now, from China right now, we're getting mixed signals. It seems like we're getting some news or noise, whichever it may be. What do you see going on here right now, Tom?
Yeah, so I spend a lot of time on China. I do think that's going to be one of the best trades in the coming years. And the most important reason why is the dollar. I know I've been on with you a couple times. I say, watch the dollar, watch the dollar, watch the dollar. Well, sure enough, in the last couple of months, the dollar started rolling over materially. And China and emerging markets have started to get a small bid. I think you're going to see that follow through as we turn the calendar. As far as the protests, I think the protests are really a positive situation, because if you look at the Hang Seng Index and the Shanghai Composite, I went back to April 15th of 1989 to June 4th of 1989, which were the protests and then the Tiananmen Square incident. The next 4 years, from 1990 to 1994, the Hang Seng was up 380 some odd percent, and the Shanghai Composite was up 1,100%. So for people saying this is the beginning of the end, I think this is the beginning of the beginning. In this case, it does seem now that Xi has secured his power, domestically, that he'll be somewhat more responsive to these protests. And we saw as much this morning. They started coming out and we started to see leakage where they were preparing press conferences to say the current variant is more like the seasonal flu. Not many people are dying. They're also now focused on vaccinating the elderly, which basically are sending the signals that they want to get the economy open. And they've got to do a little bit of ignoring this and declare victory. They can say, look, when the variants were bad, we saved millions of lives, pat on our back. Now that it's like the flu, we have to get on with it. And those who are at risk, get your vaccinations. They also have the new nasal vaccine, that inhalable vaccine. That's a positive. So I think what you're going to see in coming weeks is some more press releases that things are moving back to normal. There was one small region I saw this morning that lifted some restrictions effective midnight. So they're actually currently out of lockdown. And I think you're going to see more and more of that to come. There was a modest downtick in cases, but that's kind of immaterial at this point. I think the government recognizes they've largely lost control. And if they don't kind of bend here, they're going to break.
Are you concerned with maybe potential problems continuing from kind of the tech war that I'm kind of seeing out there? It seems like, of course, deglobalization seems to be a trend that we're starting to lean towards here and other countries. So do you feel that there's going to be a continued kind of tech battle there?
Well, in the sense that some of our chip providers will not be able to do business in China, there's certainly a risk of that. But I think, as we look forward, I'm starting to look for more opportunities outside the U.S. That will benefit from the falling dollar. And most of the large tech companies, I like Alibaba. That's a long-term investment, longer than I had anticipated. But that thing is gonna work out over the next few years. So they're less dependent on the U.S. supplies. They have their cloud business. They have their retail business. And the minute that the government pivots and blinks, which it may have been last night, but certainly we'll see for sure in coming weeks, these businesses are going to do exceptionally well, provided the dollar stays weak and we start to see flows into emerging markets. You look at the K-Web was down 80%. I mean, it'd be like saying, if you could buy the Dow Jones in 1932, would you be interested after it crashed 80, 90%? If you didn't buy, you lost generational wealth opportunities. I think the same is the case for the highest quality Chinese businesses. And even if the government continues to screw things up in China as they have for the last 12 to 18 months, consistently, repeatedly, against their own self-interest, eventually the virus just dies out on its own, as it did in 1918 to 1920 with the Spanish flu, when there were no vaccines. Eventually, it just runs out of hosts. So we're very constructive on that side. As far as U.S. tech, I think you broach a very important point, Mitch. U.S. managers, one of the data points I look at a lot is the Bank of America Global Fund Manager Survey. And one key tidbit this month that came out, which was about a week and a half ago, is that managers are the most underweight tech since 2008. So everyone's gotten on one side of the boat. No one wanted energy. No one wanted banks in 2020. After they're up, 200, 300%, everyone wants them. And now no one wants tech. Well, if you had bought tech the last 4 times that managers were this underweight, you did exceptionally well, whether that was October 2008, August 2006, August 2004, or October 2002. So we do see a lot of specific discrete opportunity in that group.
All right. The next area that I want to go to is, it seems like, we're starting to see these casino stocks that have Macau exposure getting a nice lift. We saw the Macau licenses going through. How do you feel this is going to play out? Because it seems like, of course, if it's going to be more of that lockdown situation, might be a situation to see a turnaround. But if you feel that we're getting towards that reopening, do we have an opportunity with some of these casino plays?
No question. I think if you look at Las Vegas Sands, which is now mostly Macau-based business, if you look at Wynn, mostly Macau-based business, these are doubles and triples over the next 3 years. So I know your audience likes to do things very, very short term, some of them, but if you just step back, and even if it's a pocket of your portfolio, be a little longer term, be willing to double and triple your money with no effort. And that's really, what these opportunities are. I think when you look at LVS, even we own Melco Crown, which is more of a Macau-based provider. these things, the Asian culture is gambling in nature, and the demand for these is going to come back in spades. You talk about pent up demand. We saw the travel numbers for Thanksgiving this year finally much higher than pre-pandemic levels. Well, wait till you see the gambling numbers over the next 12 to 24 months in Macau and China as people finally get out of lockdown and they want to get back to their normal lives. So these are no-brainers. The licenses were the last piece. Now we'll wait for them to come out and say, wait a second, COVID is like, this variant is like the flu. Go about your business, take your vaccine, wear your mask, and these things could really make a lot of money for investors over the next couple of years.
Well, how did you see the holiday season starting off? It looks like we had a decent Thanksgiving and Black Friday. Of course, another good Cyber Monday. Do you feel this will continue in the holiday season?
Yeah, record Black Friday sales up 2.1%. I do think the consumer is relatively strong. The Fed's doing everything to slow growth, and I think that's why we're in a holding pattern. Obviously, today we're waiting for Powell to speak tomorrow. We're waiting for the PCE inflation numbers. We're waiting for the jobs report on Friday, and then the CPI the day before the next Fed meeting. So that's kind of a governor. But I think on balance, I can't go anywhere and restaurants aren't packed. So I think that people, maybe they're running out of savings, but the average homeowner has $207,000 record home equity across the country. That's not just on the coast. So when you think about that wealth effect, when you think about their savings rates are still much higher, yes, they're coming down. I think people have spent 2 years of making sacrifices and they're like, I just want to live my life and I'll deal with the consequences later. And I think we're going to see more of that going into next year. The key will be when unemployment starts to tick up above 4 and close to 5. That'll probably be the peak for this cycle. That's when we'll see a little bit of pullback. But the market is a discounting mechanism. And I think the key thing that you want to keep in mind, Mitch, is you hear a lot of analysts out there saying, the market can have bottomed because earnings are going to come down another 10 or 20% from here. And there's consensus around that. And you have all these people calling triple break putts. We're going to rally into we're down, and then we're going to rally into year end, and then we're going to go down, and then we're going to go up on, April 1st. And it's the most ridiculous nonsense that you've ever heard. If you look at the last number of cycles, basically, whether it was 1957, 1974, 1982, 1990, 2009, or 2020, the stock market bottoms 6 to 12 months before earnings bottom. So if earnings are coming down another 10 or 20% in the next 6 months, that's not necessarily a reason to sell. That's a reason to potentially start adding high quality businesses that have been marked down, because in every single case, by the time earnings had actually bottomed, in those 6 instances, the stock market, the S&P 500, had recovered most, if not all of the losses, and in some cases was at new highs. So that's just the way it works. And what people can't get their head around is, well, how's that going to work? If earnings are at 230 for next year and they come down to 210, and we're back at 4,800 or 5,000, you're talking a 25 times, 30 times multiple. But that is how markets always bottom, with a high multiple, and then they'll start to discount 2024 earnings, which will be much better. And that's what it's done. So we've had the 25% crash on the basis of what's to come, and then we'll have the recovery and beyond on the basis of looking out to 2024 once we turn the calendar.
Now, of course, it seems like I'm wondering about a relationship here. Of course, the Fed rate hikes with the dollar. Seems like they've been running side by side. Now, do you feel that this trend is going to continue, or do you feel like it's going to split here, especially as the Fed has been said to potentially start slowing down the pace?
Well, just like the equity markets are a discounting mechanism, I think the dollar is starting to sniff that out. I think consensus is now 50 basis points in December. I mean, one thing that I do think 75 is off the table, but one thing I will say that no one's talking about is the possibility of 25, albeit it's extremely low probability. But if you got extremely low inflation prints tomorrow, bad news is good news, jobs report on Friday, meaning a lot less jobs than expected, and a really low CPI number the day before, it's not outside the realm of possibility they could only go 25. The market would be shocked by that. But let's stick with consensus is at 50. and then the following meeting is 50 or 25, and then we're basically pause, and they'll stay at those levels for a considerable amount of time. That sets the stage. That move out of the four emergency rate hikes of 75 basis points into 50 and 25. Paul Volcker, it's very interesting. Everyone's worried about Powell because his hero is Paul Volcker, and he uses these famous 3 words, which was the title of Volcker's book, which was "keep at it." Okay, so he's going to keep at it, and he's going to put as many people out of work as possible and not take into account the lagged effect. Although we saw in the minutes, they're now discussing the lagged effect of the policy. In October of 1982, Volcker made a simple change while inflation was still near 7%, and he shifted from "keep at it" to the words "may change tactics," may shift tactics. And the moment those 3 words came out of his mouth, within 4 months, 100% of the losses have been erased. And within the next year, we were 20 some odd percent above new highs. So you have to keep in mind, like, a little shift in tone could have a lot of impact on the market, because as we continue to talk about, the market is a discounting mechanism. So I'd watch the language. I think I'm with you. I think in the short term, he's going to keep that hawkish talk. He tends to overshoot on both sides. You were around in 2018 and saw the train wreck he caused in December 2018. So I'm not counting on him to deliver any presents under the tree. But I think the market will start to sniff out as we move down, and the U.S. dollar, once it sees that rate of change move from 75 to 50, knowing we're going to 25 and then pause, that parabolic move is getting crushed, and I think it's going to continue to roll over.
Definitely something that we'll be looking for. Will we get some actual disinflation, right? I mean, that could definitely help, right? Deflation is what we're looking for. Dollar coming down could definitely help that. Now, I did hear about, of course, today Speaker Pelosi saying that they're looking to have a bill down for trying to deal with the rail disputes. How do you feel about the situation? Is it going to have any kind of lasting effects here in the stock market?
I doubt it. I think, look, this is a Democratic administration. You still have a Democratic Congress. They'll figure out a way to get it resolved. This is supposed to be a pro-union administration, so if they can't get it done, who can? I wouldn't lose a lot of sleep over that. I think that gets done before Christmas, if not sooner.
All right, last thing, saved the best for last, so definitely smash the like button. The latest on oil from Tom. I want to know, what do you see out there? It seems like oil is just hanging out here in the 70s. Can these oil stocks hang on with oil in the 70s?
Well, I'll tell you, I think the last time or so, you had me on talking about oil. Look, I was bullish on oil in 2020. We shaved off earlier this year. Maybe a little too early, but we made a lot of money. We didn't want to be pigs. Bulls make money, bears make money, pigs get slaughtered. I'm less interested. I would say if the equities come down materially, we consider reloading for the next 3-year trend. But at these levels, we're a lot less interested. We like to buy things when they're dislocated. Look, I could buy things like Warren Buffett. Taiwan Semiconductor got cut in half. While everyone was sucking their thumbs waiting for China to invade Taiwan, Buffett swooped in, was greedy when other people were fearful, and he bought $4 billion of Taiwan Semiconductor. Amazon's cut in half, 50%. You think that business is going to do better or worse 5 years from now? Meta's down 75%. Disney's down 55%. Emerging markets are down 40%. K-Web's down 80%. I mean, take your pick. Wall Street's the only place in the world when they hold a clearance sale, no one shows up. And I got to tell you, Cyber Monday may be over, but in terms of the stock market, there's still a lot of opportunity.
Well, thank you like always, Tom Hayes. We'll definitely have you back on to maybe have a little bit of an outlook into 2023. Always love your insight. Appreciate you guys. And definitely check out the hedgefundtips.com. Appreciate you, Tom.
Thanks, Mitch.
Have a good one. All right, let's keep going with the headlines out there. It's always great to get to Thomas Hayes. He has a great perspective on the markets, and definitely, team, keep up with his Twitter. He is very active and helps a lot on pulling out different indicators, different things to read. What kind of headlines should you guys be looking at? He even helps with that. So take a look at that site. I think you guys will appreciate it. All right, let's keep going into some different headlines. We still got another guest that will be joining us at 1:45. We got Luis Navellier, chairman and founder of Navellier Associates. Stay tuned for that. as we get into some more talk about what's going on. He's big on retail. We'll have to see, does he feel that we'll get a Santa Claus rally? We'll take a look at maybe some big tech names. What's going to happen in natural gas? Stay tuned for that. That's going to be with Louis Navellier coming up. Let's go towards some different stock news. Let's get into what was hot and what was not in a few minutes. I do want to touch one news here. We did get AMC Networks to put out a headline here. So let's go ahead and take a look at AMC Networks. So AMC Networks, of course, you guys can take a look at it. It's going to be AMCX. So let's go ahead. Let's pull up the stock here. So AMC Networks told employees in a memo Tuesday that it's planning significant layoffs. The plans come as CEO Christina Spade is leaving the company after taking on the role in September. So it doesn't look like AMC is being able to turn things around. I remember when AMCX was, actually quite popular, right? Remember when they had kind of, the zombie kind of show, and that was kind of pushing for a while. But you guys can see this company really needs to change things up for it to come back. I would stay away from this for a long time. It just seems like broadcasting TV isn't coming back. Of course, they got their own kind of streaming service too, but they need some titles. They need content, right? If you don't got content, you can't get the viewers to watch. We'll see what happens there on AMC Networks. All right, and the last one that I'll bring into here, let's talk one last headline here. Let's go to a Deutsche Bank upgrade on UPS. So I wanted to take a look at this one to see what they saw there on UPS. So Deutsche Bank stepping up there with UPS. Let's take a look how it traded on the day. It is up on the day. Did get a little bit of a pop there. United Parcel Service up there towards a high on the day of 185.19. They stated that in the near term, we think that market participants are overly focused on volume growth and not on mix productivity initiatives, which we think can drive positive revenue growth and solid contribution margins despite modestly lower domestic volumes by market participants. So one of the things that I've been looking on, I haven't been watching UPS, but I've been watching FedEx, right? I've been looking at this on the daily, looking to see if we were going to fill some of this gap. We've come up above it, kind of this bearish pattern here where we started breaking above the 162.92 area, 163 if you want to just round it up. Now we've been going sideways following that 9 EMA. It looks good like it wants to get towards the 180s. Can this eventually get all the way back to 200? I've been keeping my eye on FedEx there. UPS, not looking bad either, starting to make its way back. And really what got FedEx out of that downward time when they give that pre-announcement, right, was that UPS report that started getting its move back up towards the upside. We'll see what happens there and FedEx. All right, getting out of that upgrade, let's go into what was hot and what was not. This is definitely one of my favorite segments where we take a look at what's moving in the markets, right? Let's go towards it. All right, so basic materials leading the day today from the open, up about 0.73 from the open. Let's take a look at what was strong there, right? Well, you guys can take a look at coal. Coal is an area that we've been talking about. We've been saying, would BTU get that 30 run on the daily? BTU now getting that 30 run, starting to push there towards 31.24. Got up to a high today near that 32 spot. We got up there towards 31.85. We'll look for this one to continue. AMR was another one that I've been calling out in this area. Will we start getting above the 170 area and going towards the 180? Looks good today towards 172. And the last one that I talked about just yesterday, we talked about this setup for CEIX, another coal player that was coming into play. Had a nice little move here, was setting up there on the hourlies, got the push above, started holding the pullback, now extending up there to 75.32 as we see CEIX get a nice lift. We'll see if it can get into the 80s. And these are coal players. We'll see if Santa's bringing some more coal to town. Industrial metals and minerals getting some lift today. Definitely keep your eyes on certain stocks in this area. You got stocks like BHP, Rio getting some lift. Even a smaller name like Vale, right? We'll see what happens on these. I'm also keeping my eye on kind of lithium names, LAC, LTHM, MP. Will these kind of get the bounce? They don't look strong today. We'll see if they can continue pushing. This is one I definitely do like on a longer term, like a monthly chart. You guys can see here, really nice pattern there. We'll see if it eventually comes through that 70. It gave us that monthly wick. Couldn't break through that 71. We'll see if it eventually can come back through that 70 price point. Basic materials, you also had copper getting a nice little lift today. You guys can see it here on the industry outlook. Aluminum getting some lift, silver getting some lift, steel getting a little push. I've been keeping my eyes on some of these. I was watching today, Nucor, X. Will these continue to get the lift? X was pushing here right out the gates, pulling back now. We'll see if these can continue making moves up. Cleveland Cliff bouncing a little bit. Steel Dynamics has been a strong name in this industry. We'll see if these can continue. It's up there towards past 100. It could pull back, though, to that level, so be careful there on Steel Dynamics. We'll see what happens. Basic materials was our leading sector. Then we had real estate bouncing back after yesterday's kind of down move. And it seems to me like, real estate's just been going kind of sideways there. You guys can keep your eyes on stocks like Lennar to give you that perspective. It's just been going sideways. It actually hasn't been dropping with the housing market. A lot of these are kind of value names, have some dividends. So don't think they're going away anytime soon. We'll just have to keep watch. Financial services and energy behind that. Energy getting a little bit of a bounce. Oil does not want to go away right now. It seems like every time we get towards support, we're finding that support and bouncing a little bit. We'll see if we eventually do wash out. Names like ConocoPhillips or ConocoPhillips. Look at this chart. Daily chart has it, nice support underneath. We'll see if it gets back towards the 130, or will it start pulling back towards the 120 and the 117 area? We'll have to wait and see to find out what happens in some of these oil names. All right, getting out of the oil names. What was in the red today? Well, technology pulling back today. Our leadership. We talked about it. Leadership, I felt, was what got us out of this little push. When we started getting this little push on, of course, that CPI print, what started getting a little bit of a push back? Well, we had Microsoft coming back, right? We had Amazon coming back. We had Apple coming back. Well, now you're seeing Apple drop for the second day in a row here. Microsoft drop for the second day in a row. Google dropping. Amazon dropping. And that's not what we want to see here. You can see here Amazon dropping down below that 92.49 and starting to break down in between this gap. Could fill this gap here and come all the way down there towards 89.41. We'll see what happens on these names. But when the leadership goes, we haven't been able to hang on. And that's why I feel a lot of it is the pullback right now. The big thing to watch, though, is there is some kind of retail stocks still hanging in there. We talked about it a little bit today with names like Best Buy still hanging in there. So it looks like we could be having a little bit of kind of that Santa Claus rally, or maybe Best Buy is just continuing to move off of the nice, Cyber Monday numbers and Black Friday numbers. It was said that they did get some good electronic sales. So we've seen that continue pushing. We're just going to have to wait and see if some of these retailers can continue to push. Ross, we've been keeping an eye on TJX, right? Some of these cheaper names seem to make sense. And of course, don't forget, DG is going to be reporting later in the week. So keep watch on Dollar General. We'll see what happens there. Been keeping an eye out on Dollar Tree to give me a signal. Was it going to come back there towards the 150? DJ came down on their earnings. They're starting to make their way back, actually, starting to kind of fill in that gap. So we'll see what happens in these department stores. Walmart trying to stay strong up there towards 153. And of course, we'll keep our eye on a name like Target that has been going sideways, starting to push back. Can it actually make its way back? Target Corporation. All right, let's keep going. In about 4 minutes, we'll get into our interview here. Utilities coming down today fast also. So XLU is one way you guys can watch that. Also, you guys can see it's coming right back down. I had a feeling these would turn around, but they have a tendency of holding the trend for a while, and it held the trend for a significant amount of time. Now you're starting to see the pullback here, like names like Duke, names like Dominion Energy. Will these continue to come down? Dominion doesn't look good there. And we'll see what happens with these names. Of course, as interest rates rise, it's not the best outlook there for utilities. We'll see if that happens. Industrial is kind of a mixed signal there. I know a lot of people have been talking about Deere. And so Deere has already gotten pretty extended. I mean, I feel like on the daily, this is pretty far extended. Remember, we came back and we did this kind of bullish cross through right here, which was such an important outlook there. That's the bullish cross right there, where you got the kind of the 50 cutting through the 200-day towards the upside. And the 90 MA held for a very long time. Then we got that gap up off the earnings. I still think we might have room to 450, but how much further do we have? And if you get this pullback towards the kind of the gap, are you going to be able to hold towards that space? That's one thing that I'd keep in mind. In Deere, they've made a nice run. Cat is another one, right? We've been talking about. Will this continue to push? Will it get through the 240s up there towards the highs of 244s, 246? Or will it start turning around? Pakar is another one to keep in mind with these stocks. They're all kind of similar. They all made kind of that nice little run. We've been watching it. We're going to see if it turns around. Another area that's been really strong is like these diversified industrials like Honeywell. This is an area that I would be looking for some pullbacks. We'll see what happens in names like this. Honeywell and GE have been pretty strong lately. Will these kind of start turning around? Of course, recession concerns could come into play with these, but they've been getting the lift and really not coming back down on the red days. We'll just have to wait and see. Name like General Electric, I haven't even watched in a long time, but we'll have to see what happens there. Lockheed Martin did do a little bit of a pullback, continuing that up move. We'll see what happens in some of these defensive names. Industrials are an area that have been pretty strong, especially in the last kind of month or so. So if we get a little pullback, it won't be too bad. The big thing is you can see here on industrials how we've stayed sideways throughout the whole year. It was still an opportunity, I feel, to really kind of catch these on some big discounts. Multiple times did I see Cat pull back there on the monthlies where you could have got it down there cheap towards around the 180s, maybe even a little cheaper than the 180s, maybe towards the 170s. I don't think, might have called the low there at 163, but definitely opportunities on names like this when we're getting that lift. And you've seen the sectors, they've continued to hold there on. You could also look at like XLI, right? If you wanted to look at an ETF, and you can see there, this has pulled back, but it really hasn't broken down on a year. These are kind of the stocks that I like, especially in a bear market environment where people are looking for opportunities, seeing stocks decline big, but these stocks kind of hung in there. All right, getting out of XLI, we'll go ahead and get towards our interview coming up. Like always, you guys do me the favor, smash the like. Excited to go ahead and get into our next interview. And before we do so, I do want to give you guys an ability, like always, to learn more, right? That's what it's all about. So we'll put in here Navelliers.com news. And why this site? Well, because the podcast that Luis Navellier does, I think it's definitely a great podcast to catch. I caught the latest podcast on November 28th. He puts these out on Monday or Tuesday, usually Monday every week. So if you want to get a little recap, they're not too long. Catch them. Navellier. That's what I always like, getting some bonus information. Like I always say, this show's all about getting you informational edge. We can't tell you which way to trade, but one thing we can do is bring you the experts to keep you in that informational edge. Let's go ahead and get into our interview. How we doing?
Good.
It's good to have you on. Good to have you back on here. Let's go ahead. Let's get into it. Chairman and founder of Navellier Associates. And definitely, I like the podcast game. It's not going bad. I like them.
Well, thanks. It's easier to do the podcast than call 1,000 people.
Definitely. I think that's definitely a better way to go about it. And I always love getting recaps. Like, I know that a lot of people in the kind of financial industry do these recaps, but I'll be as honest as I can. Very few do I find value in, and I like listening to yours. So I just wanted to give you that feedback. Let's get right towards the market. Let's talk a little bit about what we're seeing out there. Looks like we had a strong holiday season. Doesn't look too bad. What are some of your thoughts on holiday shopping this year?
Well, yeah, we just had the Cyber Monday results come in, and they were a little better than Adobe forecasted, so that's good. People are taking on more debt, more layaways, so we'll see if that affects the first quarter, but looks like we're going to get through the fourth quarter with positive GDP growth. So I'm pretty happy with that. I think the big news this week was, of course, Biden gave Chevron permission to go ahead and start producing oil in Venezuela. So we thought they were doing that because they're going to wind down the SPR release.
Yeah.
But then we just found out it's going to take 2 or 3 years for Chevron to get going in Venezuela.
I was wondering. I was like, I don't think they left it in the best condition. We lost you for a second there. We lost you for a second there. It looks like
very firm. Of course,
Luis, I'm losing you. I'm losing you, Luis Navellier here. Looks like the internet's cutting in and out here. Let's see if we can bring you back to the background, and I'll bring you right back on. Let's see if it fixes it here. I'm getting a black screen there. Losing you. If you can hear me, definitely give me a little wave in the background. If not, back out, come back in if you can. Sorry about that, team. I'm trying my best here to get towards the interview. We're just having a little bit of internet issues. You know how it is sometimes with Comcast, or maybe even worse, Rogers. Let's see if I can get him back on here.
I hear you now fine. Okay. I hear you fine.
Perfect. The internet was cutting a little bit in and out there, but we got you back on. Let's go ahead. We'll wrap up on the holiday shopping. Let's go towards some outlook into China. What do you think about the noise that's coming out of China? Should we pay attention to this opportunity? And where do you see some opportunity?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, listen, they dispatched the tanks. They are tracking everybody on their cell phones. Of course, they have facial recognition in China. But the people that were at the protests on their cell phones, the police have already knocked on their door and asked them to provide statements why they were there. So the intimidation game is in full force right now.
Yeah. And does this leave any room for opportunity from China? I know that their markets have been really hit hard lately, especially like big tech names kind of been in a bear market for 2 years, you could say, for like a Baba. What do you think about some of these bigger tech names?
I think what's going on in China is great for India, Thailand, Indonesia, Taiwan. Multinationals are going to continue to outsource from China because they're not a reliable partner right now. All the pro-reform guys were kicked out when they at the Communist Party meeting. They're going to push their state industries, and China is not going to grow as fast as they used to. And it's very sad, but I'm sure that they'll get back to normal. You can't keep people locked up forever. The problem with the China COVID policies is if they announce it when you're at work, you can't go home. And that's why the Apple workers at the Foxconn plant were breaking down barriers. They want to go home.
Yeah. Now, of course, one of the areas that I've been watching and I've been talking about for a while now, it seems like since even summertime, I've been saying when winter comes, might be that time that we get that natural gas run. Are we still kind of in that realm? Could we see a run?
We're already having it right now because we had a cold front envelop the entire United States.
Yeah.
And except for a little bit of South Florida. And then now Europe's getting cold. And although Europe said their storage facilities were full, they don't have many storage facilities. So there's 40 LNG tankers between the English Channel and the Baltic Sea waiting to rescue Europe. And, we got news today that Russia was actually filling up on the LNG tankers. So apparently Russia needs some money. So it's fascinating times we're in, but we're to rescue Europe from their own problems. Of course, the LNG companies are going to make a ton of money.
That they are. Now let's go towards one area and let's actually just do more of an overall question. I'd love to hear your outlook here. Now, what do you think investors are missing out on that they should be paying attention to?
I think investors have to realize indexing is dead. The markets are too narrow for any index to do well. ESG investing is certainly dead. If you didn't have fossil fuels in your portfolio, you're really hurting yourself. I think there'll be a bigger blowback next year because of the universities will have to explain why they didn't do well. And there's ESG investing in 38 states. Energy was 2% of the S&P a year ago. It's 6% now. It's headed to 30%. So there'll be perpetual institutional buying pressure in these energy names. Obviously, I'm heavy energy. In small cap, I'm at 3.1 times next year's estimated earnings. In large cap, I'm at 7.1 times next year's estimated earnings. The P ratios are low. The earnings are phenomenal. I realize these are cyclical companies, but demand will go up in the spring, and everybody will be well rewarded.
Yeah, and there's still that kind of demand that is still have been kept up in China, right? And I expect to see some kind of demand eventually come from them for oil. Hasn't seemed like it's come, but something definitely to keep our eyes on. We'll see what happens in energy, and we'll always have you back on. Appreciate you coming on today, and we'll definitely have you back. Have a
Thank
good
you.
one. Take care. And like I said, chat, definitely, I'll throw up the link for you guys one more time so you guys can check out that podcast yourself and keep up with everything that Navellier has to offer. All right, let's go ahead. We'll get back towards the market action. Let's take a look at where we're at right now. As the SPY still down on the day, down towards 394.51. Let's take a look here. And definitely, chat, if you guys got a ticker that moved today and you guys want to talk about it, throw it up. This is your opportunity right now. All right. It looks like you guys are talking about Mexico has a lot of offshore oil. Yeah, could definitely be in. Definitely going to be going for the USA coming up 2 p.m. Excited to see a little bit of some soccer action. What's going on, my friend? We can get into a little Hartford health care action. It's not something that we usually get into too often, but I got you. I'll take a look at it. Let's take a look. It's you're talking about a fund though that I can't even get it on a lot of kind of my outlook here. I can get it on a weekly here, so I can take a look at it in that sense for you. On the weekly, it does look interesting. It does have kind of that bottoming action, and you kind of have these little pullbacks. You really want to get through a kind of a trend line here. You can see here how you kind of keep bouncing here. You want to get back up there towards that 36.40 area. That's going to be that kind of breakout outlook. On the monthlies, nice little pullback towards that 50. That's that 50-month moving average. That's actually a good level to be looking at. You can see how it held here in June. It held here in September, held here in October. That's good outlook. I would actually be looking at about half of this pullback, 33.81. That'd be a nice little level to get into. Anywhere between there where you could actually risk off that bottoming action, it doesn't look too bad. So got you, my friend. I keep it up. And definitely in Espanol, Telemundo, goal. You can't say it right in Spanish, in English. You know, you got to say it in Spanish. It's goal all the way. Goal. I enjoy watching that guy. He just talks too much, and I kind of enjoy it. But we'll see what happens to the USA. Will they be able to get the victory? We'll have to wait and see. I'm a Brooklyn kid that had to earn Spanish and Portuguese. There you go. You got to go ahead and do it. And definitely go all day. We'll see what happens. I'm going to wrap it up. Like always, you guys can catch us on At the Close to get the overall market action. The biggest movers. Come check it out. At the Close with Joel Elconin. Up next, you guys got some roadmap action. Check it out. I'm going to make sure that we got that set up. Just want to make sure. I think they might be off today. Nope. NFTs making movies. Check it out, team. Looks like there's some building going off in the NFT space. Go ahead and check it out. That's coming up next. Hit the thumbs up and go a little USA. I'm actually going to get out of here just a couple of minutes early to go ahead and get you guys over to that NFT action. And we'll see you guys also at the Close. Hope you guys enjoyed today's interviews. And like always, give us some feedback. We're always looking for some feedback to make improvements to the show. What do you want to see more or less of? Do you like these expert interviews? You can always fill out this form. You don't leave a name. Don't leave a number. I don't definitely need your social security. But what I need from you is some feedback. Hit that form. We'll see you guys next time. Hit the thumbs up on your way out.